did identify the zero reads about, and that it's been a hilarious last 24 hours in cryptocurrency land since we last spoke, and Gary Gensler coming out and saying that the SEC Twitter's account has been actually hacked. It's been SIM swapped, and who knows what the hell that means as far as their actual security measures for the agency that is supposed to keep us all safe, and they're doing a great job with their Twitter account. Anyways, I did want to come at this video yet again with another hard reading of the major areas of interest, the major numbers that must be met in this next 24-hour period as to continue to govern the probabilities and possibilities for Bitcoin in the more near term. We're now talking about the next week to 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks of price action, let's say. And I suspect that this next week, particularly this time between today, Wednesday, and next Wednesday, is going to be the most interesting in terms of price action. So, without further ado, I want to welcome you back to the Eric Cron Crypto channel. Blah 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 blah. Like and subscribe because that's what YouTube wants, and it's what I need for my soul. Anyways, get into the chart view over here. I want to once again revisit this chart right here. 2-day time frame volatility versus stochastic momentum signature. Again, 2-day time frame volatility getting down towards extreme lows and expanding from those extreme lows has had a high correlation for an explosive move in the same direction as the 2-day time frame stochastic oscillator is pointed upon volatility expansion. We saw that happen upon yesterday's closure or yesterday's new period, and now today or tonight is going to be yet another new period. And as of right now, the 2-day time frame stochastic oscillator remains with upside pressure as long as Bitcoin is closing above 44,100. I'm going to say something crazy right now and say Bitcoin probably closes above that pivot tonight. So that's, it's less interesting to speak about as of this exact moment. Obviously, if Bitcoin were to close below it, I mean, that'd be a very obvious topping signal, and Bitcoin likely to play out some sideways and down from here. Maybe the big correction that we've been looking for in Q1 of this year. But for right now, still, as long as Bitcoin is above it, I still do look at these statistics over here as relevant, or really these ones over here as significantly more relevant, as these are only the long setups, and we can come at this from a couple different metrics. But first and foremost, with yesterday's move, so remember, at the time of that tweet, or around the time of that tweet, I should say, Bitcoin did play up and make new highs on this rally, new yearly highs, or I guess it's not really saying much because 2024 just started, but you get what I mean. Just below 48,000 bucks. So when we look at this setup right here, we've already seen a decent move from that. To put that into percentage terms, it's been a little over an 18% move from the base, which is how we do measure these, by the way. And so just over 18% would actually put us within the lower end of the first standard deviation of expected results right here. You actually can't see it that well. I'll adjust this. There we go. Which gives us a range between about 17% to 38, 39%, with an average at about 27.70. So here's the thing. We do expect these setups to take about 2.5 weeks on average with a standard deviation of 7. So again, we're looking at a high probability of this occurring between about 10 days to 25 days. Somewhere around those numbers is fair game. Now, if we look at the timing of this, again, taken from the base, coming into tomorrow's new period will be day number 8, meaning that we're still kind of on the outlier side in terms of results. So I still do lean towards this unlikely to be done just yet to the upside, because that bottom end of the first standard deviation target was already met relatively fast. But in just 1 week from today, we will be, about 2 weeks out from that initial, base. And what that means is, or what that implies is that we really expect the majority of the results from the setup to have happened between that time. So here's the thing. If Bitcoin is going to continue, we would basically expect new highs between now and next Wednesday. How high can those come? Again, I'll just be looking at the average from that point, or in the low 20s, which would put Bitcoin in like the low 50s, like 51, 52,000 bucks. I don't think Bitcoin's going to hit the upper end of the first standard deviation. I think that's very unlikely on this move. I obviously can be wrong, but 56,000 bucks would be kind of closer to that. But for right now, two things are really, really important. One, Bitcoin must remain above this momentum pivot. Again, today's probably not that important because, I mean, it's important. It's just, it's kind of far away from current price action. But tomorrow's new period will have new numbers on this one. And that's going to be the next sort of governing principle. And then two, the timing of this. So it is now a race against time, I do believe, for the boo laws. And Bitcoin is, in my opinion, very deep within this current rally. I think that this one it's closing in on that next major high very, very soon in terms of timing. Probably a week, maybe two at most, if I had to guess. Maybe two at most. I think highs are hit within this next week, and you do see the big correction that we've been looking for in Q1 of this year to begin to play out. It's not going to happen all in one day. Obviously, it's probably going to take at least a month, maybe two. But we're getting really fucking close now. I can feel it in my plums. I can feel it in my damn plums. We're starting to get signs of weakness here. We're starting to see very volatile swings in both directions. These are signals of a major top or major bottom. If it was coming to the other side, obviously in this case to the upside, so it's going to be a major top. Happening relatively soon. You expect that to happen. In fact, if I go over here, we can see that throughout the past year, a little over a year now since Bitcoin bottomed, we've seen several corrections for Bitcoin. But as you can see, the corrections that we saw in the first half of 2023 were a little bit bigger, actually, but they took a lot longer. These were taking like 60 days, a couple months, especially for these two major ones right here. This one over here was about a month. More recently, in November and then again in December, Bitcoin played out these corrective phases as well, a little bit less on the percentage scale, but a lot faster, about 3 weeks. So ultimately, we are getting a lot of signals that this is going to be done. I'm going to say it straight up. This is going to be done very, very soon. And I'm not saying that it's going to be done for forever. It's probably going to be a major opportunity, but I do suspect that Bitcoin, if it does have another leg up, we might, who knows where a parabolic blow off comes, maybe on an SEC real announcement, could be 51, could be 52. Maybe there's some super crazy, you get like 57 or 55, whatever the fuck. I wouldn't personally be betting on that. But at that point, look for the big wick to the upside because we're starting to get a lot of signals that is indeed coming. Anyways, what else do I want to get into here while we are here? Let me just reference my notes. Okay, check out time. Yep, we're good there. I guess we can look at daily statistics. Wednesday, a little bit more likely to close negatively than positively. I look at this as more or less a coin toss right here. What's more interesting to me is the average return on both the positive side and the negative side. On the positive side, a little over 2.5%. On the negative side, closer to 2%. What's interesting about that is that if today is a positive closure, that actually closed Bitcoin on new highs, and that would be around 47,500-ish region. If you do see that, yeah, okay, Bitcoin very likely going to meet somewhere around $50,000, maybe a little bit above, maybe a little bit below. Well, probably a little bit above, I suspect. Probably comes alongside an announcement as well. And we can look at this model over here as indicative that Bitcoin the next week, very likely, again, the time between today, Wednesday, and next Wednesday, very likely Bitcoin, just has free enterprise to rally to new highs. But after that, of course, I want to see it in real time, but just kind of spitballing here, about 7 to 10 days in advance, I'd be very, 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 very cognizant of a very likely high coming in before, a pretty major correction. Could be anywhere between 25 to even 40%. So yeah, anyways, okay, now that we've gotten through that, what would be the obvious area that if met today would say rally over? Well, the most obvious would be the 2-day time frame pivot failing at 44,100. That'd be pretty fucking obvious. Even if the daily closed down on stochastic momentum, I'd say that's probably going to be good enough as well. Current pivot is 45,500. So I would also be willing to say that this rally is called into question, especially if Bitcoin closed below 45 even, but even 45.5 is going to be questionable, pending, the next pivot on this. If Bitcoin opens below it, then yeah, okay. Top very likely. And until then, upside more likely. We have hit the first sort of major targeted region from this setup already, but now comes kind of the hard part. This is where like preferences and judgment calls as a trader come into play. And if you are playing stuff like this, a good little reminder is always that you can always take partial profits. No one went broke taking profits, as my mentor used to say. Anyways, okay, so we've gone through that. Let's go over here to this chart. Daily HPDR bands. Let's actually go to spot price action. What do we see here that is unique that we're not getting elsewhere? Well, what we can see is that HPDRV volatility is actually expanding now. We did identify the zero reads about a week, actually about 10 days ago now, in late December. Expanding from there, again, is going to still favor the upside for right now. Daily HPDRO directional volatility also showing upside. So fair enough. Again, these things do favor probably one more push to the upside. If Bitcoin were to come back down below the meeting here, obviously that would be problematic, but that's even below the 2-day pivot. So I think the two-day pivot is probably more relevant in the more near term. Even just coming back down below yesterday's low is probably gonna be bad enough, I suspect. Of course, to the upside, things become a lot more easy. Again, we do see that the basically 80% range highs is pretty much right smack dab on $50,000. And then from there, I've actually been playing with different numbers on these, but you can see the relevant regions. Not sure if I'll stick with these numbers, by the way, but just trialing something out, testing some new theories. But for right now, again, today's price action, very fucking important. I'd feel quite confident saying that we're going to see a high on this, whether it's like just now or just yesterday, or between now and 1 week from now. Very, very likely. Maybe a little bit more. But again, this is very fucking deep within this. So I just want to again prepare like this whole message on this channel, starting from about a month ago now, saying that, hey, okay, this Q1 correction, it's really starting to materialize here, I do think. So again, ultimately, it very likely creates a humongous opportunity. But these things are gonna, these things do take time, and you're probably gonna see a lot of, you're gonna see a lot of emotions. You're probably gonna experience a lot of emotions. I'm gonna experience a lot of emotions. If and when the SEC does approve a Bitcoin ETF, you're going to see some crazy things on Twitter. You're going to see some crazy things on YouTube. Just have your major numbers in mind already to execute upon, and then from there, well, I guess that's what tomorrow's video is for. All right, we'll end things right there. Again, just continuing to build up this, this overall picture here. We'll end things right there. As always, I want to wish you the best bets. Take care. Much love. See you hopefully tomorrow. Tomorrow's, I do believe, will actually be a very, very important day, especially as far as videos go, as we do update on this overall model. So.
They're saying it was a compromised account. That looks to be the base case, but also whoever compromised that and wrote the tweet and the quote from Gensler and the image in there, you did a really good job. If you're listening to this and you compromise that, you did a pretty good job at spoofing the SEC.
This content is brought to you by Uphold, which is a great crypto platform that I've been using since 2018. Uphold has all the top cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, and all the altcoins. In fact, they have 260 plus cryptocurrencies on their platform. You can also trade precious metals, stablecoins, and 37 fiat currencies. In addition, they are available in over 150 countries. And this platform is fully reserved. They do audits, so you can trust that your funds are safe. No commingling, no lending out your funds. If you'd like to learn more about Uphold, please visit the link in the description. Welcome to the Thinking Crypto podcast, your home for cryptocurrency news and interviews. With me today is James Seyfert, who is an ETF research analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. And James, we are recording this on Tuesday, January 9th, after the major fake out from the SEC. What are your initial thoughts on that news?
Yeah, I mean, I debated deleting my tweet because I have alerts set on for that account, so I saw it immediately and I was like, no way. I couldn't believe what I was reading, and I went to the account. I'm like, am I sure this is the right account? I was like, I obviously have the alerts turned on for the right account. So I tweeted breaking, and then I caveated it with, I would not have expected them to break the news this way. This is surprising. And then I said, my follow-up tweet, I'm waiting for the 19B4s and S1s. And I went right to the website, even before I tweeted, to see if the 19B4s were up, which is like there's a site there where you can see them posted when they're approved. And the site basically wasn't working for me. So I was like, oh, maybe it is, maybe they dropped and I missed it. So I just went out there, but yeah, just an absolute rug pull.
Because
Brutal. It
usually,
looks they're saying it was a compromised account. That looks to be the base case, but also whoever compromised that and wrote the tweet and the quote from Gensler and the image in there, you did a really good job. If you're listening to this and you compromise that, you did a pretty good job at spoofing the SEC. That said, I think you would have made more money if you said that they were denied and gave a reason for denial. It would have sent things going a lot lower versus only going up by like $1,200.
yeah, exactly. And to your point, the SEC would usually do a big PR push, right? It'll be broken by Bloomberg, you guys, or whoever it is, where that news wouldn't just come out on a tweet and it would be on the website, like you're saying. There's two things here, though, I'm thinking about that tweet. One, is it indeed that someone compromised that, or was that a scheduled tweet that someone screwed up and published ahead of time? Which one do you
So
think is likely?
So that was my thinking as well, but it also apparently that you can see on the likes on that account, it liked a bunch of weird degen like crypto type stuff. So it might have indeed been compromised. My initial thought was this wasn't a compromise. This looks like a tweet that was sitting in drafts that was supposed to go out tomorrow evening versus this evening. Because what we were expecting, to be clear, is that we didn't expect approvals to come till after market close tomorrow. That was my base case, and we were going to see some movements on the S1. So there's a few things that need to happen. We expected most of that to happen, yes, tomorrow, and a lot of it after market close. So when it happened now, I was caught off guard, to be quite frank.
Right, because I saw CNBC had reported on Monday that sources were saying approvals coming on Wednesday, trading starting on Thursday, and it seemed like a bunch of other filers had validated this, Jan Van Eck and a bunch of other folks. But what do you think happens tomorrow, James? I mean, this is obviously a mess. Do you think the SEC, balks and they're like, you know what, we got to step back for a second because this whole thing is just messy?
Uh, I don't know.
Mm.
Um,
I know it's a hard question.
I don't know. I mean, at one point, this isn't at one end, this isn't like anything that these issuers have done or the investors in this. This is somebody who got control of a theoretically compromised account. That said, it certainly is not a good look, I guess. I don't know. I can't imagine the SEC writing up a denial letter, and I have to assume they likely have the approval letters written up based on everything we've seen. So I can't imagine they're going to go through and change the entire, these are long letters that they write, and change it to denial language, and one of those denials be because the SEC Twitter account was compromised, or X account, whatever you want to say. So I don't think it'll have an impact, but yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Nevertheless, we see that a lot of the filers, they got their S1s and everything updated, submitted by the deadline. Many were cutting fees, and it seems there's a competition around the fees. What are your thoughts on the fee breakdown and the adjustments that were made? I saw Grayscale had the highest. Is that a smart move on their part?
On Grayscale's part?
Mm-hmm.
Uh I don't know. I think they went from 2% to 1.5% or 150 basis points, which is really high to me. That's really high for the ETF industry. I would, if they're doing what I think they're doing, and they're just going to lean on their market lead and the assets and liquidity that they've built up in that ticker. It makes sense, but I probably, if I were in their shoes, would have gone at least below 1% on this. I have some theories on what they're planning to do. I mean, again, they could theoretically cut fees still a little bit further, but it doesn't look like that's the plan. But yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't have left it that high. It seems like a little bit of a disservice to their current investors. They've been saying they're going to cut fees and all this stuff, and they only dropped. They kept their word. Obviously, they went from 2% to 1.5%, but that's a really steep fee.
Now, we see some other folks adjusted their fees as well. Some were saying, like for example, Caitlin Long was, saying, "Hey, this looks a little bit weird. How are they going to make money?" Do you think it's just in the opening of the gate that they're going to keep the fees low and maybe they can scale it over time to maybe be more profitable? What do you think?
100%. Yeah, I mean, you got to realize in the ETF industry, like some of these guys might not be expecting to make any profit on this. That's what Caitlin doesn't understand. The ETF industry is extremely low margin for the most part on the lower ends of AUM. So if you can get to tens of billions of dollars, they can afford to offer these products at those fees, right? So it's all about a scale thing, and they need to get off the ground first, and they want to get to that asset and liquidity scale as quickly as possible in order to be profitable. But all these guys are offering 0% fees to start off. Like it's not because they're going to do some super sketchy things with the Bitcoin or what have you. They're doing it because they're trying to compete in the ETF Terradome and what advisors are used to competing at and what they're used to getting. And that's just how things operate in the ETF world. It's not that they're like, they're gonna find other ways to eke out returns or do sketchy stuff. This is just them competing. And you could honestly, some of these guys are probably going to be losing money on these things for a while. We know for a fact they have fee waivers on these things for 6 months when they launch. Those people are going to be de facto losing money. It's a marketing ploy. They're trying to get people in, so the long term it can be a profitable investment for them.
So James, hard question for you. Given that, we're going to see some marketing after these are approved, at the end of the year, what do you think will be the top 3 ETFs in the market?
I don't want to do that. I don't want to pick favorites because I talk to people at all these firms.
Sure.
I mean, I'll just give you Grayscale is going to be really hard to defeat because they're $30 billion in assets right now. They are extremely liquid in GBTC, and liquidity is hard to steal. So traders are still going to trade GBTC most likely, and it might be a slow bleed from that product over time because the fees are so high. And then you can't count BlackRock and Fidelity out. Obviously those are huge names, and we'll see what happens. But you also have a lot of like crypto native issuers and people partnering with crypto native issuers. Invesco's a large firm. They're partnering with Galaxy. You have Bitwise and Valkyrie and Hashdex who have done nothing, and they're focusing on the crypto industry specifically. You have Van Eck that sits in the middle, kind of. There's a whole bunch of different people. And then you have Frank.
Ladies and gentlemen, seems like this is the moment we've all been waiting for. Word on the street says around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard, if I'm correct, is when we have the assumed approval for this Bitcoin ETF. Now, a lot of articles are coming out suggesting that this is a sell the news event. We've got other guys talking about it's not a sell the news event because it's practically an accumulation phase in Bitcoin. We've seen in the back end of 2023, over 400% of withdrawals have been hitting wallets. So 400% increase in withdrawals from exchanges. It's all adding up to investors getting their bag and preparing for this moment. But just because they're withdrawing from exchanges and putting it into wallets, if the ETF does come through and Bitcoin shoots up, there's going to be some profit taking. But then again, how are you going to kill the idea of someone's optimism about this ETF. This is a limestone, a milestone event in cryptocurrency. If we were to jump back this time to nearly 3 years ago, okay, I was doing live streams around this time. And it was roughly around January the 21st, which will be the channel's birthday. So we're going to be getting ready for that bad boy. When the announcement came in that there was potential for Tesla buying up Bitcoin, then go February the 8th, we see the transaction. Bitcoin shoots up. We've now come to this end of January, sort of end of January, midpoint of January, should I say. It's like we're going into the same event. Are we getting ready for a big event that's going to lead Bitcoin to another significant high? You can look back and say, oh, let's just look at the dates. Well, the dates don't match up, but it's this time round. Same as what it was before. In today's live stream, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to break it all down for you. We're going to look at Bitcoin. We're going to go through a few altcoins. We're going to dive into what we should actually be anticipating, what's being discussed across the board so that we can make sense of it. Lots of liquidations have been coming into play. The SEC doesn't even have the two-step factor on its Twitter account, yet it's still being the go-to to manage the protection of trillions of dollars of investments around these firms around the world, okay? Or mainly the US. So you got to really think about it now. Gary Gensler and all that, yeah, okay, you're out for the people, but your Twitter account got hacked, or the SEC's, and we're expecting you to be the go-to for protection. Doesn't make sense now, does it? So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new to the channel, this could be the last live that you see Bitcoin at these relatively decent price points, all right? So let's get with the flavor, ladies and gentlemen. Mad love and respect. Got the Dr. Shades on, so let's get with the flavor. Here we go. All right, then. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Thank you, thank you. Just looking at your comments right here. Tino, let's dump it on them, please. 30% correction. Ooh, some of you. Oh, well, actually, let me ask the question. How many of you are of the understanding that this approval will lead Bitcoin to a significant drop? How many of you are on that basis? And I'm going to explain the two stories or the scenarios behind this logic so that you can better understand it for yourself and say, all right, do I take a trade now or do I just wait until the news announcements come into play? Because I'm going to give you two scenarios. That's four. But I'm going to give you two scenarios because the one thing that you must be in control of is the anticipation, all right? Because a lot of people are like, I've loaded up my bags, I've done this, I've got my coins, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. Now imagine thousands and thousands and thousands of other people in the space of cryptocurrency are stepping into it. What about the new people that are seeing the Bitcoin headlines about the ETF coming into play? And if you notice, most of the articles that are being released about cryptocurrency, or should I say this Bitcoin ETF, the article always goes into what the Bitcoin ETF is. And so that the new reader comes in and says, right, so that means what? Okay, cool. I'm going to get involved in that. And then you're starting to see people show interest in it. Okay. So what have we got? You think it's all going to dump. Type 1 if you think it's going to dump. Type 2 if you don't think it's going to dump. I'm not interested in the up and then the down. I just want to know where your heads are at. Do you think it's going to go up at the second of the approval, or do you think it's going to go down and go down aggressively? Type 1 if you think it's going to be aggressively dropping, or you think 2 is going to aggressively rise. Where are you at with your heads? 1 is a negative drop, and then 2 is a positive. Okay, so what have we got here? We've got a couple. Anonymous, you've popped up and said 1. All right, cool. We got some 1s, 2s. Okay, I'm starting to see, a nice even distribution right now. So if you are watching this live stream and you go into the live comment section, you can see people are right now smacking this section of the comments. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of 2s coming into play. The 1s are kind of disappearing right now. Okay, here's the logic, ladies and gentlemen, all right? Behind every big news announcement that comes into play with regards to any asset. So let's just take the stock market, for example, all right? There is an IPO. What does that stand? Stands for initial public offering. So that's when a stock is listed onto the New York Stock Exchange, all right? So a company, they ring the bell that, yay, it's time to do business, time to get people's money and put it to work, okay? Let's take the idea of Coinbase for a second. So check this out. Market Smith, watch this, all right? When Coinbase actually had their IPO, all right? So we go over to Coinbase. I remember because I was trading it, okay? And at the time, Coinbase came in at around $300. Now that was a lot for Coinbase at the time, given that it's cryptocurrency, okay? From the moment that actually happened, all you saw Coinbase do was roll over, okay? Because before an IPO, there are the guys that have already got the stock anyway. No different to when you see a coin getting listed onto crypto.com, Binance, or Bybit, you're probably going to be the sell liquidity because everyone's going to start trading it. It's going to see a nice little move, and then it's going to come back down. That's why sometimes you hear me have a bit of joke about Bitcoin's been listed on PancakeSwap. It makes a move up, and then it comes back down again, okay? That sort of behavior. Now, an IPO in essence is to encourage investors to get money in, well, encourage the company to advertise the idea that this company is going to be a good thing. We want your money because we're going to then put that money to work, all right? That's exactly what happened with Coinbase. They had the initial public offering where it shoots up, which is this candlestick right here on the weekly, and then it just followed the descent to the downside. And now we've based out, and it looks like we're getting ready to try and make a little bit of a move to the upside on the weekly chart, all right? An initial coin offering, the same story, all right? When initial coin comes into play, it gets listed to the market, then you're all paying attention to the blockchain data to see if there's one holder of the coin or with the bulk of the supply, or how evenly distributed is it? You're going to be paying attention to transactions in case they're going to start dumping it on investors, or is it going to be a slow progressive thing similar to Coinbase, okay? Now, these are events that happen to new assets that are listed on any exchange or any marketplace. Today's behavior, or this, in essence, this ETF for Bitcoin, in my opinion, is exactly the same thing, all right? But there's more emotions behind it. As it stands right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have got so many people or Bitcoin holders in very beautiful, unrealized profits in Bitcoin. Is the ETF today going to be their day? Is it going to be the day that allows them just to take that little bit more off the table? Because remember, Bitcoin is up significantly from last year, okay? 164%. Going into the start of the year, it's roughly around 4-5%, all right? So far, it's banked quite a bit of a move to the upside, ladies and gentlemen. You go into the daily time frame itself, and it makes sense, okay? Look at that. Significant. It's just fantastic. Great move to the upside. One would then say it's on route towards price discovery, all right? Even though price discovery means at the all-time highs, there's nothing else for it to do other than work these previous ranges. Price discovery means when it goes beyond the all-time high, it's discovering price, okay? We're in essence in that sort of arena right now with the way Bitcoin is moving, okay? Now, the ETF event itself is going to bring volatility like a dream for all the day traders. I'm going to get into the day trading aspect very, very shortly, okay? But we're probably not going to see much happening until the ETF does get approved, okay? So this is where you're going to see Bitcoin trading sideways, right? From a holder's perspective, where are we at right now? Well, we marked off the midpoint of the blue vector candle on the daily time frame. We go back into it, go down, and you can see that it's now broken down that point, and we've got a little wick right here at 44,294, okay? So they're pretty much giving back all of the gains from that wild move to the upside to only come back down into the zone. What do you see happening? We have the 5 and 13 EMA right here, which are now giving us proof as to what we are going to expect. Now, normally I always say to you all, pay attention to the 5 and 13 EMA to understand if there is going to be a trend in the continuation up or it's going to start breaking down. We're not in that environment anymore, ladies and gentlemen. This is kill switch mode. This is going to be the basis of Bitcoin just shooting up or just completely collapsing, all right? Now, we can go with the idea that Bitcoin is going to make a move up, it's going to make a move down, then it's going to climb all the way up. I'm cool with that. But what I want to try and to get across to you all is, you might not like the sound of this, but this is the raw truth of being in the marketplace. Cash is a position too. Oh, Tino, don't tell me that. Don't tell me not to be in a position and then Bitcoin ETF gets approved and I've missed out on all that move to the upside. If that was the case, you would still sell your nans long, get every relative you've got, tell them to just sell whatever they have, get them out of their house and put everything into Bitcoin because you know indefinitely Bitcoin, most definitely, with 1,000% guarantee, it's going to shoot up. No one feels that way. That's why you see Bitcoin moving up and down. That's why when you go into this chart right here, this is the bid and the ask. This chart right here gives you a true representation of where people's commitment is. Now, we normally like to look at, where is it? Let me just move this here. We normally like to look at this bad boy right here. Now, each of the red bubbles represents delta. And the green bubbles represent delta 2. So what is the delta? So in terms of trading, it's the net of the buys and the sells. Who's doing more of what, okay? What we see here is Bitcoin's made this move to the upside and to the downside. But what I like to look at with this, because when we're talking about the bid and the ask, so that I don't lose you on this, the bid is where someone is prepared to pay, and the ask is where someone is prepared to sell, okay? So there's this battle right now, okay? When the ask is being lifted, it means that aggressive buyers are coming in and taking whatever orders they can, all right? At the same time, when the bids are being hit, prices are coming down and aggressive sellers are coming into play, all right? But it's actually the opposite, not to confuse you. Because in order for a bid to be realized, someone has to sell. And in order for an offer or the ask to be realized, someone has to buy, okay? Looking at the relationship between the orders that have not yet been filled on this platform, we're going to get an idea of what we can expect. In other words, how are people preparing for the move? I'm not interested in what it does. I'm interested in how they're preparing for it. Because if we've got people right now showing promise of keeping Bitcoin inside of this range, because look, if you zoom out a little bit, you can see, and we're going to get to the top part, this area right here is very important because this is where limit longs have been transacted, this whole zone. Now, this whole zone takes the 44,350 going all the way up towards the 45,350 as well, okay? This area, as you can see, is consistent with people filling limit longs, bids coming into play, all right? So graphically, we can see that that's where there's a lot of commitment. So logic says that if Bitcoin does break down from this point at 44,250, we're going to hope that more bids come into play to show support to start lifting price, which will then trigger the sellers to come in. Because what do sellers want to do? They want to sell from the highest point, okay? Now, with that being said, we just zoom out a little bit more and we can see there's commitment at the top. We've now got a bag of sellers up here. 609 Bitcoin orders at 48,000, okay? Below that, ever so slightly at 47,800, we've got 327 Bitcoin orders. So we're all on the same page that there's people up there wanting to sell. To dive into it a little bit closer, because with the book map, we can just see graphically where orders have been placed and cancelled. That's important. Any gaps that you see in this order flow chart, it's where someone has placed an order. Like, for example, this order here at 46,800. Someone placed an order but cancelled it. Now, this could be an individual, all right? And he's like, you know what? I'm not interested. Bitcoin's not going to that point just yet. It's coming down a bit. I'm going to pull my order so that I can monitor it and then add it later on into the marketplace. Logic would say that at this price point, we would anticipate someone to step in at this point. So hopefully we start seeing some sell orders coming in at 47 because the idea is that this guy's going to step in, okay? That's what we're going to be paying attention to. Now, when I take this back and go into this chart right here, what do you see? Well, yesterday, we had a significant sell being triggered, and it was a collection of sells. You got 15 million traded at this point at 47,700. As we work our way up, you can see the millions. Look, there was that 23, and that hasn't been traded yet. Okay, so that 28, look, because 48,000 didn't get hit on Bitcoin on Binance. It was at 47,994 or something, okay? but there's still 23.38 million as a traded amount that wants to get filled. So the exchange has an obligation to send price towards these zones because that is a transaction for the market maker. Now, when the exchange provides liquidity or a customer with liquidity to market maker fulfills that obligation by making sure that trader gets his position filled. Binance will then have an agreement with the market maker and says, right, we've given you the guy, all right? What's our cut? Market maker says, it's this amount. Okay, cool, thank you very much. And these transactions happen all the time. We get these funding rates in crypto. Behind those funding rates are negotiations between the exchange and the market maker, per se the liquidity provider. Why? Because you're borrowing money. You're using leverage. And we know the story of leverage, which I'm going to get to in a split second, and have a look at the high block where we've got significant liquidity exposed to Mr. Market Maker. Now, going back into the bid and the ask, that 23 million right there at 48,000 could be a point of interest because it's been sat in the chart for 19 days. We're going to assume that they're going to want to attack that very soon. What's interesting is what's going on down here with the bid side. $32.31 million worth of traded value has been executed on the bid. So loads of guys have gone long at 44,500. We would assume that this is an area where price can find support. From that point, because look, it's at that point, and look at where price is at right now. It's at 45,200 roughly, okay? As we go up, we see another one, 32 million at 44.5, go up a bit more. At 90, look at this. This is how you know the bidders, the guys are stepping in to buy it up. The initial order amount was 3 million at 44,800. They traded 19. 622% or 522% increase, okay? On top of the initial amount. That shows you that people are stepping in, all right? So we assume that this area is an area of support from the bid side. Can we back that up? Go over to Bookmap. We can assume that that's the area right here where people are coming in. So we've now got the logic that if the ETF is going to be approved, we can assume that this is an area where they've loaded up the bids in preparation for the ETF approval. All right, Tina, that's cool. So you've effectively told me that this is a support zone that Bitcoin is most definitely going to reverse from and move to the upside. With 100,000% guarantee? No. Because you then got to say to yourself, well, if there's a lot of money there, prove it. Well, hold on a second, Tina. What do you mean? What do you mean prove it? How can I prove that there's going to be more money in that zone? How can I prove that the market won't go down? Or how can I prove it will? The logic is this. At this price point of, let's go at 44,500, okay? Go into the chart at 44,500. Where does that take you? That takes you to this price region right here, okay? Now, let's dive into the chart and understand what we've got. 4 hour. Look at this. Can you see how it's wicked it? We've got a moving average. Moving averages are laggard, ladies and gentlemen. Just remember that. They are a representation of volatility, all right? Price has moved up, deviation away from the moving averages, it rolls back down again, okay? Now, we are effectively at a very critical point. Why? Because the proof of this move up is going to come into fruition and give us the logic of the rise, the retrace, the continuation. Give Bitcoin a chance. Why? Because although there's now commitment down here representing people's longs, there's nothing stopping Bitcoin from sweeping it again. Because we have all the way down towards, in principle, 43,500, where we can really get a decent long on Bitcoin or trigger more people to step in on the bids to hold it. You have to have this way of thinking when you're looking at the chart. But then once you've got that conviction in your mind, maybe this is an area where I could see price going towards, you're then going to adjust your stop and say, well, if I run along from this area, I don't want to miss out on Bitcoin going to the upside. Well, where will my stop be? Well, granted, you're going into one of the most volatile times in the crypto market space, where an unlock of $32 trillion worth of capital is going to be exposed to cryptocurrency. Up to 32 trillion. They're talking about in 12 months' time, the ETF's going to be around $5 billion in value, or should I say, as a market cap. I don't think it's going to be $5 billion. I think that it's going to surpass that, and they're going to take everyone by surprise. I think they're underestimating everything just so that they can endorse the idea of what fees they're going to be charging. Once it gets to 5 billion, we'll probably increase our fees. I guarantee it's going to be more than 5 billion because they're going to want to increase those fees up to that 0.3%, and that's BlackRock. Okay, they're starting off at 0.2, and now they're hopefully going to go to 0.3 on the back of the ETF being listed, and everyone's endorsed it and everyone's buying it. Okay, but even if they do that, BlackRock is still one of the cheapest in comparison to you going to Coinbase and buying Bitcoin. So it's a win-win for BlackRock. But when you look at this zone right here, you say to yourself, how much can I absorb in terms of pain? Am I prepared to sit through this ETF? Because frankly, Bitcoin can do it. We've seen it. Don't go on like it's going to be a surprise thing for you, ladies and gentlemen, because look, you've got this area, if you can see it. That was a sweep. You've got this area. That was a sweep. You've got to really build it in and say, can I absorb it? So in my opinion, leverage traders, I would be very, very cautious. Spot traders, different story, all right? Bitcoin, in my opinion, would have to collapse from here. And how would I validate the collapse? It would have to break beyond 40K. That's the truth right there. We're trading the biggest moment in crypto. Ain't no one going to tell you where it's definitely going to go. Me personally, I'm expecting higher prices from Bitcoin because I'm putting 2 and 2 together. I'm looking at it from this perspective of the hybrid system. Look at how Bitcoin has been consolidating. Look at these areas right here where they keep on attacking and breaking it down and coming back up. They keep attacking it, breaking it down, coming back up. I'm not seeing them selling aggressively and continuing lower. These red vector candlesticks that you see right here are showing me stopping volume. What is stopping volume? Well, if you want a full breakdown of it, on the Traders Reality website, there is a free course on there called Breaking Down the Hybrid System. You just need to go over to it and just take that free course, and I break down the categories of vectors, what they are all about in this free course right here. Get involved, do it, because there's a lot of information in there packed into an hour and 10 minutes, all right? If the next Netflix film that you're watching is longer than this, then you can watch this. That's the truth. And it will give you more understanding of what I'm talking about, okay? So let's go into the idea of a stopping volume candle. A stopping volume candle happens when price aggressively moves down or up in a specific range and then creates the logic of a wick, which means it instantly reverses back up. And it leaves us this imbalance right here, where there are guys there with their hands saying, hi, I've got an order here. I'm in a bit of a drawdown, but I'm hoping at one point you're going to come back to me and put me out my misery. There's also guys in here that are like, yo, I made bank today, man. Like, I've got a night. Go and look at this trade, man. This is absolutely fire. Hey, call your mum, tell her, come here, look. That's what's going on there. That's how we see it. What's really happening? Market maker, as liquidity provider, has been building his shorts inside of this range right here, okay? Take this logic, because I promise you they're going to do it again. But at least when they do it again, you're going to be like, I know this. I've seen it before, okay? Now, when they actually mark price up from this point as the shorts, market maker is going to be preparing himself to roll it back down again. This stopping volume candle right here is designed to trap the retail trader into the belief that it's time to go short. He makes them go short, but because he built his longs inside of this range, he can't allow price to continue to go down too much. Why? Because he's given the retail trader enough time to open a short. That means he's giving him profit, and market maker is not in the business to be charitable. That's why he reverses price aggressively back up. This is consistent with them building longs aggressively at the lowest point at the highest range. Okay? Remember, we're at the highest range right now, ladies and gentlemen. Look, we're at the highest point. So we're looking at Bitcoin to continue higher. And this is why I believe Bitcoin's going to continue higher, because these candlesticks right here are showing me that behavior. Now, as a little bit of an exercise for you, we're going to get into a little bit of a day trading opportunity coming into play with the markets opening in the next 2 minutes. And if you are new to the live stream, be sure to like the live stream, ladies and gentlemen. 2,500 beautiful people, pattern watchers checking in. Where's the love? You want your altcoins? Come on. Where's the flavor? Check this. The stopping volume candle gives you the idea that if I'm going to be following market maker and he's not allowing price to go down, he's only preparing to go up. Now, go back in the charts and find me in your spare time. Find these candlesticks. Find the red vector candle wick, which is a stopping volume candle, okay? Tell me they don't recover it. I'll do a live stream in a vest. Literally in a vest. Then you'll get the luxury of chest hairs and tattoos and all of that. All right? And don't come back to me and say, oh, Tino, I found one and they haven't recovered it. Ha ha, show us your, do a live stream in a vest. No. Has to be relative to what's going on. There has to be vectors to the left of the chart. Why? Because the whole point of this stopping volume candle is to shake out the traders that are trapped in the previous move. That's the whole point of this. Okay? Go back and find this candlestick and you'll see that they go up every single time. It's a progressive move. It's a trap. Yeah? They did it here. They've done it here. And they come back into it. A very little one, right? They've done it here. Shift out all the way up. I'm seeing the same thing here. Okay? So just take that into consideration. Remember, his business model is about getting you to put your money down. Me personally, I'm saying Bitcoin's going up. Everyone is saying Bitcoin's going up. It's not rocket science. Honestly, it isn't. The ETF's coming out. It's an unlock of money from Wall Street, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to grab attention. The tweet yesterday, look at what it did. And that was by mistake. That was a hack. It's going up. The idea is, are you going to be in the trade beforehand? And I'm saying just be careful. Stick to spot. Use very minimal leverage. All right? So just please take that into consideration. Okay? We are mostly men here, no thank. Oh, you're bound to say that, Mike. Yes, all right. Yeah, all right. Bruv. Anyways. Bates has put down this comment. I don't trust the ETF. First major FUD of new bull. A lot of people don't trust the ETF. Hey, Jasmina, how you doing? Yeah, a lot of people do not trust the ETF. I get that. But what a classic example. Okay, I mean, what have we got here? Another comment. There's another super chat right there. Right, we're going to get into it all anyway. Let me just get into some... Let me get into some price action right now. Oh, Mike, thank you. Okay. So which direction will the ETF send Bitcoin? All right. So 55%. See, you're all, this is what I mean. Everybody's on the bench. We're 50-50. We're like, yeah, man. Is it going to go up? Whoa, no, it ain't going to go up. No, let's go over here. No, it's going up. No, it's going down, bro. Like, we're all at the same coffee table, ladies and gentlemen, and we're all sat there sipping our coffees and saying, nah, bro, don't do that. It's not going up. Shut up, man. It's not happening. We're all at the same coffee table battling the same thing. Now, imagine if you had a trade right now. The person that's saying to you, it's definitely going up, it's going up, it's definitely going up. He's in positions to the upside. Or the person that's saying, no, it's going down, it's going down. He's definitely going short on this move. But the person that's like, well, look, I've got my leverage, I've got my expectations. I'm expecting it to go higher. I'm already holding Bitcoin. If it increases on the ETF approval, happy days. I might take a little bit of profit. But just be mindful that everyone's going to be putting their agenda onto everyone. It's going up because it's the ETF. Bitcoin is being exposed to all of whatever capital is being endorsed out there. But what I'm saying to you is, don't fall for it. You're in this game of trading, treat it like a professional would. All right? I've said this before. Back in the days in the pits, They're these professional traders. And they used to use phones, used to hear the telephones. And those were effectively people calling into the brokers to place orders in the pits. During the non-farm payrolls, the phones were going crazy. And it wasn't because the professionals were placing the orders. It's because retail was calling up the brokers. The professionals were sat back, waiting for the non-farm payroll results to come out. Then they would be going in and making their calls on the backs of the retail trader, gambling. Be the professional, okay? Be the caretaker. Go in and clean up. Let the ETF roll out, then yippee-ki-yay, man. It's an easier job for you to trade. It's the anticipation that screws everyone. Now let's have a look at this. Tino, could you please check probable reversals phantom? Yep. And then we've got, what do you think is going to happen to ETH after Bitcoin ETF approximately? Okay. All right, so I'm giving you my idea of what I think Bitcoin is going to do. I have a price projection which is higher, okay? And we can go by various logics. We can go by a hybrid system. We can go by your Wyckoffs, your Elliott waves, your market ciphers, your ICTs, all your comments. Whatever strategy is out there, everyone's now trying to put and make sense to it, okay? We don't know. When was the last time we had so much hype about an ETF? Well, if you remember back in the day when Ethereum and Bitcoin were getting listed on the CME, well, since they got listed on the CME for futures, it's a dead market. Trust me, it's dead. You got spreads, right? Nearly like a 15, 25, 30 point spread. Oh, forget that. You go and open a depth of market order, okay, on the DOM, on Bitcoin futures, honestly, it's rough. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. It's like trading Forex with like 7 pip spread. Oh, my days. We'll get to that another time. But going into answering this question, what I think can happen, we don't know. You're looking for the Holy Grail? You ain't going to find it. But how do you improve the odds of probability working in your favor? Well, first things first, think about what everybody's thinking. Check this out. Fake Bitcoin ETF approval tweet causes 90 million in liquidations. Well, let's go and have a look at really what happened. It was more than that. We know it was around about $15-16 billion worth of liquidations in Binance, in principle, based off open interest, okay? Now we've got this area right here where we've currently got roughly, let me just run it on here, just make sure that I've got all the data on the max liquidity, okay? So let's have a look at it. So we've got roughly, on the assumption that there is approximately, at 48,300, we've got $1.2 billion worth of short liquidations, or $3.1 billion at 48,250, and then just slightly above that, at 48,000, we've got 48,300, we've got $1.2 billion worth of short liquidations. Now, all the way down here, we've got longs coming into play. All right, 2.6 billion at 44,250. Then we've got at 42,250, we've got another 2.4 billion. And then we go down here, 3 billion at 42,050. So you can see already people are inconsistent. They don't know what's going on. They don't know if they should be short. They don't know if they should be long. But people are putting money into the charts. And this is where it gets crazy. This is where you reduce the odds of being in a favorable trade. And if it does work in your favor and the ETF is released and it shoots up, you're going to call yourself the big dick and say, yeah, baby, I did it. I called it. Congratulations. It was a gamble. No different to you putting $50 on a number on a roulette table and it hits on your first spin. There's no skill to that. It's just a gamble, all right? Tell me you sat on a poker table and there's 15,000 players, okay, and you won the tournament. I'd say there was an element of skill there. You ran really well. And you beat 15,000 people, bro, you're smashing it. That's not luck. That's skill. Okay? Don't put yourself in those instances. How do you prepare for it? Well, you know one thing. Bitcoin will move up. Bitcoin will move down. Well, what do you mean it will move up and move down, Tina? How can I prepare for that? Well, go into the smaller time frames. Look at the 5-minute chart when the ETF approval comes into play. The first thing you're going to see is you're going to see a big, sharp candlestick. It could lead to a drop down. It could lead to a move up. You don't know. So wait. Once that's happened, okay, I'm asking you, just wait 5 minutes once the ETF approval comes into play, all right? Because what they could do, and they've not actually done it, or they haven't done it, all right? Well, they have actually done it in the past. But if Bitcoin completely crashes, what do you think people are going to do? They're going to withdraw from exchanges. And exchanges don't like that. Then you're going to see a halt on withdrawals from exchanges. Now you're in shit street. That might not be the case, but it could be. So you're better off waiting until 5 minutes after it happens. I'm not here to scare you. I'm here to get you to prepare for the biggest event in cryptocurrency. You don't want to be on the wrong side. Now, if you're already in longs, it's different. Your money management is going to say, well, if it goes beyond this point, I get liquidated, or it goes beyond this point, I've locked in profit. Congratulations. But don't play with fire. Just be careful. It's a big event. You ain't missing out on nothing. Because if this event's really going to bring a lot of liquidity into cryptocurrency, Bitcoin ain't going to stop moving up. For every move to the upside, you're going to see a retrace back down, continuation to the upside. They can't offer continuously. They can't bid continuously. They have to balance it. It has to come back up, come back down to garner the interest, because as it keeps on going up and up and up and up, there's going to be people that are going to be like, hold on a second, I'm not going to get involved in this. But Bitcoin's different. Bitcoin is all about accumulation, all right? If it keeps on going up and up and up and up, yeah, bigger players are going to keep on buying Bitcoin, keep on buying it and buying it and buying it. But then other people might not be like buying it. They might want someone to sell into. And if there's no one there buying it, then no one's really going to sell. Then we're going to get the crash on the price. So again, listen to what I'm saying. I'm giving you two scenarios. It's going to be that or it's not. But that's what you're doing. You're trading a news event. But why is it after the news event? It's more clearer to you. For the person that's going to wake up in the next few hours, imagine the ETF gets approved. Bitcoin shoots up, okay? And then after the approval, it comes back down again. The person wakes up and looks at his chart and says, hold on a second. So it got approved. What have I got? I've got a big move to the upside, a big move to the downside, red vector candle to the top side. I'm going to trade into that logic. He's more confident and has less pressure to actually not trade the event itself, but he trades the aftermath, the post. In other words, this. Bitcoin ETF approval. Wow, it's shooting up. It comes back down after about 20 minutes, okay? Then it stabilizes. Then all of a sudden it moves back up and then it comes back down, stabilizes. Then it slowly starts its move up. Then you get a little push. Then you get a nice bigger push, the Asian session. And then it comes back down again. Some profit taking's coming into play. And then it continues back up again. Look at the bids over here. There's guys up there that are going to look to sell. I mean, if we go all the way up to 55,000, you've got 19 million at 55,000, okay? So we've got people that are prepared to sell as Bitcoin goes up, so that's not a problem. Just look. Look at how they came up. People were selling. People were buying into it. They come back down again, and then they're looking to do the same thing. That's what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Cool. 814 likes, 200 more, we get onto the altcoins. Let's get with it, okay? I hope that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me know if it does make sense. If it doesn't make sense, I apologize. I will try again later on tonight. I hope tonight's live is going to be one of those lives where it's like, yeah, baby, the ETF has come into play, you know? So just take that into consideration. And just before we do that, let me just actually, hold on, pull up this gentleman's comment about Phantom. Let's just look at that. Okay, Phantom. Here we go. So we've got sideways price action, bruv. Okay. It's forming another pattern, but this one's a little bit more deeper. Why? There's more consolidation. You've got this W formation right here. Okay. Now, for this to be a valid pattern structure to continue higher, I need to see it break this point. This is on the 5-minute time frame. It has to break this point, which means on the higher time frames, on the hourly, we're seeing a much bigger pattern being formed. Okay. So if we just come away from this, look in front of you, you can see a red vector candle right there, getting ready to switch to the upside, all right? Shifting out. We need to really see it clear this point right here at 39 cents, all right? So just take that into consideration. Now, moving down. No Tino, must trade. No event will be an event, though. This is true. You know, the idea, this is going to be probably one of the most wildest moments in cryptocurrency. I don't know if anybody really is ready for it, okay? It's crazy. Last time everyone was pumped at the fact that Elon was purchasing Bitcoin. It went mad. February the 8th. Go back in the charts. February the 8th, 2021. Okay? Look at what happened. Bitcoin shoots up. All right? This event, all right, Elon. Okay, cool. Tesla. They ain't going to be buying billions of dollars worth of Bitcoin. They ain't going to be putting all of their capital up for Bitcoin. But this ETF means that we've got millions of other people out there with lots of capital, especially on the BlackRock management, that could give that Bitcoin exposure, okay? What have we got? All right, then. Tino, what do you think will be the low of a wick down? My liquidation is around 28K. Look, that sort of question, bruv, is you can never assume where a wick can end up, okay? We can put a pinpoint somewhere in the chart and say, yeah, maybe Bitcoin could come to this point or it could go to that point. But you've got to look at it in terms of risk to ruin. You don't want to allow your liquidation to be all the way at 28K. Now, it depends on how much money you're using, all right? But ideally, if you're going to let your liquidation be 28K, well, why don't you set your stop to be around 38? And if it's breaking down to 38, it's probably going to keep on going lower, because the 30 range was around the 35, 36 was a little bit of a resistance zone. And it's probably going to pick up and it can collapse even further from there. For it to drop from this price point all the way down, and the only thing that could potentially do that is no chance for the ETF. It's not going to happen. A delay, different story. It's going to give you a different reaction. But I don't really encourage anyone to use a liquidation as a stop. You shouldn't, because you can change direction. Imagine this. You've got Bitcoin's price right now. Hypothetically, you're going short from this range, okay? Just as an example, okay? Why is it not coming up? Anyway, oh, my screen. Okay, yeah, I know why. Imagine you go short from here, okay? You've got effectively a liquidation of, let's go up to 54,000, all right? You're there and you're like, nah, man, it's not going to do it. We think it's not going to do it, but we don't know. But you've got 54,000 all the way up there. Can Bitcoin travel that far in an instance? Maybe not so much in an instance, but who knows? We haven't seen it yet because we haven't had an ETF with approval in cryptocurrency before that is as significant as this one, okay? Imagine Bitcoin would have to go up 20%, all right? 20% in one move. Even if it showed promise of going up so aggressively, you were to take half of this move. Are you going to be sat there looking at the chart, witnessing Bitcoin from this point right here, which is at 49,532, all right? You're sat in a short from this point and it's going up, it's going up, it's going up. And you're going to let it go to 54. Because if it can make it towards 50 and the news is good, Bitcoin's going up. Because imagine how many people have actually seen the charts and said, you know what, it's going up, I'm going to buy. They're going to be forcing people to step in. The best thing for you to do is say, I'm not going to let my liquidation hold. I'm going to take the loss, change direction inside of this range. At least if I've caught the momentum, because you don't want to be... How many people do you know have success at stepping in front of a runaway train and stopping it? No one. Even the Hulk steps back a little bit, and that's the Hulk. He moves back a bit. That's what this is, this area. So don't fight it. Change direction. Yep, you're going to take a little bit of a smack if it comes all the way up to this point. But your leverage, if you've done it correctly, should really only take a maximum 10% of your capital, because then you can take the trade on the continuation and at least pick up at another 4%, at least, because you're riding the momentum. So please take that into consideration, ladies and gentlemen. All right, especially you with the gentleman that's trying to, with the 28K wick. Okay, here we go. Retro House Invasion. Tino, an approval doesn't mean it's available for trading. Here we go. Yeah, approval doesn't mean it's available for trading. It will take a while before it can really be traded. So Wall Street's money can't go in yet, even if it gets approved. Does that make sense? It does make sense. But look what a bloody tweet did. The logistics of the ETF itself, right? Whether it can be traded or not, you ain't killing cryptocurrency's idea of cryptocurrency. Look at meme coins, right? When the guys start smacking that buy button, they ain't stopping them. They could have their mother in the background screaming, have you paid the rent? Have you got the shopping? Have you got the money for the shopping, for food? You know, your daughter's birthday's round the corner. We're going to book that event. Nah, I just brought Bitcoin, babe. Sorry. What? Yeah, it's going up, man. We got the ETF approval. Nah. I'm not interested in the party. Fuck it. We'll take her to a restaurant. Don't worry about it. No. What do you mean? Yeah, it's going, man. It's going. That thinking is what's going to make Bitcoin go. Even though it's not ready for trading. That's the thing that we're trading right now. We're trading that moment he starts pressing this button because no one wants to miss out. That's the truth. You want to trade that. Be prepared to be on the sidelines with those guys when it goes up, it goes down, and you ain't reacting in time. All right? Believe me, I've been there before when I've sat in those sort of trades in Forex, where an event like that in Forex is phenomenal. 200-300 pip move to the upside, and you're like, whoa, where did that come from? I'm looking for an ADR, an average daily range of around 50 to 60 pips. I'm happy as a pig in shit. But when I see a 300 pip move, I'm like, oh my days, bruv. Oh, wow. I get excited and I'm like, oh my God. I've done that too many times. I know what it's like. Don't be that person. Altcoins. Let's have a look. Here we go. What time is it? Oh my days. Oh my days. Right. So we have got ARK is coming up into play right now with the altcoins. $1.49 billion worth of shorts have been closed, or some sales have happened on Bitcoin at the 44,410. Like I said before, I don't expect Bitcoin to really do much until the ETF gets approved. There's going to be some sideways price action, guys. And that's the truth right there. Going into where we at, the Nasdaq and the S&P there, yeah, we've got a lot of sideways action only because of tomorrow's data. So just take that into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, because it's going to be a very quiet day, in my opinion, overall. Nothing's happening in the markets. I mean, we've got news like this, house purchase prices, and the word on the street is that inflation is going to come and trickle down, okay? And home purchase applications increase in the first week of 2024. And this is what Mark Wilson was saying, JP Morgan, that if this rally in the stock market is going to continue higher, right, then we need to see the economy actually growing and showing promise. So if the economy is going to be moving up higher, then there is a good chance that Coinbase is going to keep on moving up because it's a stock market, all right? It's an asset in the stock market. Funds move this market. All right, 925 funds own this stock, okay? Management holds 16% of the stock. Funds hold 40% of it. Coinbase is 62% in debt in the company itself, all right? So they're prone to interest rate increases. But if the economy starts to increase and it starts to showing promise, then this rally to the upside is going to be beneficial. I mean, you only need to look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA itself, all-time highs. What is going on? This is a graphics card company. Look at it. Nearly $2 trillion market cap. Another one up there with Amazon. Okay? It's killing it right now. Lots of money is going into this. And if the economy starts to do well, you're just going to see influx of money going into the Bitcoin ETF. Because the same money that's going into NVIDIA, which in principle does produce graphics cards for the same individuals who are going to be mining cryptocurrency, and the same companies such as, where is it? What we got? We've got Riot right here as a cryptocurrency company on the stock market, looking like it wants to get ready to move up. You've got Mara coming into play right there. Look at it. It's all going up in favor. Stock market goes up, Bitcoin will be going up as well, but with a little bit more oomph because we're now getting Wall Street stepping into it with this ETF. All right? But not to piss on your fire. Just remember, when Wall Street comes into cryptocurrency, Bitcoin will start behaving like Wall Street. And that's the truth. Okay? Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to love you and leave you. I've kept you here too long. Make sure you tune into tonight's live stream where we're going to dive into some altcoins. Sorry I haven't gone through that many altcoins right now, but I'll be checking in with you all later on tonight. All right? Please be safe. And if the ETF happens, I will jump on the live straight away. All right? Take care of yourselves, gang. Mad love. Peace.
starting to change. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Apologize for the lateness. Had an issue with this hot swap button on my Restream account. Didn't realize that it turned into a studio. Anyway, we are back at it. God bless each and every one of you for being here and jumping on in with me. We're going to get that music back up and running. 44,970. Bitcoin just kind of playing games. I'm in a giant long. We'll see what happens. I'm either going to go down in smoke and flames, or I'm going to go up with the fire and the brimstone. We'll see what happens. Put the lemon into the water. Let's get it going. Let's decalcify that pineal gland. I worked out today. I hope you did too. Today I did upper focus. It was a lot of work like this, a lot of shrugging, awesome stuff, a lot of shoulder work, a lot of bicep work. It was awesome. I had a blast. I hope you did too. God bless each and every one of you for being here and sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Welcome to the greatest show on earth, the Crypto Lover Show, baby! Give yourself a pat in the back just for getting here, because we're going to rip it up like we do every single day. We're going to find out new coins. We may even make a live trade. We may see the trade I'm in, boom, to the upside. Who knows what's going to happen? We're going to learn something. We're going to have fun. We're going to venture into the market. We're not going to be afraid. We're going to live in love, and we're going to do what we do every single day, and that means we do what we want to do, which is what we love to do, baby. We're going to hurt no one. We're going to be awesome to everyone, and we're going to have a blast. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Let's make the greatest show on earth today, baby. By 12 p.m. today, let's make sure everybody around the internet knows this was the greatest show on earth. Shout out to everybody here. Let's take a huge sip of lemon water. Let's stay hydrated. And I can't wait to jump into these charts and sink my teeth into Bitcoin like we do every single day. No days off here at this channel. If you're just jumping on in, we do it every single day. This channel has not taken a day off. I may be late here and there, but we go thousands of days straight, and we continue to push forward. We did back-to-back bookends from 2022 and 2023. I asked the Lord for the power, the energy, and just the absolute opportunity and luckiness. I mean, it just straight, to be able to go the entire year without any mishaps, any issues, any problems. God bless everyone. Let's do it again in 2024. I had to get it in. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Let's jump on in to the charts. Ooh, what a day it is to be alive. It is super warm here in Massachusetts. It's never 54 degrees. It's like 52, but it even feels balmier than that. Last night I did feel this warmness in the air. Pretty interesting. Shout out to Lakochi Coker hooking me up. Shout out to everybody here in the way. You're going to need to pee midway through. No, I never do. It's funny. I do this all the time, and I never do. You must be new to the channel. We know we got a newbie, because I never have to pee midway through. I don't know why. I just never do. It is what it is. We're going to pin this awesome message here. If you want to join the channel, you want to join the trading group, hit cryptolifer.com right here, the pinned message at the top. We will see you there. Cryptolifer.com, baby, the place to be. Learn to trade, unlock financial freedom, gain an education, and find financial freedom. See what you can do. You can trade any market in the world with what we teach you. And you can also jump into our newsletter here, which will blow your mind. I'd love to see you jumping into the newsletter. Just put your email in here, click on that, and I'm going to give you 2 awesome newsletters a week that are going to blow your mind. Let's jump into Bitcoin like I do every single day. Now, if you're with me, I was watching the 7-minute and kind of looking at it possibly like there, but maybe a shoulder, a head, and possibly like a right shoulder, almost like that was a shoulder, here's a head, and there's a right shoulder. Could we break back to the upside? Could the 7-minute make a divvy, get the move back on up? That's kind of the strange flow that I'm looking at here for Bitcoin, all right? I've seen these weird patterns play out before. However, it was a bit of a diamond. I looked at it last night, but I felt like the diamond came in from the bottom. But I guess we could came in from the top, which means it usually would leave out the top. You know what I mean? But we could say, I guess, you could extend the diamond number 1. Hold on, let me see this. You could extend the diamond like this almost. And say it came in, and it's coming back out. Like, it could be a slanted diamond. We haven't seen one in a while. So that's, we got to take that into account. I haven't seen that before or even considered it. So I like to have these affirmations and these wow moments with each and every one of you. If I do it all the time, eventually I'm going to have a wow moment live with all of you. And so that's the plan. All right. That's why I love doing this live with each and every one of you. Couple ideas for Bitcoin. One idea is this is a beautiful retest. And to get into the trade right here with the stop loss for me on the other side of the pattern. So this is what I did. I decided, you broke out. This is what I said to myself. I said resistance, 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 fake out, resistance, breakout. Lose this level, come test this level. I said that's a great place for me to enter along. I said that's beautiful supportive resistance. That's an SR flip. And we touched the 200 SMA and we bounced off of it. The 1 hour is also overbought. And look at this. We've got hidden bullish divergence on the 1 hour time frame, which tells me that the trend should continue to the upside. Hidden bullish says you should break the high inside the divergence. It hasn't let us down, not once yet. There was even hidden bullish here. You know, you don't mind the wicks. It was class C hidden bullish. But see how much sharper that downtrend was than that, even though, you know what I mean? It's not amazing. I'm not saying it's unreal. And if you extended it, which is a little much, but if you did extend it, you could see that we had an uptrend here while we had a downtrend there, and this little bounce in never touched. If this touched, then you would have to say no. But because this middle section never touched, and you could connect these, that is a hidden bullish divergence. I've backtested all these types of things. Most people haven't. So I don't really need to justify whether it is or not. If you do the years and years of work I do, you'll eventually be like, wow. But only if you go in to the deepest places in your mind and you play with these charts. I'm serious. Like, alone, late at night, burning the candle from both ends, and doing it because you love it. Not even for the money anymore. Like, just because you absolutely love it. Like, I love what I do. I live in love every single day. Passion is the key word to every single time I wake up in the morning. I couldn't have been here without passion. I would have been doing something someone else told me to do. If you live in love, you will not be denied. I followed my heart to get here, everybody. I was at work. I dreamed of doing something different. And now I'm here. We're running YouTube. We're doing our thing. We're having a blast. We're one of the fastest growing YouTube communities in the game. Maybe the fastest. And we have the strongest community in the game, the most loyal community in the game. You people literally are the strongest community. Like, if the lifers, unbelievable. Like, I have been blessed to meet, to know, and to have the greatest people on earth in my trading group, in my community, and on my live streams. Most positive people. You guys say nice things to each other. The way you interact with each other is with respect, love, and honor. All of you. That's the type of people I want to be around. That's the community that I would like. That's why I built something with love, high frequency. Everyone around here wants to vibrate high, wants to have a high frequency. No one here wants to put someone down. No one here wants to be depressed. Nobody here is in that, if they are in a bad place, they want to rise up out of it. And they know they can do it with the group and with the help of each other, right? So back to Bitcoin, but I just want to be blessed. As the year ended, I had so much gratitude. And with the loss of my parents, there's that feeling of just where can I look for gratitude? And so I'm always looking for gratitude every day. And I have so much gratitude for each and every one of you. And I have so much gratitude for the trading group. And it's because of how you treat me and how you treat each other. And that's the type of environment that I want to spend my time in every day. So bless you all. Thank you. It's a great business. I understand I get paid to run it. It's awesome. But at the end of the day, really the energy each and every one of you produce also cannot be bought or replicated. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I'm done spewing the gratitude. I know I got to get into the charts, but I'm blown away by each and every one of you. I really am. Like, I read the comments. I may not write back on everything. I scan when I can, and I see the way you cheat. I see the way people help each other. I see the way people teach each other. I see the way people guide each other. I see the way that people speak to each other with love, with respect. And it just really, it was my dream. It was my dream. And it's coming, like, that was my real dream. And, Master Friend does it the same way with the Purple Crew. Everything in the trading group does is the consciousness is just a continuation of what I always dreamed it would be. And I followed my heart to get here, and it shows, it's full of love and life. So God bless you all. So I'm long on Bitcoin. I showed you why. My stop loss is outside of here, okay? And it is what it is, right? I won't be facetious, you know what I mean? I kept trading a lot of futures, and I eventually get bonus. I've never gotten a bonus, but I eventually got, I won a lot of whatever, and I got $1,800 bonus, which was awesome at such a good time. So, you know what I mean? I could burn through the 18 and still have my actual portfolio. So remember, I took out the 5, if you guys remember correctly. I took the 5 to 7, took it out. The 5 got hit. I got hit yesterday for about 5. I took it down to probably 449, 49 or 485. Lost $100 last night, so I was at 44. And then got this 18, which puts me at 62, right? But they gave me a bonus of 18, so perfect time for the bonus. So I basically, I went a little more riskier, obviously, with that bonus. So I just want to let everyone know, whenever I do something, I'm super transparent every single time. And I've never got a bonus in my life here, so it's kind of cool. You know what I mean? And what a perfect time for the bonus. You know what I mean? So, of course, I just want you to know that I really don't have any risk here. So, lucky me. If I get burned and I lose the 18, I still lose the bonus, but I don't have to lose my own money, right? So, and normally it is all my own. I just want to make you clear. Normally it is always my money because you'll never see a bonus here. See on the right side? All right. But that's how you know it is a bonus. So if you ever see a YouTuber, they don't show you this and they're trading, they may be trading a bonus and you'll never know. You'll never know. And you know what I mean? I want to be as open as I can at all time. All right. This is MEXC. If you want to trade MEXC, get yourself a Plow ID, KYC, get yourself done right and do it right if you want. You know what I mean? But MEXC, the place to be if you could do it where you are. 0.1 spot maker and taker fees, 0.1 future maker fee, and 0.5. If you hold the MEXC token, the lowest fees in the entire game, only 0.25. They slashed that in half. So I'm telling you right now, you can't have a better future experience holding the MEXC tokens and having a blast. So jump on a MEXC today. It's where I trade. It's where I love to do it. You can do whatever, So I'm long on Bitcoin right now, and I'm up at about $23, 1.5%. We'll see what happens. The trade has been up or down. We're swinging. It's extremely volatile. But I've shown you why I'm long. Like, no ETF. I don't really care. I'm not like, if the ETF comes out today, great. It's in the back of my mind. I'm aware of it. But this is my trade. You know what I mean? And I give a trade every time I make a trade in the morning, and I usually make a trade between 10 and 12, between Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And not every Monday, but Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you'll catch me doing trades. I might even trade on the weekends. It all depends, but mainly you'll catch me opening up a Bitcoin trade Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, somewhere between 10 and 1 o'clock, almost every single week. And I give it to my community. We've been amazing. We've been spot on. I've been hitting so many of the trades. We did get hit. I got hit yesterday in that insanity, but I was up and I was about to take profit, and I did get distracted. People came over the house. Yada, excuses, but I was up in the trade at one point, However, I accomplished my goal of bringing the 5 to 7, and I'm back to do it again, and I got the help of the bonus. We'll see what happens. All right. Now, so I'm risking 1,800 for about $5,000 on this trade. So if Bitcoin gets the ETF approval, we get the move. And if, falling wedges break up 6 to 8% of the time, stochastics are oversold, pushing to the upside. Hidden bullish divergence tells us the trend should continue to the upside, and we're above the 200 SMA. I like my odds of winning here, and I'm using a pattern to kind of block myself from getting stopped out. I love when I can actually use the entire pattern because I have the top and the bottom trend line and this high volume node, and the previous resistance has been flipped. So I'm using support and resistance, traditional SNR flip, which is a great way. Some people are trading that right away. So there's going to be a lot of people pushing the price up there. I'm using tight moving averages, which I know, 200 SMA. I'm using stochastics RSI, which have momentum to the upside. And I'm using the age-old hidden bullish, which is showing me that there is going to be a continuation to the upside. And I trade this over and over again. Put 20K into Bitcoin here at hidden bullish divergence. So far, that has been a great move. We'll see what happens. Okay. So now we're bullish. You can see we're up in the trade now, about $88 in the money. Shout out to anyone that's in the money right now. God bless you all. How many times have you seen me in the money this week live on the channel? I've been in the money almost every single time I've opened up a trade on this channel live. I've lost a couple, but we've been banging on them to the upside. Shout out to anyone that did or did not take the trade. Did anyone take the trade in the trading group? Let's go. Muddy is calling. Hello, Muddy. What's going on, Muddy? Yeah, you want to pay me? Yeah, I'll be here waiting with my hands open. God bless you. Yeah, I have a whole crew of people, too, that want to get paid, too. Yeah, we all have our hands open. Yeah, we're waiting. Thank you. Send us the gains, please. Thank you. We appreciate it. Now, look, I went from 88 to 16. That's how volatile this market is. If you don't have the guts to hang on and watch these swings, this is not the market for you. I'm in at $1,255. Okay, and I didn't risk the whole bonus even. If I get burned out there, I still got 6 to burn, which is kind of crazy. I've never had a bonus in my life. This is kind of crazy. I always built my own bonuses, and no one ever gave me a dime, This is a really cool feeling, to be honest. All right. But we'll see. Liquidation is 43.7, which is, I like that. I'm far away. I always play with the margin and the isolation to make sure that I'm not at a too close liquidation. I also have a stop loss that's always, my stop loss is at 42,680. Oh, yeah, my stop loss is lower than my liquidation. See, I didn't pay attention. See, I got to watch that. See, the bonus got me doing something I normally wouldn't do. So look at that. So the liquidation is at dang. So that changes the whole risk-reward ratio. So I would get liquidated so you got to put the stop loss at 43.7. So I sort of lowered the leverage and up my ante. Wow, look, up $129 that fast. Man, that's crazy. That's a scalperino. I could readjust. You know what I mean? I like that, though. First trade of the day, just kind of snipe it. Because then I could readjust again and put myself in the same trade, you know? Like, yeah, I'm going to take the 100. So, I closed that trade, all right? I'm going to jump back into the trade. But look, I already used their money to make $100, right? And if I keep doing that, then I can give their money back. And that's the plan. Wow, we went to 315 though, right? 297. So let me look at the chart now. Let's get back into it. Shout out to the 1,417 people here on the live. Who's loving the way we do this? Shout out to everybody here on the live. This is called Prickles and Goo by Alf1. All right. God bless everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. We appreciate you. We love you. And we can't wait to take you to space. All right. Get ready to go to space. And look, I sold that local top 453 just for a second. Let's take a look at the 5 and the 7. Not spent yet. Showing some signs of life here. And so let's break it down. What do we see happening on the smaller time frames? You know I'm the small time frame guy. I can trade the 1 second chart, the 5 second chart. Who's seen me trade the 1 second? I've traded the 1 second before, only like 5 or 10 times. I've traded the 5 second like 30 times. I trade the 30 second hundreds of times. I trade the 1 minute like 1,000 times in my life. I trade the 5 and the 7 minute all day long, like for a living. And I trade the 1 hour and the 4 hour all the time too. You know what I mean? On swing trades, on altcoins, it depends. I mean, I'll teach you how to trade any time frame. And then I have long-term bags on the weekly. I have a trade on almost every time frame. It's kind of insane. Because I got weekly altcoin trades for long-term bags. I got swing trades in the 1 hour and the 4 hour. You know, I run scalps on the small time frames on futures. I can trade any single time frame, and I can teach you how to do it. And I do it here live every day, too. We do it all the time. So anyway, when you get pulled away from the 21-day moving average, you usually come back to it. Once you scoop and get above it, there's a likelihood you're going to move to the 200 SMA. Somewhat of a bullish sign here for Bitcoin. And you can see you're inside a symmetrical triangle. They are 50-50 bilateral patterns. In my life, literally 80% of the time, they break to the downside. So mainly I see them dump. So look, you're in a symmetrical triangle here. This is it for Bitcoin. You're either going to break down to 43,862 or you're breaking all the way up to 46,432. And that's kind of where we're going in the next hour to two, right? 46,400 would be amazing. To get above this POC would be awesome. To break through this trend, resistance would get a nice move to the upside, all right? Let's take a look at our 1 minute and our 5 minute chart, both getting a little overbought. But I like where we're sitting, getting tighter in the channel for Bitcoin, all right? And the coolest thing about it is I can enter this trade yet again in the exact same manner that I was going to trade it the first time. And so let me show you. You know, it was going to be a bigger time frame trade. 1 hour and a 4 hour trade, so I wasn't too stressed about being up or down, okay? I like to win more than I lose. That's just an obvious fact, right? That's the human nature. So you feel better when you win. All right, I just want to make that clear. It feels good to win. Who likes to win their trades? You know what I mean? Who loves to lose their trades and just they trade to lose? Who here trades to lose, you know? 12-hour VWAP, break it down. You're the man, Sam. God bless you. When we do reckon the news come out. When we do reckon that news, they're not their news. When we do reckon that their news coming out there about that ETF there, boy. We gonna hear about that there ETF, boy. You gonna tell us about them news, boy? I am not a time traveler, although I say I am. I'm not, okay? Even if I told you I was, you wouldn't believe me anyway. So it's better off that I tell you that I'm not. I just know exactly when Bitcoin's gonna move at the exact moment in time, almost, to a T, over and over again. But, don't worry about that. Don't stress yourself with how that happens. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to watch the channel hang out, and get paid. All right. 1 hour looks absolutely amazing. I like what we're doing here. I like this trend line. And as I told you before, I see it as a giant retest here. And I see this as what's going down, right? So once I build the story, Morning Glory, and I look at it in all its entirety, and you can see I am taking my time to build. All right? I'm taking my time to build. Even on the futures chart, and I can do this. You can do this on P, but I like to be where I'm at. You know what I mean? That's just who I am. I'm like a real hands-on kind of guy. I like to get in there. You know? I like to get into the nitty-gritty. And I like risk. I really do love risk. I figured, I'd rather be in risk than not be in risk. Period. You know what I mean? Because there's no other way to live but then to take a risk. So that's how it is, 271 risk reward ratio. I think I can squeeze it up to 3. Yeah, right there. So there we have it again. Same trade, nothing has changed. Stop is 43,650. Take profits 50,496. All right. And I'm at a 3-to-1 risk reward ratio. I can jump on out of here, hit the long button, and you can see every trade I take is thought out. Every trade I take has a risk reward ratio. Every trade I take has proper risk management. Every trade I take is thought out. Even if it's a scalp right now, and I didn't know I was going to take it per se, I look at it, and I make my long-term trades are the same way. Unless I'm buying something that I believe is going to go up in price action in the next 4 or 5 months, and I'm buying long-term bags. You know what I mean? Which I do. I just keep saying over and over again, they won't approve anything. You never know what's going to happen. I just stay open-minded and keep my trade the way it was supposed to. I would trade this regardless of the ETF. I would be doing this exact same thing. It's a retest with the falling wedge. You know what I mean? I would be doing the exact same thing. So 740 for $2,000, right? And we'll see where's the liquidation though. 43.9, okay? And my stop loss is at 43,650, right? So what I gotta do is I gotta lower the levy, and I gotta raise the amount of money I want to put in here to get myself to a sweet spot. Now look, the stop is 43,650, but the liquidation price is lower. I like it, okay? Bang. Look, I would have been even further up in my trade. We're going. So I'm back in the long, taking it. All right. And if this slips down, I'm going to take it again, right? I'm going to add to this as the day goes on, up until my threshold of my bonus, right? So here we go now. 19x leverage, $25,000 trade, $1,300 in the trade, and I leave that be now. All right, I leave that be. So you see where I'm at for Bitcoin. I'm watching this 5 or the 7 minute, my go-to time frames. The Progressive House is awesome too. Bitcoin Bulls here need to calm down. Shout out to Alif Rahman. Oh no, here he goes, right? If you're on the live, you're in the right place at the right time. Yeah. Let's look at the bearish scenario. But look, we just slightly broke out. See that? Slight. It's not a big deal. Let's look at the bearish scenario, because people are calling me a perma bull or something. Let's take a look at the bearish scenario, and let's take a look at what, if we're not 100% right. It's funny, that flag broke to the upside. So crazy. Let's take a look at the most bearish scenario. What could happen if it doesn't, let's just break it down. So right off the bat, all right, the moving averages are starting to get a little far apart. You got swing up to swing up while you got swing down. You have bearish div on the daily, which I'm telling you right now is something that we have to listen to. Some could say, well, that was the bearish div there, and it tried to play out, and you got nothing. And now you're doing something different, because look, these swing up together. And so you could almost say that the bearish divergence tried to do it, and it didn't do it. So there's two thoughts on this. I'm under the overall thought bearish div is bearish div. You still got it here because this doesn't touch. If that touched, then I would have to say no. But it doesn't. I could make this connection without that getting in the way. That's how I got over that. Because for years I've gone over that. And when you get deep into trading, you're going to get to these kind of like crossroads of trading. And you're going to have to ask yourself how you're going to cross that road. If you do it right, then things are going to go your way. You see what I'm saying? And things will always go your way if you have a plan. Whether you win or lose. Because the plan will, you either get stopped out, which was the plan, or you hit, which should be the plan. All right. So that's a little bit bearish right there for right off the bat. The 2-day chart has bearish div. Right now we have tweezer tops. In 8 hours, that's going to close pretty bearish. If you're not paying attention to the bigger charts, this 3-day chart's going to close bearish. Tweezer tops. All right. So that's in 2 days and 9 hours. So it's not all awesome. Bearish div on all the time frames from basically the daily to the 5-day chart. So does that mean we take a nasty dump? Most likely, most of the time it does. I hate to be the bearer of bear news. But, and we are starting to make a bit of a rising wedge here. So then it comes down to support or resistance. All right. And so that's when I flip to the weekly, and that's why we're always kind of taking away the moving averages for a second and just kind of zooming out to what we see happening on the weekly chart. And this is where I assess kind of the bigger ideas. So while that trade cooks and sits, and that's a bigger trade, either I win or I lose. We've gone over it already. All right, and I'm risking kind of what I already took out the market today, which is good. So if looks like it's probably down $100 again. We'll see. Extremely volatile today. Good day to maybe even step away and not trade at all. If you feel like you have to trade today, go for a walk. You know what I mean? I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I'm saying should be taken as financial advice. Can I invest in you rather than crypto? It's probably a good idea. You know what I mean? Many people have asked. You know what I mean? I like the return on my investment. I'll tell you that. My parents, they got a good return on their investment. My mom and dad got a damn good return on their investment. Makes me want to have more kids. You know what I mean? Sorry, babe. Nothing. Someone said, can I invest in you instead of crypto? Yeah, they said, can I invest in you instead of... And I said, my parents got a good return on their investment, I said, that's why I want to have more kids. And then I said, sorry, babe, Anyway, so the weekly, it did break out of a flag. However, even the weekly's got a little bearish div there. You got to heed that. You can't look at weekly bearish div and act like it didn't happen, right? And so it's all about support or resistance. Can we hold 43,976? If we don't, we're going to test 40,999. And if we lose that, there's a level here on the weekly at 39. And there's a level right here at about 36. So it's not all bullish. We may come back down and test some other areas. It's not all like, yeah. Look at the daily. It closed bearish yesterday with tweezer tops. It's a bearish sign right off the bat. The Stokes are curving down, and you got bearish divergence. And the 21 is pretty far from the 200, telling us that we may likely get a nice drop to the downside here. So I don't want people to get super, super, oh my God, and get 100%. There's no such thing as bearishness here. You must be open-minded to anything. Can you handle Bitcoin coming back down to 38,000? Can you handle Bitcoin coming back down to 31,000? Could you handle 25K? Who here in the chat could handle $25,000 Bitcoin? I could handle it. It would be fun, but I could handle it. And I have capital ready, and my life would be okay. And I'd wake up I wouldn't be too emotional about it. Like I'm in a pretty good place where I could handle it. There was years ago where I couldn't, and it would have probably devastated me. Put a 1 in the comment section if you could handle 25,000 and you would actually take it as a blessing and get more BTC. All right? I just want to make sure people understand that this isn't the channel you come to get like what you want to hear. This is the channel where you come to get what you need to hear. Okay? I don't even like what I say sometimes. I cringe for my own, oh God, like really? Bitcoin, But I got to tell myself the facts. Right? I can't sugarcoat it for myself, so I can't sugarcoat it for you. So you help me stay real, and I appreciate that. Right? So we got to keep it real. 100. We got to keep it 100. So, bang. So I made the trade off of the 1 hour and the 4 hour, and I sealed my fate. We'll see what happens, and I publicly called, what I did. So, Either I win or I lose. Good morning. Alex and I are watching before he goes to school. Have a great day, brother. Thank you for all your hard work. Rudy in Vegas. Shout out to Rudy. God bless Alex. Hope you're having a wonderful day, Alex. Thank you for everything. Be good to your dad. Do good in school. You know what I mean? And you're gonna have an amazing life because your dad's a forward thinker, and he's gonna provide you with so much awesome information. You're gonna learn school, and you're also gonna learn the school of life through your father. So blessings between you and your dad, and may you guys share a bond forever, man. God bless. All right, so this is what I'm seeing for BTC. Big time frames. Also, the daily starting to get a little overbought. So, and that's bearish. All right, in our second bearish candle today, if that closes red, I mean, that's a second bearish candle. It did wick back up. We are close to the 21. It's not all bad. All right. So, again, I don't know where Bitcoin's going to go. I know nothing but the fact of my own ignorance. I have no clue. I have no idea. Okay, I just want to make that clear. I have no idea where Bitcoin's going. All right. That's what got this channel. It's insane. I've been saying that for a long time, and I think that's what got this channel to where it is today. I don't subscribe to tell you I know where the price is going to go. All I'm doing is probability. And if you listen to, older traders than me, I'm 40 years old. Go listen to a 55-year-old trader, a 60-year-old trader. Go listen to Trading in the Zone, which I push everybody to listen to in my trading group, and see what they say in Trading in the Zone. Mark Douglas will break it down for you on another level of mentality that'll have you really rethinking the way you used to think about trading. All right? Mark Douglas will change the way you think. All right. God bless everybody here in the live. All right. So we're waiting for a bounce off of the top of this trend line. I'm watching the 1 hour inside of this falling wedge, broadening falling wedge. If you actually research this, yeah. And I guess I'm going to keep it in this channel for now. And then remember the 7-minute kind of inverted head and shoulder there inside of the symmetrical triangle. Okay. 7 minutes a little overbought. That doesn't give me good vibes. But we are in the pump. We're probably in the money now on the trade, right? 11, damn. I thought I'd be in the money by then. I jumped in a little too heavy there at that one spike. It happens when you're streaming. I don't like where the 7-minute is. We're going to have to wait that out. You know what I mean? That could crash us right back down to here and give us a price action at about 44. We could go down $1,000, So just boom. The symmetrical triangle go either way, and you're getting overbought on the stochastics, which tells me that I may lose that, but my trade's bigger. I have a bigger stop loss, but just, I'm way far out here. See, my trade's a big trade. My stop loss is out here, It's on another, it's right here, right? Stop drawing lines, boy. Anyway, you see it on the chart here. Yeah. Only time will tell whether I win or lose my trade. I already won one trade. We'll see where it goes. Trading in the zone was amazing. Got to read 100 more times. Amen. Coinbase has 2 recent wicks above 45.6 that didn't happen on other exchanges. Yeah, you'll see a lot of that too. Let's take a look at our DXY, the dollar index, and see what's happening for the DXY. Remember, we looked at it keenly yesterday, and we talked about a break to the downside. Right now in front of me, I see a head and shoulder pattern on the 4-hour time frame, and there's my squiggly wigglies whenever I'm kind of thinking through what could or could not happen, right? But you can see we clearly are hitting the top of a falling broadening wedge again. I do see a shoulder, a head, and a possible right shoulder, but even inside of this, same price action as Bitcoin with the whiplash there, right? Shoulder, kind of head, right shoulder, overbought on the 4-hour, coming back to the downside. This is also good if the dollar comes down, and we're looking for the dollar to extend down to the bottom of this trend line. But so the dollar breaks down, great. So we want to see the rejection continue. We do not want to see the dollar break above 102.67, and this is kind of setting up for a nice move. Something I can teach each and every one of you is how to watch Bitcoin dominance and juxtapose it next to another chart called tether dominance. Putting charts together is going to show you so much. And wow, look at Bitcoin dominance taking a fall overnight here, right? Now, you want to look at tether dominance and see if it made a pump. If tether dominance didn't make a pump, that means that money went into the altcoins, all right? So look, we'll start here on the daily chart. The daily chart. We'll start here on the daily chart, all right? And I'm going to get rid of these little lines here to make it clear. Don't worry, you might be confused as a second, but I'm going to make this neat, clear, and concise, and you're going to be like, oh my God, this is so nice. I like what this man's doing. Number one, we talked about this break to the upside on my weekly analysis on Bitcoin dominance, right? And you can clearly see that that is falling up to the upside, as we suggested. So that weekly video every week is awesome. You definitely want to jump into that weekly, all right. So you see this right now, you can see here, boom, right? This came up. Now this could come back down to this area, all right? And the daily says, okay, I'm going to come back down, all right? So now you're like, all right. So we hold this line, and then we come here to the daily. Make sure you're on the same time frames, all right? Let me actually delete everything here. And if you remember correctly, we were channeling this symmetrical triangle for a long time here. It was going to break up or down, very similar to what we see in the 7-minute right now. Same idea, all right? So you can learn big time frame ideas. Any asset can teach you about another asset. Like, you can extrapolate so much data from the charts. It'll really blow your mind. And that's what really got me going. I realized that the learning is endless. I never had to stop learning. I could continue to go. Like, it didn't matter. You know what I mean? And I could take more information from the charts to learn more information from the charts and continue. So look, daily pushing to the downside here, and we got ourselves in a bit of a bear flag, right? Which to me has a nice little flag and wants to continue down. And hasn't hit the measured move of the symmetrical. So this wants to push down. And if this ever happens to you, just click back on the dual and it'll take you here. So this is a great sign for me personally. When Bitcoin dominance is dropping and Tether dominance is dropping, all right, it usually, it can mean people are getting into the dollar, which is pretty weird, which that is unlikely to me, okay? But what it tells me is people are getting into altcoins. So this is going to be a little, alt rally. Now, it's weird to see Bitcoin dominance starting to falter when we have, the ETF. It also shows that people are starting to kind of think that the ETF is kind of false news. And some people are selling the rumor today. You can see this, look. But they're not selling the rumor for Tether. They're selling the rumor for altcoins. How do we know that? All right, we're going to enter a third chart into the mix here. And this is where it gets interesting. We're going to look at Total 3. Now, if Total 3 has the leak of, because we're trying to find where is this liquidity going? We can see that it's left. Where is it? Where is Bitcoin dominance going? Now, there's a few ways to figure this out. Now, it's kind of interesting because you can even see that even the altcoins look like they want to bleed here on the 4-hour time frame as well. That's interesting. Let's look at them on the daily, though. The daily says they're about to get the beneficiary of this. So look, let's take a look. So the 4-hour says we're going to have a little down, a little pullback here. Bitcoin has some fun. So it says 1 hour, 4 hour, get a pump. Altcoins take a little bit of a sidestep. But a couple days from now, for whatever reason, and that means it looks like Bitcoin gets the pump, ETF comes out. This is what the charts are telling us. Bitcoin gets a short-term pump of the 4 hour. We lose Bitcoin dominance, right? As Bitcoin pumps, people are kind of selling out of Bitcoin a little bit, but Bitcoin's still moving. Eventually, we hit a higher point, 50K, right? We hit that 50,000. People take some profits, and you can just see that if we go to the daily here, it suggests that Bitcoin starts to, hold on. I want to put Bitcoin dominance is on the daily. Forgive me. So look, Bitcoin dominance on the daily is about to fall to the downside. Tether dominance wants to continue to the downside. And altcoins look like they're about to rally to the upside. So I'm just showing you, no one's talking about loading up on altcoins right now. I am, and I could be wrong here. I'm not trying to, but this is how I assess the situation. This is how I figure out where we're likely going to go. And again, we could take a little bit of a fall. This could make a right shoulder. We could dump. There's no guarantees here. But backtest this theory. Look at the last time we had a pump here. Just go back to the last low here. And we had a pump of the altcoins. What happened? Well, Bitcoin dominance did start to make the drop down. while tether dominance was overbought on the stochastics RSI. Look, put a blue line here on the dollar, and you can see that the dollar started to drop, and that gave the, or the US tether dominance started to drop, which gave the altcoins the green light to rally. Bitcoin dominance was halfway, but then gave this little downtrend. So you had Bitcoin dominance trending down, you had tether dominance trending down, you had altcoins getting that liquidity. The liquidity has to go somewhere, everybody. And we're going to find it by looking at the charts. The charts have a high probability of what they can receive. Isn't this something? You see how simple this can be? Right? So now what you want to do, once you've done all this and you're happy with what's going on here, okay? And you're like, okay, I get it. Shout out to the 1,690 people on the live, almost 2,000 people on the live, 489 likes, $26 in chat revenue. Let's get the likes up to the watchers. Now what we're going to do, right? Because we're not done teaching you how to be the master of crypto trading, okay? Now what we're going to do, because I'm going to give you everything I have, because I could pass away tomorrow. You never know. And I hate to say that. I don't want to be morbid. I probably won't. I probably live to 100, but we don't know. All I know is I can do what I need to do today to help you and to show you how much I care and love. Like, the love for teaching is, if you're in love with teaching and education like I am, then you're in love, like you're here. So you're just inspired by education. Like, you're around a bunch of people that love to learn. And not just love to learn. Like, there's some people that take learning to another level. Like, they're so passionate about learning that the people around them are passionate. They only want to be around people that learn. Like, they vibe around learners. They're always doing something. You know what I mean? I'm getting into real estate. I'm learning about this, that, watches, gold. You tell me. I want to know. You know what I mean? And so the idea behind it is the move, right? And there's a nice pump to the upside for Bitcoin. And we should have made more gains on that, honestly, for that nice pump. But we got a nice, beautiful move. If you took the trade, you're in the gain again. I gave another beautiful gain to everybody here, so you're in the money now. Like, you can't say a word about the trade. You are in the money, and it is what it is. We're up $58 again, 71. Now we're getting a nice pump to the upside here. Now we're at 500, and there you have it. And I'm just playing the charts the way I'm supposed to play them. I'm not doing anything crazy. I'm not doing anything different. I'm not changing it up. I'm not reinventing the wheel, as my dad used to say. He used to say that all the time. You know what I mean? Sam, don't reinvent the wheel over here, And again, we're breaking out. That's a clean breakout now of the trend line. And you're likely to pump up to the 200. Can we flip the 200 that's going to be the question for Bitcoin. So shout out into another winning trade. How many people have come here and saw me do a winning trade before? How many people of the 1,700 people here have come here and seen me win a trade? How many times have you seen me win a trade? How accurate am I for Bitcoin? How accurate am I at my Bitcoin calls? I just want to see what the public say. How accurate are my Bitcoin calls? 70%, 50%, 80%, 90%? How many times do you come here and see me hit it? Look at this. We're up huge now. It's a massive pump to the upside for Bitcoin. You're up massively right now. Anyone that took the trade just took gains. You're up huge. You know what I mean? Nothing to worry about. Just gains. Gains on gains. All right? Wow, it was just a spike, though. Look at that. Coming right back down. Look at the massive volatility today. Insanity. All right? But if you had sold that wick pump right there, you would have been in the money pretty nicely. I want this to be a bigger long term. I want to hit that gain of 50K, baby. But every time I go for the big ones, whenever I just keep scalping, I win. Just keep grabbing. Do 10 of these a day, make $700. That's what I find. I make the most money when I'm super, 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 super humble. Look, I was up 200. Now you're down 30. This is how quick things can happen. This market is absolutely insane. If you can't handle it, you can't handle it, baby. 98%, 100%, 98%, 1,000%. 111. Now, I really want to see interaction here with the chat. Let me know. How many times have you come here and seen me make a positive Bitcoin trade, specifically in the last 2 months? Recycle your lines, Lifer. Exactly, right? You got to recycle those lines. I love that, right? Many can't stand the heat. Get out the kitchen. We cook it over here all day long, baby. All day long. So now, look, now we're going to look at the total market cap. And now I want to look at ETH BTC. This is like the end. Then we're going to also look at Sol Ethereum. That's because now we're going to change the game. So watch. Just watch. So now we determined that money should be flowing out of Tether into the altcoins. How, why, when, in what shape, way, or form, right? The 2-day chart's headed to the oversold region. It's got a very strong bullish div on it. 2-day bullish divergence. I mean, that's intense. We should get a bounce off the bottom of this channel. ETH has been in a funny way for Bitcoin recently, and it's been trending down against Bitcoin, as you can see, ever since September of 2022. It just continues to trend down. I have purchased no Ethereum, I'll be honest. I purchased all BTC, Caspa, altcoins. I have like 15 ETH. I didn't purchase any ETH, really. Maybe a little bit. I probably did maybe a tiny bit here and there, just out of like. Shout out to the Bob Metalries out there. Oh my God, all the way to the upside. That guy just jumped out of the pool, did a triple flip scoop. I swear he ate an ice cream before he actually put it in the net. Unbelievable. This guy's out of his mind. I've never seen anything like it. Hey, Lois, I think I'm gonna grow a beard. Yeah. Hey, Chris, go to your room before I put my foot up your butt. Hey, my name's Peter Griffin. And everybody, I want you to watch Sam Price, the crypto lifer. He's the greatest I've ever seen. Greatest in sliced bread. Everyone in Quahog loves him. We drink beer, we hang out, and we do it. Yeah. Hey, my name's Peter Griffin, and I watch the crypto lifer. I like Casper, and I drink beer, and I like Casper. Don't yell at me. Hey, Chris, go to your room. I'm so sick of looking at you, and you piss me off. I'm done. Everybody, we're going to leave Meg at the gas station. Actually, no, we're not. We're stop going to hate on Meg. We're going to be nice to Meg. We're going to change the way we do things here on the show. I love Meg. She's my best friend. God bless you all. Sam Price, you're the best. Come on the show one day. You know what I mean? Why you be a stranger? We'll see you next time. All right? Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for being here. Peter is a lifer, obviously. That's a pretty good Peter. Hey, Lois, I think I'm going to grow a beard. If I do it without my face, you wouldn't even know it was me. Shout out to everyone on the line. So look, ETH BTC. If we can break out of this falling wedge to the upside, I like what I'm going to see. Are we making a slanted Adam and Eve? Possible. The 2-day chart, the daily chart, showing signs of life to the upside. Possibly a bit of a pump here coming for Ethereum, Bitcoin. I'd like to see ETH Bitcoin get above 0.5985. That's, I believe, when the party can get started and we can start to move our way out of this to the upside. So not all lovely here. We still have a resistance at 5.586, and Bitcoin could reclaim itself to the upside. And look, now I'm down $64. Bitcoin back to 45,250. It's a very volatile day. I don't really like days like today. Today reminds me of trading Fed day. You know what I mean? Today reminds me just like Fed day. It's a very similar day to Fed day. All right. Pretty weird. And see, had I just taken my $200, I could have re-entered the trade again. When I trade futures, I usually just take what I get. It's not even my money and I'm freaking out. Isn't that crazy? It's so strange. Just so everyone knows, I got a bonus, which I never have gotten in my life. But I got an $1,800 bonus and I'm using it today. So, you know what I mean? Why not? Why not? Pamp it, baby. Pamp it. All right. And just remember, too, if you never see a YouTuber or someone show you this section, they could be trading a bonus and you never know. All right. That means they're not even taking the risk that you're taking. So just stay in your lane. Never compare yourself to somebody else. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say and do should be taken as financial advice. I put 90% of my money on hardware wallets. You know what I mean? Keep your money off exchanges. Use exchanges for fun, to get in and out, to make an awesome trade. You know what I mean? Always watch your money. Always pay attention. You know, take it seriously. There's people that don't take it seriously and they pay the piper. Don't be that person. You know, push yourself to take security seriously. Put a FIDO key on your Gmail account. Put a FIDO key on your Gmail account right now, or whatever your account, on any account. How FIDO works: standard public key cryptography, FIDO authentication. Discover YubiKeys at ub.com. Get yourself a YubiKey, a FIDO key. They look like this. That means that you won't be able to do things unless you plug that in. People won't be able to hack you ever again. They could run a phishing scheme on your computer. They get all your passwords. But if you put a FIDO key on those passwords, they will be able to get in. You will still be protected Nobody talks about this. I don't know why. I think it's because, I guess, I don't know. I did this. No one taught me how to do it. I fell upon it. One day I used my Trezor, and then I plugged my Trezor in, and then I was using some security, and it was like, set up a key, and I was like, okay. And then it was like, plug in your USB device, and I didn't have one, so I just plugged in my Trezor to see if it would work, and it literally read my Trezor, and then I clicked the button, and I was like, oh my God. And I'm one of the only people I know that has, you can actually protect your Gmail account with your Trezor. You know what I mean? What if you lose the key? You don't lose the key, man. You get responsible. Like, it's just that simple. Like, you don't play games with that. That's your key. That's your life. Like, what if you lose your, like, certain things you just can't lose, right? And honestly, you put it in a pouch with an Apple Air tag on it. You know what I mean? And when you walk away from it, it tells you, like, Apple AirTags will keep you from losing things. If you have problems losing things, buy some Apple AirTags. I had a horrible time losing almost everything I had, all the time. You know what I mean? And so people saying ETF in 7 hours, Corey, give it to me. I'll keep it safe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, we're sitting here at 15,364. We just got a beautiful spike up. Almost hit the 200 SMA. We did break out of this, but now we're tweezer topping. I showed you the bearishness. We can't just say, just because the ETF we go up. We got to look at the technical analysis. YubiKey is fire. Make sure to buy 2 or more and set them up at the same time. Keep one as a backup. You can do that. See what he just said? So you can keep one as a backup and set them both up at the same time. Are you staking your crypto or not? Safe deposit bot works. What if your house burns down? You get yourself a safe that's fireproof. Yeah, they have fireproof safes, my friend. You know what I mean? Lost your gold necklace. Glad you found it. It's funny you remember that I lost my gold necklace. Insanity. All right, so we looked at Bitcoin. We looked at Bitcoin dominance, Tether dominance. We looked at total. All right. One other thing that I do like to look at in all of this is I also like to look at the S&P futures. And we're also going to look at the CME futures and see if there's a gap here. Dude, look at this. Oh my gosh. Do you see what I see? Like, I see money all the time. You know what I mean? So if you're trading BingX right now, shout out to BingX and the channel sponsors. Why do I like BingX? Because at BingX, you can trade the S&P. And I may even open up my first S&P trade. You know what I mean? BingX, and this is amazing. I do have one stock opened up right now. I'm trading Mara. All right. Marathon Digital. And we're up beautifully in that. I made a live buy at 964. We went up at one point to 31. We did a 3x and more. We did a 3 and a third x, 330% gain. Really unbelievable. Maybe like 300% gain, but it was insane. I like what I'm seeing here for ES1 on the 7. It looks like an altcoin that's about to explode. Watch this flag. I wouldn't be surprised if the S&P goes to 4,888 by the 11th of January. A couple days, maybe even it might take, the end of the week, but this looks very bullish for the S&P. I screamed the S&P was bullish. I've been calling for pumps. If you remember correctly, I'm going to put this on. It's going to be hard to see for a second. Be careful. It's a lot of work that I did. But it's this Fibonacci that I drew. It's all my support and resistance lines. And look, I'll actually group the rest of my other stuff. And look what I'm doing. I'm creating groups and then taking the groups away. Look, there's a cup and handle. The moving averages got tight there. This was a bullish divergence on the weekly, which made me believe that was our bottom. And so I called the bottom there. I also called the bottom here. There was bullish divergence. They both happened in October. It's called the October effect. The rich like to buy in October and sell in May. It's called buy in May, sell in May and go away. And then it's the Halloween effect, the October effect. And many people think I'm insane, but I know so many different weird intricacies of trading. The Halloween strategy, the Halloween effect trading strategy, backtested rules. Research shows higher stock market returns from November through April for the rest of the year. Can we confirm this? The Halloween effect. Yes, there's a Halloween effect. From November to April, stocks perform significantly better than the rest of the year. Halloween is the annual, so, and you can see this is a market timing indicator in Ethereum finance that states there's a seasonal anomaly where stock prices rise more during the winter months compared to the summer months. All right. I've been seeing this over and over again since I've known it, and I've watched it play out over time. Remember when I actually went to the Dow Jones and showed you every single pump on October? All right. Cheers, Sammy. I much appreciate it. If we could check injective protocol. Shout out to Stas for the super chat. And everyone, if you want to send it to the super chat to the live, send it on in. We greatly appreciate it. All right. Okay, so look, see, this thing could get back above this and get a bounce. The resistance right here, 05971. Key area to get back above. Very key area, right? So you're looking for ETH BTC to get back above that area. All right. S&P future, sorry, wrong chart, but S&P future, we gave this cup and handle, it pumped, it's continuing to pump. Thing looks absolutely amazing. So I'm bullish on the S&P, as you can see. And I like this 7-minute chart right now too as well. It's looking pretty awesome. The daily's also kind of in a flag here that could continue to the upside. So I'm bullish on Bitcoin for sure. All right. Babe, who's here? Oh my God. I thought that was the person driving the car. I was like, oh my God, no. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for being here. Is BingX legal in your country? I think it is, but not trading certain like Forex and stuff. It depends. I mean, it's legal. Everything's legal. I don't know about, see, it's a gray area, man. It's really up to the exchange. You know what I mean? It's the exchanges, you know, it's a gray area. All right. Pulse chain is public, baby. Okay. Which is better to hold for the bull run, cash or injective? Are you staying until the ETF announcement? Love your stuff, bro. Shout out to my man. Thank you for being here. Do we do a 12-hour live stream that never ends all day long? I don't know if I can do that. I do got to pick my kids up from school. When you join the group, you receive a warning not to accept DMs from anyone on Discord immediately. Yeah, you can't, you know, you got to be careful. So look at the 7-minute flag getting tighter and tighter. The measured move to 48,888 to the upside. Bitcoin approved 11 of them. How do you trade leverage with? Is it your main account with 6K or do you have one with more? No, that's my main account. I'm a big spot trader, spot swing trader, and I keep a smaller leverage account. That's how I trade. I trade about $5,000 into $7,000, and then I take the $2,000 and I put it into other things. And that's kind of what I do. And I've been doing it for a while in front of everybody, and it's kind of, it's the sauce. It's my sauce. It's my saucing. All right. So there we go. All right. So we've gone over Ethereum BTC, Bitcoin BTC. Now let's take a look at the asks here. Let's take a look at the fan funding, see what people are saying. Jump into the chat. We got Kyle FS. Can I invest in you rather than crypto? I love you. Super nice. Appreciate you. We got After Hours Investing. AGI. Appreciate you, man, which is Delicium, if I'm correct, right? But maybe not. Don't worry. SECX will let us know when approved. Amen. Great spaces with Charles last night. Keep doing you, Sam. You not only inspire, but aspire as well. God bless you. Aspire and inspire. Yeah, aspire. I aspire. You know, last night was an amazing night. I want to talk about it. I was on a spaces with Gary Cardone and Grant Cardone and 2,000 people. And Gary's such a nice guy. The second I got on, he gives me the mic. You know what I mean? These people give me the mic immediately. I'm sitting there, 2,000 people on Twitter. Gary Cardone, Grant Cardone, 1 million followers. And I've been on a space with Grant Cardone now, I don't know, 5 or 6 times. Like, now I'm just super comfortable. He's such a nice guy. Him and his brother, both nice people. Every interaction I have with them is absolutely lovely. Every time I hang out with them, it's awesome. Or hang out with Gary, it's awesome. And I consider Gary a friend, man. He's a good guy. So, yeah, I have a good time, man, on spaces. And then what happened was Crypto Billy was also doing a spaces at the same time. I did an hour and a half in Gary's space, and I wanted to stay in Gary's space. It was amazing. And when there's a lot of people in a space too, you get a lot. It helps your channel, helps your growth. But I saw the other channel with Crypto Billy, and Crypto Billy does it every single Tuesday, like I do mine every Monday, and it's the Billy Go Tales. And I jumped on in, and next thing you know, Charles Hoskinson is there. And next thing you know, he's talking to me, I'm talking to him, and it was an amazing spaces. So last night was unbelievable. I spent like 3 hours on Twitter, and I talked to people, you know, around the world, around the internet. You know, jump into Twitter, man. Open up a Twitter account right now. If you don't have a Twitter account open, come on now. Jump on in. It'll change your life. You will absolutely love it. I'm telling you, it'll blow your mind. I can't believe it. My phone died 3 times. I had to keep jumping back in, and the people were nice enough to keep giving me the microphone. Like, such a blessing to be alive, man. So I'm really enjoying spaces and the way people were treating me too, the respect and the honor, and the just unbelievable. Unbelievable. So anyone that was in that space last night, shout out to you for jumping on in. Anyone who plans to come to the next space, do it. I'm telling you right now, you will absolutely love it. Spaces are therapeutic. They're going to change the way you think. You change after the space. There's like you're having a real conversation with people around the world that care about a topic, and it's not just nonsense. And there's people that really know what they're talking about. Knowledgeable people with degrees that spend their life, that hyper-focused individuals. So, you know what I mean? Stay in tune. AGI, don't worry. Yep, great spaces with Charles last night. Thank you, D Spear, for the 777s. Can I invest in you rather than crypto? I love that. If there was a Lifer coin, I'd be all in. Shout out to Life, Live, Laugh, and Love. Thank you. Good morning, Lifer. Alex and I are watching. Oh, yeah, Alex, we love you guys. I hope he got to school by now. Immutable X. Cheers, Sammy. Much appreciated. Injective. So, look, a lot of super chats. And not many people. We got AGI, we got Immutable X, and we got Injective Protocol. And don't you worry, I got Bitcoin sitting at 45,250 right on my left screen here. I got Bookmap at all times. I got 6 monitors surrounding me at all times. I can see the skinny, what's happening for Bitcoin. Who here feels like a little stressed from the ETF? I do. Like, it's a little stress. It's like stressful, right? It's like, it's coming, it's not coming, it's coming, it's coming. It's like someone telling you they're going to give you a birthday present, not giving you a birthday present. You're going to get it, you're not going to get it, you're going to get it, you're not going to get it. It's like, dude, eventually you don't want it anymore, right? You're just like, you know what I mean? You're just like, nah, I don't, you know. So ARK ETF is approved, you know. Okay, so is Spaces every Tuesday? ETF already approved. Bang. Do we know what time? It's not really affected me. Hella stressful. Right? Yeah. Is Spaces every Tuesday? Every single Monday night, I do a Spaces at 8 p.m. Monday night, Spaces at 8. It rhymes. Spaces at 8. It's the spot for thought. Okay? It needs to be over already. You'll never get it. Yeah, exactly. You're never going to get it. You're never going to get the ETF that you want. They're going to just dangle it in front of you. But you're never going to get it. It's never going to happen. It's insanity. It's absolute insanity. It's kind of like, I don't know, man. It's almost abuse, right? And then to play games with us like they did. So AGI, Delicium. Yeah. So this thing pumped up really nice. And then, I mean, right now, everyone's so focused on ETFs and stuff. I mean, some coins are still hot, but it's taken away a lot of the, you know, the focus from altcoins. That's a beautiful cup and handle. I'll give you that. And it's very oversold. We're definitely not buying the top, right? So, and it looks like you did. It's funny. You probably built this exactly like I've taught you. And like you've taught yourself and added your other ideas. I don't ever want to be like I'm the end all of end all. I push people into the water. They set sail and then they go on their own, right? But everyone can kind of start their journey with me. I can start your TA journey and then you can go from there. The idea is that I'm there for you every single day to help and show you kind of what's happening to guide you through the way. I love to do it. I learn more every day by helping others. And so through my ability to teach you, you teach me. So what I don't like is the curving of the moving averages, but previous support is resistance. There's a chance we come down and hit the 786, right? We may fall, you know, more to the downside. Let's take a look at the 1 hour. The 1 hour has a little more, it's got some barrier. It's got this bullish div and it's flipping. It's definitely got like a double bottom. It looks like it may attempt to Adam and Eve here. Very interesting. High risk though, and you know, I'd put a Hail Mary call at 02814 if I was going to trade it. I don't think I'm going to trade this, and I may not post it to the group right now. 4 hour looks interesting though. 8 hours wants to flip again. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it does make a run. It's got a Sammy cup and handy with a fib retracement to the golden pocket. I just, you know, I'm a little weary that it may lose that, you know, support, resistance. It's got to hold support. So what I like to do when I see something like that is find my next resistance point and say, hey, you break above that, and you make a flag somewhere here, then I know that you've gotten over this area. All right. Okay. Beamcat. 21 million people want one Bitcoin. What happens? I don't know. Someone said Beamcat. I don't know, man. Oh, I can't believe you made me say it. You got me. All right. CBO has lodged a request for acceleration to list 4 Bitcoin ETFs by tomorrow. Uncertainty you're describing is reflected in the crazy volatility, of course. Look at this, 45, 400 now. It's just like they're getting so many people on either end. The market makers are like, oh, we can go here, we can go there, we can go there, we can go wherever we want. We don't know where to go, you know? What I love is, I'll be honest, ETF or no ETF. Retests are great because you get the pattern to block you from your stop loss. And the patterns are, I mean, they're chunky areas of a lot of support or resistance. Look at all the movement we've had in here. And I get both trend lines and a 200 SMA as protection. So, and it's okay I didn't take my 200 on that scalp, which I could have though. I'm in for the bigger money, man. And we want to see this play out, right? Astroport, we went over this. We talked about it when it broke out a little bit right there. It won up a total of 47%, still holding gains of about 27% gains. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is the one that makes something happen. Remember, what was this? It was the SEI, right? And people were buying the SEI SEINs and all that craziness. So as SEI gets big, Astroport, you're looking for this to continue to the upside. Look for that consolidation. I'll keep it alert on that. But Astroport's definitely something you might want to keep on the radar. I don't own any right now, but you know, I just like to go over things that are probably likely going to happen. I haven't looked at PAL AI in a while. Kind of wanted to see what it was doing. It's on CoinEx. I don't own any yet. It's on my radar. I've always been kind of thinking. When it first came out, it was at 3 cents. It boomed to 20, did a 7x. So the people that get in early bird style and late October are still in the game. Really no information on the 3-day. You got nothing there. Kind of forming a shoulder ahead and a right shoulder there. It's beginning to consolidate pretty nicely. Wow, so I see some consolidation here for PAL AI. And up to 30, 40 cents, right? Into February in our next Bitcoin, in our whatever rally we get there. We tend to rally in segments, even though it feels like a bull run. We definitely rally in segments. So I would watch PAL ID. It's on my radar now, and I've got an alert on it. I don't know why I call it ID. PAL AI, yeah. I guess it reminds me of Palau. That's why, the Palau ID, right? Yeah. Making that connection. 45,440 for Bitcoin. We're back in the money. Absolute insanity. Who here loves this absolute insanity today? Who here can't get enough of the volatility? XCADs I got a photographic memory. XCADs in a beautiful cup and handle. Came on down. We had pulled a fib. Believe it was in the 618 golden pocket. We're going to take a look at it. Is it still in that retracement? Where did it go exactly? We're going to take you to XCAD and break it down. But I see it in my mind right now, categorized for you. Just, isn't that great? My brain has all those coins kind of already waiting and exactly kind of what the chart looked like. What do you think about MEXC-Vs? They're 5x them since last year. Yeah, but if you hold the MEXC token, they're half the price, and that makes them cheaper than any other exchange in the world. So, and Big X, almost every other exchange is 0.06. So they're still lower than all the other fees, God bless Legos the Lifer. Shout out to Pickle Rick. Shout out to everybody here. Super Chats, IMX, Injector Protocol, RIO, Arbitrum, and XCAD. And XCAD looks a lot like this. AGI, right? That's a Sammy cup and handy with a Fibonacci retracement bouncing off the 200 SMA. Definitely is getting closer and closer to the greatest place to buy, right? That pocket square is dipping or dripping. Lifer, what does Bookmap look like? Makes sense. Finally, Bitcoin is mooning today. I mean, not mooning yet, but and if we go to Bookmap, there's more liquidity to the upside than to the downside. Like, they want to go. Like, they're telling you you're going to get short squeezed up to 48,000. So, we should make the gains. Astroport Classic got me. Yeah. Stay away from the Classic, man. Yeah. It said Classic right on it, though. Just tune in. ETH done already on the weekly. Partial approval was my thought all week. When the ETF approval announced, it's mooning. And it's not really moon. We already got to 6. We already went up to like 680 earlier today. So we already mooned higher than this. Just to make it clear. All right. We looked at the S&P futures. Wow, we looked at a lot of stuff today. Put an alert on PAL AI. Myro also looks really nice to me today, and I don't own any anymore. I got out. Listen, I don't go on coin just because I don't do that. I don't use my popularity. I can make my own money. I don't even need to do that. I like to just go over the stuff and be honest. Sign up for the Crypto Lifer newsletter. Do it. We greatly appreciate that. And everyone, we have pinned messages here. CryptoLifer.com. If you want to join MEXC, hit the link right here. We make it so easy to jump into MEXC. That's where I'm trading right now, and I'm taking gains. You know, that's where I'm up $63, 4% on $1,300. Showing you how we did it with 19x leverage, up $74 now. Take $1,300, 19x leverage, $25,000. Now I know what I'm doing. I've been trading leverage since March. Now I've been trading. I traded leverage 2-3 years before that too, but I never really did it every day. I didn't. But I've been trading spot for a long, long time, since I was 25 years old. And I can teach you so much about trading that'll blow your mind. Trading is so deep. There's so much to it. And the more you do it, the better you get at it, and the more you know, and the better of an edge you have on other people. All right. Thoughts on Mara? Are you still holding the stock? Yeah, let's take a look at Mara for a second. Appreciate you asking. Of course I am. And I bought more at 23, and I still need to unload. The 8 hours very oversold. We have hidden bullish divergence that came in on the 4-hour time frame. Look, hidden bullish said that we would continue the trend. The RSI was swinging down while price was swinging up, and we did that. I just have it in a bigger, projection here. Oversold also on the daily. If you're just getting to know me, you're going to be like, what is going on here? And it looks like chicken scratch. I get it. Don't worry. I'd say the same thing, but don't worry. Have no stress. So to me, Mara's inside of a symmetrical triangle. This is likely to break up 50% of the time or break down. If it breaks down, I am gobbling up more Mara. I might even have to send more into the account. I should turn 50,000 into 500 grand. Like, this thing's gonna 10x. It was good from $9. It was gonna 10, and anything under $10, I believe it was gonna 10x. You have to remember, it was down here at $3, 379, 316, 308 in December of 2022. And if you had held that till here, it did a 10x in a year. In 1 year, it did a 10x basically, from $3 to $31. You gotta love it. You know what I mean? You gotta love it. Someone said Bitcoin's going to start pushing now prior to the ETF. I don't know what's going to do. I showed you my technical analysis and we're up. I play TA. That's all I do. I don't do anything different. I just trade technical analysis, and we tend to be spot on here at this channel. It's unbelievable. Shout out to the 1,645 people on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Let's go, baby! Woo! Doesn't get better than this, baby. It doesn't get better than this. Living your dreams, progressing, going to the upside, making paper, fly wherever you want, buy wherever you want, go wherever you want, be whoever you want, donate how much you want, give to others, eat whatever you want, live the life of your dreams, man. God does give heaven on earth. I'm telling you right now, my mom and dad did pass away, but you know what? It was their destiny. It is what it is, and they're in a better place right now looking down on me, blessing me, man. So look, I'm looking for Mara to get to $37, $38 would be the target. If you want to get a target, grab a price note here. You want to hit control. This brings you back down. And my energy is at its apogee, everybody. It's hard for me to contain. I'm super, super excited to be here with each and every one of you every single day. Blessings to be here with you all. Blessings. Like, we're making gains. We're kicking butt. We're having a blast. All right? Blessings. Thank you for saying that. Yeah. Let me see here. A nudge. Could definitely see how that might have happened last night. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. My team said we can see that you're doing it, that you're doing good. God bless you. Shout out to everybody here. So Mara, I'm in this stock. I'm adding to it. I believe Mara can get here. This is actually a cup and handle for Mara. You see it? And this is like really big accumulation. I see Mara getting to its all-time high and more when Bitcoin does. So I'm looking for $100 Mara. Like, that's where I'm getting out. I don't care what happens after that. I may sell like 60% at 80 and then the rest at 100, but I'm going all the way. And that's a 4x from here, basically, all right? About almost, 3.5x to 83. So this is my plan for Mara. I got in at 960. That'd be a nice 238% gain. And if we get to 100 from here, we're talking a nice 300% gain, all right? It's weird. 25 times 4 is, why is that 300? That doesn't make any sense to me. Oh, I guess, yeah, you 3x your money and you get yours back. So you 4, yeah. Nah, but I don't know. Anyway, so I like what I'm seeing for Mara. All right, you'd 4x. 25 to $100 would be a 4x. I don't know why that's not computing it right. Anyway, it's 300% gains, right? You'd 3x. You'd have 4x more than you had. You'd make 300%. Yeah, I get it. But anyway, so I'm looking for Mara to go to 51 too, and then bigger pullbacks. And it's going to take time. And there's going to be ups and downs on this, and it could take 2 to 3 years in general. But this is what I'm looking at, all right, for Mara. Let's jump back into the chat. How's the chat doing? I want to get interactive with the chat, all right? If you like Bitcoin more than Ethereum, put a 1. If you like Ethereum more than Bitcoin, put a 2. I want to see how many 1s and 2s we get right now. If you like Bitcoin more than ETH, put a 1. If you like Ethereum more than Bitcoin, put a 2. Let me see if we have more Bitcoin people or more ETH people here on the channel. Just want to see, and don't worry, I don't care either way. I'm just curious to see. And jump on in, please. Hit that keyboard. Become interactive in here. Jamie put a 3. I noticed you got to be different, Jamie. Always the kid in the class. I'll speak to you after class, Jamie. Shout out to Justin Cashmore in the house. Shout out to Crypto Ace in the house. Stupid Bitcoin in the house. And everybody here on the live. And Bitcoin holding 45,530. We are nicely up in the trade. Shout out to anyone that jumped on in with me and had the guts to take a shot. Scared money does not make money. All right? Scared money does not make money. I'm looking 732 if we go to 43,650. So I'm already risking 9 hundo. All right. But if we get an approval here, the next dip on the smaller time frame, I'm adding to this trade. All right. SRM is the hottest coin right now. 50-minute has to reset at some point. I'll get in then. I've seen that happen, and then it just gets out of control. But I get it's also a good patient way to trade. And you sound like me, so I would not be against that idea. ETH fees are its business problem. Have you ever looked at Blue Zill ticker BLZ? Yes, I traded it when it first came out of the market 2 summers ago. It's one of my favorite coins. That and Doc.io back in the day. All right. People like 3Bull. I was thinking of getting into it. I don't own any. I've heard some people say it's garbage. I've heard some people say it could be the big winner of in the market, right? And see, this is why I do my projections. It obviously didn't take the lateral projection. It took the falling wedge. That could break up even further and get us to this key area here at 85. And dude, look at where we are. We were just battling 35,000. And now we're just in a monster spot right now. Like, it's unbelievable what's happening. Super excited. Pat yourself on the back for getting through here, right? Buy a 3Bull node, right? You want to get a node, right? How much is the node? 20 grand maybe? Come down to the 618 and I'll talk to you, baby. You know what I mean? Come down a little bit more and give me that 618 Fibonacci. But I'll put an alert on it. I'll keep a watchful eye on this thing. I may be making a bag of this. I'm eyeing it. I'm not in love with it, but it's a possibility. I got my 100x coins. I got like 4 or 5 100x coins. I put like 10K in them. So I already got my $1 million shots. That could happen. I'm kind of happy with where I'm at. Now it's just adding to bags, buying some more BTC, swing trading, and looking for opportunity. I'm excited for what happens in this next bull run. I really am. Shout out to anyone asking about Immutable X. Last time we looked at it, did the same thing, right? I put it in the Twisted Sister, where I make a rising wedge and I make a sideways flag, and either one's going to play out. I don't make a shot on either one. I wait for one of them play out. Like, I wait for the trade to come to me. My system is all about making the trade come to you. Don't force the trade, okay? Moving average is a little far apart. See when the 21 starts to curve? I'm not in love with that. Go look at when the 21 curves there. It's usually not the best sign. Bit of a double bottom, but we have some nice support that we may come and retest. I'd be looking at 156 for the answer. You know what I mean? For that love right there. That previous resistance. And if you break that, you even have stronger at 125. Your energy resonates. Appreciate all you do. Shout out to Gains for Life. How about a pay it forward? Ask the chat. If not, go MX for me. How about pay it forward? Ask the chat. If not, go MX for me. I'm confused. Yeah, a few of the ETFs approved. Rest to come later today. ARK, Invesco, Fidelity, Frank Templeton, and Invesco Galaxy are approved. Confirmed. There you go. So ETFs are approved. It's been. Where's the link to that? Send me a link. Crypto Bear Baker. All right. Fake approval tweet causes 90 million in liquidations. Not that bad. We've seen worse, right? Anyone have a tweet to the absolute real ETF approval? I could get it for the team. It would be awesome just to kind of kick it out to the crew here so they can see what's happening as we run through these super chats. 11:38. We got 22 minutes left in the game. And we continue to push to the upside. I made you gains again, or you made yourself gains, but I positioned myself into gains. If you saw what I did, you saw the same thing. But we're still struggling here. The 15-minute did come back. The unapproved is just some pre-listing thing on the CBOE. So no approval, just a pre-listing on the CBOE. We will give you the real data when the real data comes out. We don't want to be the ones feeding you nonsense. I never actually knew about the fake news yesterday. Thank God. I learned about it after the live. So I never told anybody that the ETFs were approved. You know what I mean? I did tell my trading group when I got texted it by my team, but I didn't know. My team said they were approved. I was like, oh my God. I felt so surreal. Like, it was like, really? It felt kind of strange. Something didn't seem right. I couldn't place it. But I think that's just kind of how to feel when it happens anyway, because it's going to be like, wow, like, I got into this years ago. I learned about Bitcoin when it was almost $280, $300. That's when I first learned about it, when I first knew its name, when people first told me what it was. And to see it now as an ETF, to see presidential candidates, bringing it up all the time, to see it have a floor and really kind of become the forefront of humanity. Like it gets talked about every day. Like, it's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big deal. All right. So just in ARK 21, Invesco, Organic, Franklin Templeton received CBOE approval. So they got a CBO approval. Advised the CBO has received an application date deceived 20 for the app. Yeah. Okay. No SEC approval yet, but pretty cool. You know what I mean? Bitcoin, do not fall for it, right? Funny. Fall for what, right? And then you got to come and click on the stream because you got to always have an inquisitive question to the person. They got to be like, fall for, I'm just giving you guys some YouTube date, YouTube. Fall for what? What does he mean? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. All right. Let's take a look at the 3-day chart. 3-day chart's oversold. 22-hour chart's kind of right? I'd like to see this come and touch the 200 SMA. To me, it looks like we're coming lower. Come to the 200 SMA, come to the golden Paquito. Show me what you got, baby. And the 1 hour probably might get a little bit of a pump, but you're still below the 200 SMA. I just see more downside for a little bit. But yeah, it's getting into the sweet spot for sure. Like, this is my buy zone a lot of times, right here in this area. Right. Thank you for the super chat. We love you. We appreciate you. Let's jump on into Injective Protocol. One of the strongest coins out. Greatest ecosystem. Plowing through. Just doing amazing things. Injective. All right. Let's take a look at what Injective is up to. Shout out to the 1,600 people here on the live. 687 likes. $46 in chat revenue. We love you. We appreciate you. And we care about you. Without you, I wouldn't have a show. The 3 people that used to watch me turned into 10. Turned into each and every one of you. And now we're all here together doing what we do, which is just having a blast, right? So this looks awesome. I wouldn't be surprised if we go to 73 not too long from now. What goes up continues to seem to pump in these markets. Injective Protocol continues to show us that it's a big boy and it's a nice player in the game. I like what I'm seeing for Injective. I'm going to put an alert here. I've drawn many of these that have played out recently. 22-hour time frame's not amazing, but the moving averages could plow us sideways from how I'm watching. The daily looks ready to go. You get some hidden bullish divergence on the daily time frame. swing down while you swing up, which gives you like a 90% chance that this is going to continue to the upside. I really like what I'm seeing here for Injective Protocol. This tells me it's probably the trade of the week. $73. I like what I'm seeing. I'm giving this the stamp of approval for the lifer stamp. Bam, bam, bam. Lifer stamp of approval for this trade. I like what I'm seeing for Injective. It could be double topping. All right. As I got all hyped, right? It could be double topping. If it loses this level, look for it to break down. You know, you got to be open-minded and always use a stop. 3-day chart looks good, though. The bigger time frames even look like they're ready to blast. I've never seen, you're oversold on almost every single time frame, even with a move here. I like what I'm seeing for Injective. And yes, I have to heed the double top. I can't be I can't be completely one way. I have to heed the fact that that's a double top, but Ben, it's got me feeling frisky. It's got me feeling excitable. I like what I'm seeing here for Injective Protocol on multiple time frames. And I'm open-minded to think that we could still dump. And I know that. Anything could happen. This is just probability. But man, oh man. That's a nice 90% gains for Injective. And it seems to continue to do so. People don't want to jump in because it continues to pump. But that's what happened to Solana. 20, 40. Didn't get into 40, went to 80. Didn't get it 80, went to 100. Didn't get it to, it's just, next thing you know, it's going to rip and it's going to be gone. So even the daily for Injective. Wow. And, another thing too, say you're in my trading group and you get Injective here and you just see this. Head on over to the timestamp on the live stream. That's going to give you like a deep analysis. So it's not like you're just getting the chart. I think a lot of people forget that they can always go to the timestamp section in my videos. That's another reason why we're doing really good here, because everything we do is residual. We go over so many coins, and that way people can come and that it gets more clicks because people can click on what? On the timestamps, right? Really, we talked about it here. It pumped up 37%, gave some of them back, almost all of them, right? Sitting down at 13 or something now. But it was a nice move for a swing trade to the upside. We hit the alert, time to buy, and then we got a inverted shoulder, head and shoulder, and we took it to the upside. And it hit resistance, you get out. I mean, there's not much else you could do. That's textbook swing trading right there. So we gave Rio, we took it for some gains. Now what? Well, we may be extending this way. And see, the more I see, the more I'm able to project because I see so many different types of projections over time. This coin's hot to me, and I like it. And it's getting a buzz. It definitely went from 15 all the way to 81. All right? Not too long from now. And now it's consolidating sideways, getting ready for its next big move. Real-world assets. Realio, right? Connecting real-world assets to the blockchain. Tokenization of real-world assets to the blockchain. So, I'm looking at 147 for this puppy, though, and it's looking hot. It's looking hot. I like what I'm seeing for this. I got an alert on this, too, as well. We're always working on a... So you should always be a couple days ahead of your next few trades. You should always be looking at a scalp. You should be able to run the conveyor belt. That takes time, though. Your brain has to be ready to search, look, and define, eat meat, and categorize. This is why having a hyperactive brain like mine comes in handy with all this insanity, right? It's hard to be on top of all these different things at once, but over time, you get on top of one thing, then another thing, and then you're able to multitask trades on another level. But believe you me, it took me a long time. And I still, tell myself to slow down, take a breather. Look, shoulder, head, almost the right shoulder here that could happen to. Bit of a cup and handle. This thing's starting to kind of be pretty interesting. So I like Injective and I like Realio. Both of these coins are kind of on my radar. Thing is, fine, yeah, you're like, why would I join the group? I just got the free call. I get it. But the idea here is this. I'll be updating exactly when it's happening, what I'm looking at, and if I see a flag in a smaller time frame, how to get in. Even if you don't trade this, you're going to learn how we did trade it. But if you just see this and you let it go, you don't learn anything. So the group really provides the back end of how you trade it. Not just what to trade, but how to trade it, right? Saw a beautiful testimonial today. I wanted to drop a note here on the 5th, actually. I want to drop a note here. Sam said the other day he has more testimonies than anyone out there. This is absolutely true. During my journey to learn about crypto and how to trade, I belonged to several of them. I even was a volunteer for one of them. Learning was confusing until I took Sam's and Master Friend's courses. I wish I would have found this website first. I'm sure they hear this a lot. We do. The group is friendly, knowledgeable, and works harder. Everyone in my trading circle has joined the Discord and taken the classes. The word of mouth in this group demands is unmatched in the industry. I wanted to say that I'm grateful for a skill that no matter what life throws at me, I could make money with. This is pretty amazing for a single mom. It's one thing that fall trades, but it's another thing to know why you are. And this place not only calls out killer calls, but it teaches you why behind them. Me and my friends are all impressed with the services we have received. Skeeterberg, we love you, we appreciate you, and you're a single mom, and that's the type of people. See, I made a website. I was sitting at home one day, sitting at work one day, wanted to change my life. All right. How about a pay it forward to ask the chat? I get it now, Pickle Rick. You wanted me to ask the chat. I am slow, bro. I sometimes can't see what's right in front of me. So last time we put out Arbitrum, it was in this tight channel, right? Likely it was going to head up to 160. And Arbitrum took a nice move. Arbitrum took a nice move to the upside there. Arbitrum there, kid. Everybody, my name's Marky Wahlberg. It doesn't matter. I played a cop. I played a fireman. I can get it done. I hang out with The Rock all the time. And, all right? I know Tommy got into FTX, and I told him not to. I told him to get into the gala with me and The Rock. And I know Gala's having some problems, but don't worry. Gala's going to moon. It's going to go all the way up like Dirk Diggler did. I love you all. See you tomorrow. So, look, let's take a look at Arbitrum, right? My name's Marky Wahlberg, and I approve this message. So, Arbitrum. I want to see when I looked at this. AIB. $12.24 on the 7, watching Arbitrum to 173. Could see this happening before it happened, right? Projections. Stop loss below the trend line stays intact. This thing continued to go to the upside. Never stop. That 7 minutes continue to pump. Just so crazy. Like, we at 173 and some, right? For Arbitrum. I own some Arbitrum. I figured, why not? All right. Not a lot, but Arbitrum and Optimism both had really nice rallies to the upside. Now what? Well, it got above a previous support of resistance and looks like it's making a new base, in my humble opinion. And I feel it getting tighter and tighter into this zone here for the move. Where are we at? Back to 530, holding it down. Bitty Bitcoin. I just aped in a little more. I probably shouldn't have, but I did. 43,197 is my liquidation. All right. Let's see, baby. Let's see. I'm playing this retest in case you didn't know. I've shown exactly what I'm doing. Stop loss, entry, take profit. The most transparent trader you've ever met. Open the trades in front of you, talk about the trade in front of you, give my entire reason why I'm getting into the trade in front of you, show you my style, show you how it works, back test it on weekly, monthly, show you how the trade's positive in front of you constantly, put my money where my mouth is, never BS you, and show up every single day without a day off for over 2 years. I mean, come on now. Show over 1,000 shows straight. Because we care about what we do. I'm passionate about technical analysis. It shows. You can't fake passion. You can't be as passionate about someone. You can't be passionate about something that you're not passionate about. I could do this every single day, day in and day out. I love it. I absolutely love it. It's insane. I don't know why I love it so much, but I just do. Okay? And I know you do too. That's why you're here with me. That's why the energy is insane. That's why it's infectious. Super exciting to be here with each and every one of you. Every day. Tomorrow, I'm already excited to go to bed tonight because the show tomorrow is going to be awesome. Like, I'm projecting into positive energy. Tomorrow's going to be an awesome day. I already know it. I already know tomorrow's going to be amazing. I'm going to push today's energy into tomorrow. Today's going to be awesome. This next minute's going to be great. I'm going to make sure I'm going to make a conscious effort to make every single moment amazing in my life because I only have one. I only have one. You too. You only have one. That's it. All right? Every day is while we are here. Sir, how much monitors do you use? 6 monitors. 4 around me, 2 at the top. It's kind of like a panorama. I love the setup. And I'm at a stand-up desk. I absolutely love it. And I wear pants. Just to make it clear, I have black pants on. I don't always wear the suit. I wear different colored pants. I got a beautiful Burberry belt on. I love this belt. I bought it as a celebration last November for one of our great milestones for the channel. We love you. We appreciate you. And yeah. When do you become a full-time trader? How long did it take? It took me about 10 years. I'll be honest, on and off. Yeah. Trading, long-term investments, swing trades. Eventually, a lot of my long-term investments paid off. It was Bitcoin changed my life. All right. I am finally turning bullish again. Tom, finally turning bullish. Wow. Took a while. Jeez Louise. Tomorrow, Bitcoin 60K. MOVR battling the POC. Also looking spicy on the 4-hour low Stokes and lack of bearish momentum. Shout out to Crypto G. Thank you for the love. Yeah, I think we put that out to the trader group. That's the lifer way. Full suit in your house like a boss. Oh, of course, man. Of course. I don't do drugs. No, don't ever ask a question like that again. That's disrespectful. I just have a really strong energy force about me. And I pray to God every day, man. Last night I spent 20 minutes thanking God for everything in my life. Literally just on my hands and knees. I was in a state of complete shock. I could not believe how blessed I was. The spaces we had last night were unbelievable. Listening to Charles Hoskinson talk about the aerodynamic art form of a Lamborghini, like in the scientific motion, and also talking about the illicit money that's come out of Africa. So the 4 hours a little, like the untapped money that we can get out of Africa by using, cryptocurrency to really change the ecosystem. Shoulder, head, right shoulder. Look, it was an inverted head and shoulder, broke to the upside. You can see it clear as day now. Now you see Arbitrum stay above 186. So just flag that out. As long as it does that, stays above 186, it's ready for its next round. Daly's just getting started with a bigger move to the upside. Arbitrum looks like it's about to rally really hard. It was quiet, no one, and now it's, bigger institutions, they feel safer with it. They're going to start playing with it. 282 is my next target. Look at the 777s. It's always something there. I don't know, but they seem to show up whenever I'm around. So 281, all right. Sam's got his big boy pants on every time. Every time. Well, I had my little boy pants on this morning, and I decided to change to my big boy pants. You know what I mean? I decided it was time to go big or go home, all right? Shout out to Rave Song Records. We love you. We appreciate you. AGIX going to do it. It possibly could. I have a lot of AGIX. It's been a little bit of, it's been disappointing. 777s equals 100x long on ARB. Yeah, right? Yeah, you guys I'm all in, baby. I'd wait for a flag on the smaller time frame for Arbitrum. XCAT, I already gave it to you visually in my mind, right? Which you should already know what it looks like. It's in the cup and handle. See? I gave this to you. I said it's in the cup and handle. 618 Fibonacci retracement. Absolutely lovely. Mr. Beast put his money behind this. How could it not go down? How could it go down? How could XCAD not be absolutely hot? Hidden bullish divvy beginning to form here as the RSI has a downtrend and the price action has an uptrend. This tells me that something is interestingly brewing for XCAD. Maybe something to write down on the radar. And there's so many coins, it's so hard to choose, right? Do I want some XCAD? Do I want some more Matic? Do I want this? Do I want that? Do I want some MOVR? Do I want some ICP? I want none of them, but I may grab some XCAD. XCAD's on my radar, something I'm thinking about. And there was a coin I went over earlier today that I don't want to think about. Sometimes I have to go back to my live stream and I have to go through all of the super chats and just look at them. It's another way to see what's hot on the market. The super chats alone really will change your life. 10 Feb Chinese New Year, all China narrative will pump probably. Interesting. Like CFX, Centrifuge, stuff like that. Yeah. Are you guys paying attention to the Richard Hart versus SEC case? Could be huge for Pulse Chain and crypto in general. Cheers. Yeah. I mean, I believe he'll go pretty hard. You know what I mean? He's always been someone that stands by what he believes in. And, yeah. XCAD looks like it's only a matter of time now before it starts to move. Moving average is super tight, conjoining with that 200 SMA. That's showing me signs of life here coming for XCAD. 12-hour may have to reset one more time. So I got an alert on it, but I wouldn't be surprised 2 weeks from now this thing gets a huge shoot to the upside. I don't own any, but I may buy some. I mean, it's Mr. Beast. Like, it's almost like how could he lose my money? You never know. I mean, I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say you should be taking as financial advice, but how could he lose my money? That's how I look at it, right? The guy's going to be a success. Whatever he touches turns to gold, baby, gold. So interesting enough, look, shoulder, head, almost the right shoulder forming. Really weird pattern for Matic. I had to put it in this falling wedge. There's really nothing else I could do with it. Honestly, what I got to do is almost do this diagonal trend line. And so Matic broke out, and now it's back inside. That's how I got to trade it. We have to assume if we get the ETF, Bitcoin pumps. Bitcoin pumps a little pullback for the alts, but then 2-3 days later, the alts will follow with all that money that flies out of Bitcoin into the altcoin. So you really want something that says they're going to go somewhat sideways for 3 days, which this says, the daily. And then, but this could make a right shoulder and then dump down here. Like, we could see a 60-cent Matic still. I don't get, it doesn't look amazing. As much as I want to believe that Matic's going to rip and it looks great, and I own Matic, and I want Matic to be amazing. Trust me. More than you would ever know. I want Matic to be amazing. But I just, you got to move here to 132. 131.91. All right. But I'd be wary of the right shoulder, and I don't love the price action right now. I guess it's we could put it in a bugle. It's in a bullish megafoam. That's what we got to do. We can't placate that angle. So there you have it. And now it's got to break this falling wedge. That's a weird song. Sounds like someone's burping. Right? Anyway, so you look for Matic to break out of this falling wedge to the upside and go from 81 all the way back to 111. Eventually, I see Matic at 131, even to 140. Bullish megaphone. Watch out for the right shoulder, though. All right? Watch out for the, All right, let's take a look at MX USDT. All right. People will hate Bitcoin again. Huge pump tonight. Hold those coins. Don't sell to BlackRock. What do you guys think of Phantom? Injective, what Bitcoin did in 2021. Yeah, we never know for sure either, right? Right. Next, please, by Gregory Smallwood. Gregory, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Let's take a look at MX token. And it's the Mexi token. And honestly, the more people that use it, the more it gets ready. And it looks like it's getting ready for its pump. It takes a while, but this thing does pump. And it becomes, so if you buy it, if the exchange gets bigger and more popular, which it is getting, I'm telling you right now, the exchange is getting more popular. They tried to FUD it all they could. The other exchanges were pissed. They knew they were going to lose market share, and they FUD'ed the heck out of it. But it didn't work. It seemed like anyone that caused FUD, you know what I mean? It's some of the things people broke down were things that every exchange does. You know what I mean? Like on a mass, hypersensitive, deep level. The world is manipulated, period. I like MXC token. I want to see the bounce, though. It's been kind of hugging down here for like 10 days. If I zoom in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I mean, like 20 days down in here. But as long as it stays above the 200 SMA, we're getting tight moving averages. This thing's gearing up. And a target of 556, that would be awesome to see MXC token continue to climb. All right. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Shout out to anyone that jumped into MXC. God bless you all. Shout out to everyone that uses my link for any of the things that I talk about here on the channel. We really appreciate it. Shout out to the channel sponsors, iTrust Capital. Open up a Roth IRA today, and you could even move the IRA that you already have into iTrust Capital. It'll blow your mind. Shout out to Bing X, and shout out to the biggest channel sponsor, Crypto Lifer, man. We sponsor ourselves. We're super self-sufficient here. We make our own money. We don't have to shill things. We don't have to push projects we don't like. We're not backed into a corner. We're not a YouTuber that is forced to push things that don't matter to us. You know what I mean? Bitcoin back to 45,330. The volatility is absolutely insane. Don't stare at the charts. See what happens, and we go from there. Can you check Ronin token? Maybe not. We're kind of here at the end of the stream. That knock life. Happy New Year, and God bless you and your family and all the lifers. 2023 is the year of Jesus, baby. God bless you, brother. And shout out to that knock life. We appreciate you. Is that my man Ryan Knock, though? But thank you so much, man. Thank you for the super chat. God bless you. And shout out to anyone that gave on the channel. We're going to shout out all the fan funding. $68 in chat revenue. 1,511 people still on the stream. I feel like there's no reason to leave. It's ETF day. Everyone's wondering what's happening, right? There's a huge rush on this ETF. But I hope you learned something. I hope you caught something new. I hope you came just for the ETF, but you came, you got inspired. You heard a little bit about my story. I worked a night shift. I wanted to change my life. I started trading when I was 25, 26 years old. I got into gold and silver, started trading those. I started doing all sorts of stuff. And I eventually bought gold and silver from Peter Schiff, Schiff Gold. Funny, Peter Schiff's the reason I got into Bitcoin, and he doesn't even realize it. I find that uncannily hilarious. I may get into Myro later on today. If I make any trade, Myro looks good to me. Injective looks good to me. So, right? And we were in Myro earlier. We took it from down here all the way to the upside, sold the top there. And now, if you look at Myro, even on the daily and the 4 hour, it's looking pretty nice to me. And it's consolidating lovely. I've given this to the trading group. And I'll be working all day, searching the market, talking to everybody, having a blast. I can't wait to see you in the trading group. Jump on it today. Get the education you deserve. I'm telling you right now. CryptoLifer.com. Give me 1 month of your life. $99. See what happens. If you pay in cryptocurrency, we'll give you a discount. All right? And if you want to pay for the year, we'll give you a discount as well. We're going to take a look at Nexa, and then I'm out of here for the day. I've given you everything I could for Bitcoin, exactly what my thoughts are, the bigger, the smaller, the short, the long, and everything in between. Nexa to me is a long-term hold. Anything could happen to it. I'm going to hold it throughout the bull run, see what happens. It could be a rug pull. It could go to zero. I put what I was willing to lose in this thing, and it kind of looks like it could have been a bad call. All right? So we'll see what happens. It's very beat. It had some awesome proof of work hype. Seems just getting sold off by the miners. At the same time, it could come back on a nice hype cycle. You never know. I'm not screaming about it. I'm not a fan about it. I tucked a couple G's in there. We'll see what happens, right? I put what I was willing to lose. Can you pray for the 99 group membership? Can you pay for the 99 membership with crypto by emailing cryptolifers@gmail.com? Yep. Cryptolifers@gmail.com. You can also just hit us up with the contact here, support. Contact us, say, hey, I would like to pay in crypto, and we'll get back to you that way too as well. There's so many ways to do it, and we have the best customer service in the game. I pride myself on how amazing the customer service is. All right. Let's take a look at Phantom, and then I'm out of here for the day. Just to be nice, because I did look at Phantom earlier. Did it hold its key level of support and resistance that I put out? I want to see. So Phantom's holding strong support. If the ETF approves, we get the nice move. Bitcoin plays nice. It's likely Phantom continues to 78 cents for 109% gains. All right. Everyone, I love you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here. Please comment, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. You can find out when I post my next video. Thank you for sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. And I'll see you tomorrow for another beautiful live stream. Be safe, and don't get too caught up into the news. Stick to the chart. Stick to your support of resistance, and stay true to your technical analysis. I love you all. God bless. And thank you for everything. Gratitude is the attitude. Gratitude leads to abundance every single time. It's the frequency that you want to be on every day. God bless. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, hello and welcome to another update video about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is sort of oscillating between 45, 46K. More in the 45K region actually. And is this the last video before the ETF approval? We will see. I don't know exactly. I don't think there is a set time for it when the announcement comes. If it's a approval or delay or decline. But I guess it will be rather towards the end of the day, towards the end of the trading day. But we'll see. we'll see. It's certainly going to be a lot of volatility. Everybody's going to lose their minds. So it's going to be interesting anyway, an entertaining week. But, and on top of that, we had that fake news incident yesterday about, from the SEC. So looking at this structure, fairly unchanged. So again, just to make you aware of the overall structure we're dealing with. In the last video, I shared with you the daily time frame as well. Again, in this video, we just want to take a look at the shorter time frame. Two scenarios, we have to give it that space. So we have to give it plenty of space on a day like that. These scenarios, the structures, the Elliott waves, allow for a lot of space. We, for example, have one scenario in which wave 4 is complete. A wave down would have bottomed on the 11th of December. B wave up, haven't labeled this, but this would be the B wave, and then C wave down. Complete structure, actually WXY that would be. WXY bottomed here, and we're now in a fifth wave on our way towards 50K plus. The 50K plus scenario is anyway the primary scenario. The question is just, do we take the direct route or the scenic route, which takes the diversion through support, okay? So that also takes us to the short-term bearish scenario in which wave 4 hasn't finished yet. And instead we're dealing with an A wave, a massive B wave, and then we could still get a C wave down from here. So let's talk about that and how we can distinguish these two scenarios. First of all, in both scenarios, I would expect still a rally, or I'm looking at least for a rally in wave 5 to the upside to 50,000 plus, maybe even in the region of 55K, but we'll only know that once we see a break above 50K. That will be a difficult one to crack. And the main support region is between 39,360 down to 34K. Now, I don't expect it to come down to 34K, but that would be all part of an overall bullish scenario. This is for the wave 4 in which we still might be. It's just difficult to see on the smaller time frame, the main support area. But due to the high B wave, expectations would be only maybe to touch the 23.6 Fibonacci level at 39,360 if, but only if, we see the price break out of this structure in which it currently is moving. So now let's take a look at the different conditions. My stance is that due to the breakout we've had above recent highs and a new 2024 high, and that's been quite consistent over the last few days, even though this is quite a messy structure, that we can look for higher prices in a still unfolding ending diagonal. At least it seems to be some kind of a diagonal that can take us to 50K. We can focus on it as long as we're holding the main support. And the main support here is at 43,617. Below that level, well, all we have left is basically the ascending trend line, but the wave count would need to change. Below the ascending trend line, we're probably coming down in wave C to 39,360. Basically, in an ideal world, if this white scenario is playing out, that can take us to 50K, which would be as follows: 1, 2, 3, reach the ideal target for a third. This would be wave 4 in an ABC structure. Earlier today I shared with you we might be in wave C, or this is sort of an ABC structure in wave 4. And the wave 5 could then, unfold in an ABC structure. But ideally, this swing low, today's low, is holding. Ideally, because that's the golden ratio. And ideally, we don't break below that level. Okay, there isn't really a set, let's say, a very reliable support for a wave 4 in a diagonal. And I acknowledge on a day like that, we might have to give it a little bit more space, have to acknowledge that the waves might test their extremes. So we have to remain flexible on a day like that, okay? It's just that the real invalidation point for this scenario is the wave 2 low, and that's at 42,544. Below that level, we'll probably get a bearish setup back onto the chart, which can send us down in the C wave. So far, the pullback is corrective, however. And if we break support, we'll get a bearish setup, but it might very well follow through then or fail again, as it has done so many times in this structure, because this is just moving along the trend channel. So pay attention to that as well. The microstructures are not very stable in this structure, but we know that we've been talking about that since December, since we really entered this range, because we knew it's going to be a wave 4. Be flexible with the microstructure. All we really need to watch out for is an ABC structure, and we've got that, or WXY, to understand when the correction could be complete. The microstructure is going to change and shift, and we have to be flexible. But just note where the support levels are. So far, support is holding. Next upside target, yeah, I mean, minimally, I'd like to see 48,860 in wave 5, but it would be better to get to 50K. That's the next main Fibonacci level. So we have to remain flexible. It's going to be an interesting day. I'll keep you updated, especially today. Don't be surprised if we see rapid volatility later on today. And depending on the outcome, hopefully a little bit euphoria or disappointment. But my take is obviously that the SEC will approve the ETFs, but that's just my view. Okay, that people expect it. The providers expect it, but essentially it's up to the SEC. Okay, that's my update about Bitcoin. Hope you liked the update. If you did, please hit the like button, leave a comment and subscribe. And if you really like the content, then please check out the channel membership. Also, make sure that you follow us on Instagram and Twitter for additional content. Thanks a lot for watching. Bye-bye.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. And in today's video, we're going to be talking about a 6-figure Bitcoin. Now, with the Bitcoin ETF approval seemingly imminent, the question remains, what will happen and how high can we go if this is the bullish catalyst that everybody is looking for? Now, as we creep closer and closer to a potential approval, we're starting to see some super bullish press, with multinational banks calling for some crazy prices on Bitcoin, with Standard Chartered calling for a $100,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2024 and a potential $200,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2025. Now, are these predictions even possible or likely, or is this just the market maker setting up retail to be that exit liquidity before a giant dump? In today's video, we're going to be covering some of these bullish stories. We're going to take a look at some of this moon math that the banks are doing, and then we're going to hit the charts. I'm going to show you guys why you should be somewhat careful as we approach some key levels of resistance and as we inch closer to the previous all-time high. But after that, we are going to take a look at the bullish case, looking upwards above that 2021 all-time high, and we're going to talk about the likelihood of breaking that all-time high in 2024 and seeing that $100,000 Bitcoin that they're calling for. And I'm going to give you guys my top 3 most bullish predictions if we are to break that 2021 all-time high. There are some specific targets I'm looking at, so we're going to cover all those in case Bitcoin decides to throw its spacesuit on, jump in a rocket ship, and head towards that 6-figure level. I don't want to waste too much time here, guys. We got a lot of interesting stuff to take a look at, so without further ado, let's go ahead and find out if this $100,000 Bitcoin's possible. Let's get into it. So, as you guys can see here, VanEck CEO, if you guys don't know who VanEck is, they are one of the Bitcoin ETF applicants. They filed their application back in August of 2023, and now their CEO is saying that they are expecting their spot Bitcoin ETF to potentially start trading as early as Thursday. And as you can see here, VanEck CEO said his firm's spot Bitcoin exchange traded fund, or ETF, should begin trading on Thursday, echoing other firms that expect the Securities and Exchange Commission to greenlight those products in the coming day. And then we have a quote here from the CNBC host asking, "You believe it's going to start trading Thursday?" Where the VanEck CEO simply just responded, "Yeah." Continuing on, asset managers have been vying for a spot Bitcoin ETF for months, and updated forms have been rapidly filed as they get closer to potentially obtaining approval from the SEC for what would be the first spot Bitcoin ETF in the US. And Valkyrie Investments is also anticipating a decision soon, telling the block that they expect the SEC will deem ETFs effective at the end of the business day on Wednesday, with trading to begin on Thursday morning. So we are seeing some of these bullish stories starting to pop up. up, which is very good to see the sentiment really just continue in that bullish direction, but also has some red alerts flashing in my head. As you know, sometimes when all this bullish media comes out, we could be nearing a local top. Now, we also have a headline here saying Standard Chartered. Now, if you guys don't know who Standard Chartered is, they are a giant multinational bank, not only offering services to individuals like me and you for personal banking, but they also offer institutional and corporate banking services, offering things such as financial markets access, as well as advisory services. Now, you guys know I'm a big fan of moon math on this channel, as long as we're being realistic, but you can see that Standard Chartered is doing some moon math of their own, calling for a $200,000 Bitcoin by late 2025 if the ETFs are approved. The article goes on to say multinational bank Standard Chartered predicts that Bitcoin could reach nearly $200,000 by the end of the year if the Bitcoin ETFs are approved and are successful in the United States. The bank based the price prediction on the assumption of between 437 million and 1.32 million Bitcoin that will be held in the United States listed spot Bitcoin ETFs by the end of 2024. The firm estimates this to equate between about $50 to $100 billion in inflow. Definitely bullish if you ask me. They also featured an X post here from Lark Davis. Shout out to Lark Davis. Just saying Standard Chartered posting some moon math of their own, $200,000 incoming. And then the article goes on to say Kendrick and Cooper's $200,000 prediction means that Bitcoin must increase 4.3x from its current price at $47,000. However, Standard Chartered executives noted the value of gold exchange traded products multiplied by this 4.3 figure around 7 to 8 years after gold ETPs were launched in November of 2004. Now, we would expect Bitcoin probably to move a little bit quicker than that, and they would actually agree, saying we expect Bitcoin to enjoy price gains of similar magnitude as a result of the US spot ETF approval, but we see these gains materializing over a shorter 1 to 2 year period, basically seeing that $200,000 price prediction by the end of the next bull run. The banking executives also noted its latest Bitcoin price prediction is in line with its more recent Bitcoin price prediction of $100,000 by 2024. Now, these are the price predictions we're going to dive into right now. Is it possible to break our previous all-time highs and get to that $100,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2024? Well, let's go ahead and jump on into the charts and figure out how realistic this prediction is. So here we are on the Bitcoin chart, guys, and if you watch my channel, these levels will look very, very familiar to you, as this is basically how we were able to predict this extremely bullish move up to about 48 to 50K over the past year. Now, I'm not going to get into why these volume profiles are so effective or how to use them in this video, because we're just looking at key levels and talking about these predictions, but I made a video about 8 months ago when we were hitting our head on the bottom of this key level of resistance, expecting that if we were able to flip this level to support, we would simply fill the rest of the volume profile, coming up to our macro golden pocket at 48 to 50K. Now, there was a little more that went into this analysis, because we did see the same thing happen here in 2019 when we put our bottom in the bear market of 2018, and then we got a bear market rally up to our macro golden pocket before getting a little bit of a retracement down to a macro 786 before the next halving and the next parabolic 2021 bull run. And that video, if you guys are interested in checking that out, because we do talk about what we expect the rest of the bear market to look like, I'll link it in a card above and in the description down below. But we are essentially at those price targets that we were looking at. And now the question remains, what happens if we break these levels? Now, first off, I want to talk about the bearish case, guys, because anytime you see things go mega bullish and you see these crazy bullish articles popping up, sometimes it could be a little bit of a red flag, because as you guys know, oftentimes when we have big events like this, it could create a sell the news event where everybody hops in anticipation of these Bitcoin ETF approvals, and then it winds up dumping on the news, because a lot of the people who were buying at the bottom of the bear market, shout out to the Candle Mafia, if you watch the channel, you will have been buying all down here. However, people who have been buying down here are now sitting in beautiful profits of almost 200%, so we do have to be careful of a potential pullback. Now, another problem I do see with a break of the all-time high from 2021 at about $69,000 is that historically, Bitcoin doesn't typically break its all-time high before the halving takes place. And as you guys know, the halving is set to take place around April of this year. Although we are in a little bit of a specific situation here with these long-awaited bullish catalysts being the spot Bitcoin ETFs, remember, we typically don't see Bitcoin break its all-time high before the halving occurs. And if we are just going to see history rhyme or repeat itself, we could potentially expect a big cool-off, because traditionally, we do enter a little bit of an accumulation zone after a big bear market rally. And in 2019, we got a big cool-off and then a black swan clearing out all these longs, filling that entire
entire move to the downside before finally launching up into the next bull market. So if we are going to see history rhyme or repeat itself, and we're not going to break the all-time high or the golden pocket, etc., what we could potentially expect is a little bit of a cool off into some other key levels of support, where I would be looking simply at the golden pocket and 786 retracement of the entire move up. So even if we pull up to that 786, I would be pulling my fib from the low to the high and then taking a look at that golden pocket and 786 retracement for a potential revisit. And then once we started breaking that 786, I would start to get a little bit more bearish on Bitcoin, starting to wonder what's going on and if we should start looking lower. I always do say if the 4-year cycle is going to break, I feel like a spot Bitcoin ETF may be the thing to do that. But as you know, every time people start to think this time is different, they typically wind up getting wrecked almost every single time. So as we inch closer to these approvals, guys, we are also inching very, very close to some key levels of resistance. And the first major level of resistance is this golden pocket sitting between about $48,000 and $50,000, where we also have the value area high of our range. And as you guys know, once you flip that value area low and get above the POC, chances are you're on your way to the value area high. So I wouldn't be surprised to see price push into these levels, but if we do, I am going to be very cautious for a potential pullback, because this is monumental resistance, and if history does wind up repeating or rhyming, we have rejected these macro golden pockets in the past, so we could potentially see the same thing happen. Now, if we break that golden pocket, we do have another key level of resistance we need to be watching out for, and it is sitting right here at the 786 Fibonacci retracement level, the macro 786 when pulled from the all-time high to the all-time low, sitting at about $57,624. So if we do wind up breaking over this level, guys, we could wind up seeing a push to that 786, where I will continue to be very, very cautious for a pullback, because typically this is where lower highs come in before getting a retracement to the downside. Even if we are going to come back up and break the all-time highs, it is going to be important to look for a rejection at these levels, whether we get them or not. And once we get over that golden pocket, we will also be outside of our value area, which is simply between the value area high and the value area low of this range. And when we see this, oftentimes this is what we would consider an overvalued asset, and this is where we typically want to be looking for shorts to potentially get accepted back into the range for that retracement that you would expect off of these Fibonacci retracement levels. So this is kind of the bearish case in my opinion. Granted, we will come up a little bit, so it is kind of like a bullish and then a bearish case, but this is kind of what I would expect if we are going to get some excitement entering into the markets based off the ETF approvals. But especially at the 786, you want to be very, very careful in case we do get a sell the news event. We get that little pop up before hitting the golden pocket 786 and then getting the retracement to the downside, where we have some key levels of support below sitting around 34.4K, as well as some other local support we have within here. But this is not a local video. This is a macro video. And then you would just simply expect all these levels within the range to get respected for your key levels of support, remembering that your POC is indeed your next macro level to the downside. So I know that's the bearish case, and nobody wants to hear the bearish case, especially when there's news calling for a $100,000 to $200,000 Bitcoin. So now let's go ahead and cover the bullish case. So let's say that we do wind up getting the ETF approvals and things go absolutely ballistic. Well, the next targets to the upside would still be the golden pocket and the 786, but let's assume that Bitcoin is strapping on its spacesuit, hopping in the rocket ship, and just going absolutely crazy, and we break that 786 to the upside and we flip it to support. The next major level of resistance is simply going to be the 2021 all-time high, which is sitting at $69,000 even. Now, this is obviously going to be a major level of resistance to look at and a key level to flip to support. So if we wind up getting a big break, we get over that 786. Simply put, the next key level is going to be that $69,000 all-time high, where we could potentially look for some resistance. Now, this is kind of where the 4-year cycle starts to disagree with these bullish predictions, because like I said, if you come back to 2019, you can see we came up to that golden pocket, and then we did not crack that all-time high at about $20,000 until December of 2020, which was already after the halving had taken place and we had gotten that Bitcoin supply shock. So it does kind of break the 4-year cycle, in my opinion. Like, if we do wind up breaking this all-time high, it completely shatters the 4-year cycle. But like I said, as Bitcoin matures as a financial asset, this cycle will eventually break, and it's very hard to tell what will actually break the cycle. But in my opinion, if if it is going to change or break, the spot Bitcoin ETF may be the thing that actually winds up doing that. Now, I'm not calling for that, but looking back, if this 4-year cycle breaks, that Bitcoin ETF, I mean, this is a bullish catalyst that people have talked about in the previous bull run. It's always rumored, oh my God, spot Bitcoin ETF, Bitcoin's going to be the new gold. And simply put, we're just closer to that happening than ever before. Now, the fun really starts once we break this all-time high, because once you crack that $69,000 price level, there is simply nothing but air above, and Bitcoin will be entering that beautiful, beautiful zone of price discovery. Now, that does add a little bit of difficulty to the TA because there is no way to look left and find previous resistance. So I'm using a mixture of Fibonacci levels as well as spider lines to figure out where the next likely targets to the upside for Bitcoin would be after we break the all-time high and can't look left anymore. So if we wind up seeing Bitcoin break out of the golden pocket above the 786 and absolutely destroy its all-time high, and we get a gigantic move to the upside, guys, the next key level I'd be looking at is sitting right here at about $81,437. Now, again, these levels are a mixture of Fibonacci levels as well as spider lines, and as you can see, depending on how long it takes us to move up here, we could be looking at that next key target once we break that all-time high to be sitting right here at that $81,500 level. Now, if we wind up cracking that $80,000 level to hit that $100,000 prediction by the end of 2024, like Standard Chartered is looking for, this prediction actually does wind up lining up with the technicals, in my opinion, because once we crack that $81,000 level and hop on top of the spider line, the next major spider line that we are seeing is sitting right here, and the fib level also comes in at about $101,997, almost 102 grand. And again, depending on how quickly we would be able to get up there, this would be in beautiful confluence with this major spider line sitting at about $108,000. So even if we come up to this fib level and start wicking above, you have that backup resistance sitting right there at about $107,000 to $109,000. Now, the resistance and confluence with these spider lines and fib levels, again, is going to be very, very reliant on how quickly and when we come up to these levels. But as you can see, target number one right here at 81.5 has beautiful confluence. And then right up here, we do have some nice confluence with the spider lines and the next fib level. Now, it is very, very hard to predict if this is going to happen. That's why I'm giving you guys the if this, then that scenario, the bullish case and the bearish case. That way, if we do get the move up, that's the if this. If we move up, we could take a look at these targets and expect resistance around these key levels. But to be quite honest, $80,000 and $100,000 do have some pretty nice confluence, in my opinion, again, based very heavily on time. Now, let's talk about that $200,000 prediction by the end of 2025. Now, my last two technical targets are actually pretty close to that $200,000 mark. We have target number 3 sitting here at about $155,000. This spider line runs through that $150 level towards the end of 2025. So this may be a place that if we reach, you may want to be careful, because not only do you have the fib level, but you also have this spider line. Maybe if we are able to get a blow off top, which we did not get in 2021, we got a double top. But if we were to see something like this, where we got an absolute blow off top like we saw in 2017, which is definitely possible, I don't see it being super unrealistic to hit that fourth target up here, which is right in between these two red spider lines, between about $200,000 and $250,000. So to be quite honest with you guys, there are some technicals that line up with these price predictions. Just simply, even if we're ignoring the spider lines, guys, just simply looking at the next fib levels, we have 81,000, 102,000, 150,000, and about $210,000 as the next targets. And then when you fire up the spider lines, you can see that there is some nice confluence at these levels, and in my opinion, could be good targets to look at as we move into the next bull run and as we wait for the spot Bitcoin ETFs to get approved. Now, this move would give you about a 362% gain on your investment if you were to buy Bitcoin at today's price, which is about $47,000. Which brings me to my last point. When looking at these bullish price predictions, guys, you want to realize that these are all very speculative. There is nothing guaranteeing that we hit these levels. There is nothing guaranteeing, even though it may be likely, there is nothing guaranteeing that if these spot Bitcoin ETFs get approved, that we're absolutely just going to shoot up to 100K by the end of the year. And we do have to be careful as we near monumental resistance, being the macro golden pocket and 786 between 48 and 58K, because more often than not, when we see the super bearish news starting to go mainstream, we are near a bottom. And when we see the super bullish news hitting the mainstream for Bitcoin, we are oftentimes approaching key resistance, and oftentimes it could mark a local top. So be careful out there, Mafia. Like I said, I am mega bullish on Bitcoin, especially going into the next bull run. I do think these price targets are potentially possible, but again, I want to remind you that this is all speculative, but now you have the key levels to take a look at, and as we approach those key levels, you can assess the price action and decide if you are seeing bullish or bearish signals to either take some profit or maybe just hold on for the next target to get hit. So shout out to the Candle Mafia and shout out to everybody holding Bitcoin. Congrats on your massive gains if you were buying at the bottom of the bear market, and if you're still holding on, fingers crossed for the spot ETF approvals, and hopefully we can
PM. I think everyone's going to be watching. But you can't stop Jamie Dimon, the CEO of America's largest bank, to not stop, making his thoughts known on this. So I have a video for you guys. I'm going to play. It's about 31 seconds long, and then we're going to just have a discussion about all this.
There's also new regulation coming on Bitcoin, and you famously said recently that you would shut it down if you were in government. Can you give us more clarity on that?
What I've always said is that Bitcoin doesn't have value, and I don't care what people do with Bitcoin, but what I was also pointing out is that the actual use cases are sex trafficking, tax avoidance, anti-money laundering, terrorism financing. It's not people just buying and selling Bitcoin. There's no value to if you're
like that is some bullshit. Like that's our look. Elizabeth Warren released the data. Sorry, not Elizabeth Warren. She definitely didn't release the data. She doesn't want this data to come out. Cynthia Lummis released the data. 99% of illicit finance is conducted using the traditional financial system. So why is Jamie Dimon saying this? Because really, Bitcoin is a threat to banks. Why? Because once the general public starts to figure out that all of a sudden I don't have to leave my savings in a bank, of which charges me a monthly maintenance fee if I don't have a certain amount on there. Not to mention that you're not holding Bitcoin in a bank, you're holding dollars in a bank, of which they're also losing value. So you're just getting screwed in so many different ways. And they figure out, wait, I can take self-custody of this thing. I don't have to pay a fee, number one. And number two, it's number go up technology. It's a deflationary currency. Your purchasing power increases over time. So if I was someone like Jamie Dimon, I'm like, holy shit, as soon as people figure this out, this is not a good thing, right? And of course he teams up with Elizabeth Warren, and they try to convince the public and try to gather enough political support off misrepresentations, because both their claims have been debunked, in order to try to stop this thing. But you can't stop the honey badger. You could slow it down in certain countries and whatnot, and this and that. The Bitcoin's incentives will rule the day. Anyways, we were talking with Craig earlier on, and he wanted to talk about the halving, because the halving is coming up. So Craig, what are your thoughts on the halving? And then I want to get Opti's thoughts on the video and the supposed approval of the ETF at 6 p.m.
Well, I just wanted to, when we were doing the numbers, I was thinking that we're less than 15,000 blocks away. I think it was 825,000 blocks around right now, and the halving's at 840,000 blocks. So it's coming up quickly. I think the estimated time is around April 20th, which is another great, hilarious date for celebration, I think. Talking about the video too, I mean, watch what they do, not what they say. Jamie Dimon, JP Morgan Chase, is an authorized participant of BlackRock's ETF. So he's on TV talking trash right now about Bitcoin. And meanwhile, in the background, they are a necessary partner for BlackRock to be handling the trade-ins and outs of the ETF.
100%. Opti, what's your take on Craig's comments, and then what's your take on the supposed if we can't trust the SEC, who could we trust?
I'm glad Craig brought that up, because I was going to say the same thing, and I loved how you frame it. Don't listen to what they say, watch what they do. And like he said, JP Morgan is literally the authorized participant for the BlackRock ETF. So it's funny that on the one hand, I mean, we've been saying this for a while. The billionaire, banker, politician playbook is all the same. You publicly FUD Bitcoin. You probably stack Bitcoin on the back end. And then once your bags are packed, you come out publicly, very publicly, and say like, oh yeah, we love Bitcoin. And this is what they've been doing for a long time in the Bitcoin space, and we can almost be certain that they have their own holdings of Bitcoin. Maybe there's some legal fiduciary responsibilities of reporting on that, but there's always pigeons and people that they can use to stack Bitcoin in their name. But anyways, the Jamie Dimon video doesn't surprise me at all. I think it's just funny that he does this on this day, considering like the importance of what's happening right now with the spot Bitcoin ETF. But remember, Elizabeth Warren was quote unquote grilling him the other day, and he said the same thing. This is not a new statement by Jamie Dimon or bankers and central bankers and their ilk. So I'm not surprised that this is what they're saying. Of course, they cannot fully endorse Bitcoin because we know what Bitcoin does. It literally disintermediates their job. So they're obviously not going to come out, at least on the very first innings of this, and be like, oh, we love Bitcoin. You guys should go jump in and save in Bitcoin. They're going to do their best to gaslight the masses out there, the population, the normie population, that they probably shouldn't get as much Bitcoin exposure as they should. They'll start to trickle that signal out slowly but surely. Obviously, at first, tell their high net worth individuals that, yeah, maybe you want some Bitcoin exposure. And then finally, Main Street will get the signal and they'll get told to buy Bitcoin. But anyways, on the approval, it is technically on their website now, Nico, and I showed the whole thing here. So SEC.
I mean, so are we on the website? This is
I'm
the
pretty
website.
Sure,
this is not a screenshot.
This is on the website. Yes, apparently. We had the Twitter team right now. They said that they're confirming this as well. But hey, no official announcement yet. But apparently, you can see here accepted today at 10:56 Eastern. So. Yeah, it looks like it's official, but we'll wait for the official announcement to fully go in from the SEC or Gary Gensler themselves to approving all of the spot Bitcoin ETFs. But yeah, man, I guess it is a historic day. January 10th is not just the historic tweet of running Bitcoin. It is the day, allegedly, that the spot Bitcoin ETF gets approved. But guys, again, we're trying to do this in real time, so if for some reason something happened, maybe they got hacked again on their website. We'll see what happens later. So
wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. So Twitter. So Twitter team. If you're listening, please put the link below the tweet.
I got it. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Thread the website link and then just specify Opti that this is a link to the website. Don't trust, verify. Because we can't confide on the SEC to say what's approved or not. But that, according to the SEC website, as it stands right now, the ARK ETF has been approved. So that's where we stand. According to the website, maybe we're reading it wrong. If you guys think we're reading it wrong, please let us know down in the comments. All right, everybody, let's get to the news.
I was just going to say, I'm surprised that they would just put it on their website without making a live announcement after yesterday's debacle.
Well, maybe that's true, but maybe they're waiting to approve more and then they'll announce like all of them in a bunch. But hey, maybe they're trying to avoid more bad PR. And actually, on that note, let's go. If Nico, if you're going to cover the whole thing, let's do that, and then I'll save my take on what actually happened.
Okay, cool. Could you thread the website, Opti? We got to change that. We got to change that wording. We got to change that wording from the Simply account. That's a hot potato. All right, everybody, let's get to the news. We got a lot to talk about.
The Daily News.
I want to give a shout out to our sponsor, Foundation Devices. It's self-custody done right. They built a premium grade hardware wallet called Passport right here in the US. It's fully open source and verifiable. It's the most intuitive Bitcoin wallet designed with a UX reminiscent of a simple feature phone. So you will know how to navigate it and use it the moment you pick it up. Get your Bitcoin off exchanges and into your own hands in just a few minutes. Experience the peace of mind that comes with taking ownership of your own keys. After a massive sellout during Bitcoin Miami 2023, the Passport is back in stock at foundationdevices.com. Bitcoin only, open source verifiable, completely air gap security model, gorgeous design craft, premium grade materials. If you're thinking about getting your Bitcoin off exchanges, this is the one for you. Check out the Passport link in the show notes below to learn more. All right, everybody. I mean, it's super easy for you guys. You could scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you directly to the Foundation Devices website where you can get
Craig
yourself
has his.
I got mine right here.
Oh, we got two. Nice. Okay, and
wait,
you can
I
get
got
yourself
one here
a-
too.
All right.
Okay, all right. Wow. All right, guys, get yourself a Passport hardware wallet. Remember, guys, not your keys, not your Bitcoin. You want to take self-custody of your Bitcoin. If you don't take self-custody of your Bitcoin, it's not your Bitcoin. ETF Bitcoin is not Bitcoin, right? You want to buy Bitcoin, earn Bitcoin, mine Bitcoin, and take that Bitcoin into self-custody. That's what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. And you got to do that by properly securing your seed phrase and, of course, getting yourself a badass hardware wallet. And, of course, we recommend our sponsor, Passport by Foundation. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I do want to talk about the media framing against Elon, right? Because this is nuts. This is so crazy. I cannot believe it. Like, what the F is going on here? SEC account hack amplifies concerns over security at Musk's X, right? Breach underscores questions about reliability of news on X. Elon Musk's X has been seeking to win back advertisers. Ladies and gentlemen, framing is extremely important. Wording is important, okay? Wording is important. Framing is important. What they're doing is basically saying, and we're going to go through the receipts. This isn't just Nico just talking shit, right? We're going to go through the receipts. What they're doing is that they're pushing the blame from the SEC for not properly securing their account, and they're pushing the blame to Elon Musk. We know that the Biden administration does not like the X platform. We know that, Europe, the European Union, does not like the X platform, right? I saw a Naval tweet the other day that said Elon freed the bird, right? We know for a fact once the Twitter files were released that the U.S. government, even though this is completely against the First Amendment, was working with Twitter to censor certain American speech, right? But it's just interesting how the legacy media is framing it in a way where the government, even though they dropped the ball, is not responsible. It's actually Twitter is responsible. And I also want to point this out as well, right? Underscores questions about reliability of news on X. What about the reliability of the New York Times? What about the reliability of the legacy corporate media? Look at their behavior over the last 3 or 4 years. They haven't been quite reliable. There's a lot of things that they got blatantly wrong. But of course, they don't take responsibility for that because they're legacy media, right? This is crazy. I'm telling you guys, this is narrative trench warfare. They're literally telling you, don't believe your eyes. It is actually the fault of it's actually the fault of Twitter. So it goes on to say the SEC said in its account on social network X was compromised, leading to a spike in the price of Bitcoin, raising fresh concerns about X reliability as a source of information and the strength of its security practices. The incident, one of the most consequential breaches in years on the platform, formerly known as Twitter, began with a post on the SEC's official verified account, which inaccurately shared that a regulator had approved spot Bitcoin exchange traded funds, a decision that has been anticipated for later this week. The price of Bitcoin quickly shot up more than 2.5% as news of the post spread online and via media outlets, including Bloomberg News, that were watching the SEC's feed for such an announcement. Okay. And you think, wow, like, holy shit, like Elon, like what's going on? Even the legacy corporate media is saying the same thing. Here's a clip from CNBC yesterday.
Decision yet. Okay, and so I'm just going to reiterate it one more time. It would appear that X has been hacked, that the U.S. government, the SEC, has not been hacked, which in of itself would have been quite interesting since the SEC is also regulating all of these cybersecurity issues and hacks for public.
Do you see that? Do you hear what they like? Do you hear the doubt in her voice? Do you hear that? The U.S. government has not been hacked. It is actually X, the platform, that was hacked. And here's Elon. That's how the legacy media runs, right? Now let's go. Let's take a trip down memory lane, right? So here is, September 2018. Elon Musk charged with securities fraud for misleading tweets. Okay. Here's the official tweet that says today the SEC grants approval for Bitcoin ETFs for listing on all registered national security exchanges. The approved Bitcoin ETF will be subject to ongoing surveillance and compliance measures to ensure continued investor protection. Right? So this is the hack tweet supposedly. Now, here's the thing though, right? And again, the whole thing about the SEC is consumer protection. Consumer protection brought to you by the SEC. Now, I know a lot of you guys are thinking, okay, maybe the X platform was hacked, right? Maybe it was hacked. Maybe they're onto something. So here's what the Twitter safety team said. We can confirm that the account as the SEC Gov was compromised, and we have completed a preliminary investigation. Based on our investigation, the compromise was not due to any breach of X systems, but rather due to an unidentified individual obtaining control over a phone number associated with the SEC government account through a third party. We can also confirm that the account did not have two-factor authentication enabled at the time the account was compromised. We encourage all users to enable this extra layer of security. More information and tips on how to keep your account secure can be found in our help center. Okay, right? So, but look at what the media said. Look at what the legacy media on TV said. It's not the U.S. government that messed this up. No. It was Twitter that messed this up. Twitter looked into it and said, guys, you didn't have your 2FA on. Now, here's the other thing, which I think is absolutely hilarious. They themselves literally advocated for 2FA. This is a reminder this is a tweet from Gary Gensler for our audio listeners. This is a reminder to secure your financial accounts as well as protect against identity theft and fraud. Remember to use strong passphrases and passwords. Set up multi-factor authentication. I guess they didn't. I guess they thought they were above that. And here's the thing: there is more history of this as well, and I'm going to pull it up. So check this out. This is another tweet by the SEC. Careful what you read on the internet. The best source of information about the SEC is the SEC. But what happens when the SEC tweets this? And then this happens, which led me to tweet this out yesterday. Consumer protection brought to you by the SEC. Now, this brings me back to remember what they accused Elon of. Elon Musk charged with securities fraud for misleading tweets. So is the SEC going to sue the SEC for misleading tweets? They didn't follow 2FA. They didn't follow their own rules. And then, of course, because it makes them look bad, they get the legacy media to basically say Twitter was compromised and hacked, when in reality, they just didn't feel like setting up the 2FA themselves. And, you know, a lot of people have thoughts on this. First, I'm going to start off with Jack Mallers. This is the same Washington, D.C. that manages your monetary policy. I think he hit the nail on the head. Here's Bitcoin Magazine. Securities lawyers tell Fox Business that the SEC will have to investigate itself for market manipulation. 100%. Some senators are pissed off. Here's Senator Bill Hagerty. Just like the SEC would demand accountability from a public company if they made such a colossal market-moving mistake, Congress needs answers on what just happened. This is unacceptable. Here's the Bitcoin senator, Senator Cynthia Lummis. Fraudulent accounts like the ones that was made on the SEC social media can manipulate markets. We need transparency on what happened. Absolutely. But you know what the worst thing that you can do is say the SEC account hack amplifies concerns over security at MuxX. You know what the worst thing that you can do is get the talking heads on legacy corporate media to say shit like this.
It would appear that X has been hacked, that the U.S. government, the SEC, has not been hacked, which in of itself would have been quite interesting, since the SEC is also regulating all of these cybersecurity issues and hacks for public or private sector as well right now. But bottom line,
you hear the reporter when she's saying that, because she's coming to the conclusion, and it's in her face. She's like, holy cow, like if they can't even do a Twitter account, like, and they're responsible for this. So like, look, this is what I gotta say about this. Cut the BS. Clearly, you guys, the SEC has elongated the approval of the spot Bitcoin ETF process, I believe for political reasons. We know that the current administration does not like Bitcoin. We know for a fact, right, thanks to the awesome journalism from Fox News, that the Elizabeth Warren colluded with Gary Gensler on testimony regarding specific I think it was stuff in relation to Bitcoin. So, like, cut with the political BS, take responsibility for the drop ball, and stop blaming Elon. You guys are guilty of the thing you guys have spent years of accusing other people of. And it makes them look so bad that they cannot accept that. They can't say, oh, because it makes them look terrible. And that's what this is about. If we are living under a government that is not going to take responsibility for their mess ups, they would rather blame the private sector because it's easier. There's no accountability there. There's no consequences to bad actions. You know, and I saw Beauty go on a tangent. Opti, maybe we can pull that up. Basically saying that the SEC shouldn't exist at all. This is like this is disgusting. I'm sick of this, and it's just like they charged Elon for a crime for doing this. They themselves did this yesterday. You know how many longs and shorts got completely wiped out with that move that came out of that account? So stop with the grandstanding. Take responsibility. I agree with Lummis and I agree with the other senator. We need answers, right? We need answers. The Twitter team already investigated it. The X team already investigated it. They already looked into it and they said, listen, you guys didn't have 2FA. At the same time, they're telling you, guys, you should have 2FA on. Who do I believe more? Because I mean, like, if you take a look at, you know, the US government, again, not to get political over the 5-10 years, they don't really have a great track record of telling the public the truth. And they use the legacy media in order to propel narratives. Remember what happened in the 2000s. They used the New York Times, the intelligence agencies used the New York Times to tell the American public that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, and that led to the invasion of Iraq. There was never any weapons of mass destruction discovered in Iraq, right? Like, we got to be blunt here. Like, like, come on now, right? And if there's no accountability, if there's no responsibility that's been taken, that's a big issue. So anyways, Opti did pull up the Go
Who
ahead,
are we
Craig.
kidding? Like,
Chime
there's
in.
this has been much longer than just the invasion of Iraq. Like, we're talking Gulf of Tonkin for the Vietnam that started the Vietnam War. We're talking JFK assassination. I mean, it's likely September 11th was an inside job. Like, there are so many different things that have led it much longer than just the Iraq invasion that they haven't done, and the investigations on. It's likely inside jobs they haven't told the truth about, and we're expecting the SEC to now investigate itself to find justice. Like, there's just no way that that's going to happen. I mean, to me, this Bloomberg post about X being hacked, which we know is not the case, is just the legacy media on its dying breath trying to like grasp at straws to do anything it can to make itself credible in the eyes of the people. There's just no way that that's actually what happened.
100%.
I'm finding it even more difficult to believe that the only thing was that they just didn't have 2FA on. I mean, to me, I think they just maybe bungled the scheduled tweet about like acknowledging or announcing the ETFs being approved, and now they have to backtrack and they're caught on their back foot. I think I saw a post in the comments about the meme material has been unreal. Like, yesterday was one of the funniest days that I've experienced in Bitcoin, and I've been here for a little while. It was hilarious. I mean, we're talking the regulatory agency that is supposed to protect consumers that bungles an announcement, gets hacked for doing the same exact thing they warned against, and now they are looking like absolute clowns. To me, this is like the funniest possible response, the funniest possible way that this ETF could get announced. I don't even care about the ETF. Like, the only way you should be investing in Bitcoin is buying it and holding it in self-custody. That is the only way that you should be holding Bitcoin. And here we are focusing on ETFs, which is fine. We're getting like the boomers involved in Bitcoin. That's great. But the real Bitcoin is Bitcoin in self-custody. This is hilarious.
100%. This is absolutely hilarious. And Michael Saylor actually had he dropped some funny ass Michael Saylor really has some great comedy. Opti, pull down the screen for a second while I share this. He did say Bitcoin will be the only thing ever approved twice by the SEC, which is absolutely hilarious.
How was the op return? Do you see the op return someone posted? Like chairman on the brink of second Bitcoin ETF approval. So good.
100%. And I also want to specify, guys, because we are on YouTube, and Craig did mention something about September 11th. That is his opinion. That is not the opinion of Simply Bitcoin. Just YouTube, if you're watching, just to clarify that, we like to have open discussions with our guests. Okay. So, okay. Anyways, I
do want to pull up that beauty on rant. I love good beauty on rant.
Yeah. So, he says, Opti, could you zoom in? Pinch,
yeah. I got you. Wait, maybe you want to.
There you go. No, that's great.
Pierre Rochard one. All right, just go.
So let's start with the Pierre Rochard one. Actually, I think that's appropriate. So it says Pierre Rochard says the ETF should not need regulatory approval. The SEC should have approved the first Bitcoin ETF that applied in 2013. It took 10 years for the SEC to finally make the correct decision to approve after losing in court. The SEC completely bungled the announcement. Mind you, the price of Bitcoin the first time 13 years ago was like $100. $100. How is that consumer fucking protection? I don't know. Anyways, the SEC is this is Beautyon, and a Beautyon's absolutely based. Goes on to say, and he's the by the way, for anyone who doesn't know, he is the founder of Azteco. Goes on to say, the SEC is unconstitutional and un-American. In the Anglo-Saxon legal system, all citizens benefit from the presumption of innocence. That means you should be free to provide goods and services without oversight or scrutiny, and only be subject to investigation if a complaint is raised. The SEC does not operate in this way. Not only does it prosecute you where no crime has been committed or person injured, but it acts like an extra legal ultra vires rulemaker, using its arbitrary standards and ideas to categorize constitutionality protected activities. Could you scroll down, Opti? It goes on to say, it appears that members of Congress are fed up with the SEC.
You can say it in this context. That's
regarding progress and are going to act. They will not abolish it, however, under the pretext of keeping people safe, which is the death dirge that is killing American innovation and industry. I mean, what is that Ben Franklin quote, right? If you want the people, what was it? It's such a good quote.
The like liberty and safety one or whatever.
Yeah. Liberty, safety.
Like if you, I'm butchering it. Obviously, I always butcher quotes, but if you like optimize for safety over liberty, you don't deserve either, or something like that.
I got it right here. Those who give up essential liberty to purchase a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety. Now, what makes that even worse, ladies and gentlemen, is the people that were supposed to like provide safety are now responsible for actually causing harm to the public with this tweet, right? So like, yeah, it is, guys, I'm telling you, like, it is kind of like a mess up. Fine, it happens. It happens to the best of us. That's okay. We're all human, right? But what I gotta say is take responsibility. Take responsibility. You didn't properly secure your account. Take responsibility for it. Own it. Don't blame Elon. And what I also got to say is enough with the BS. Like it's done. It's over. Okay. Just accept this thing. Approve it. Okay. The horse and pony show is over. Clearly the market wants it. You took out Binance, right? You took out SBF. It's over. It's done. Just accept it. Bitcoin's here to stay. Right. If this doesn't get approved today, this is a disaster. This is just like, it's embarrassing. What is going on? No accountability. Anyways, Nico rant is over. I just, when I saw this, guys, yesterday, I went on a tweet rampage. I haven't gone on one in forever. And it was just crazy to witness all this. Anyways, I do want to pass it on to Craig. Craig, what are your thoughts?
He ranted, unless he's got more to say.
Yeah, let's pass it on to Craig again, then we'll pass it on to Opti.
Cool. I feel like I gotta be a little careful here. I mean, I love beauty on
YouTube. You know, we love YouTube.
Just YouTube. Yeah,
we love YouTube.
I know.
On the platform. We want to stay there. So yeah.
I know. Well, YouTube's one that feels the concern about being demonetized too. I think that what's interesting to me is how people are coming to the conclusion that the SEC, it might not be a legitimate organization, or at the very least doesn't actually protect consumers in the way that it claims to. So I think that, now we're expecting them to investigate themselves. Can we really believe that that's going to be they're going to come to a conclusion that is fair and just? Now, also, not only that, but we're seeing blame placed on other organizations, private organizations. X is one of them. And not only are they blaming X, but they are also trying to save themselves in the process by saying, oh, we are the source of truth. We are the ones that you can count on for reliable, correct, true journalism. And I think that we've seen that over the past few years, it's been really put in our face over how that is not actually accurate. So I think, we've seen how X, or I should say Twitter rather, and the government has colluded in the past. And now we are seeing that the SEC is kind of asking Twitter and X to kind of have its back here and say, hey, look, we were hacked. Can't you show the public that we were hacked? And to me, I'm not really buying it. That's just my take. I'm not really buying it.
100%. I'm not really buying it either. And again, I know a lot of people are not fans of Elon. I've seen more truth from Elon than I've seen from, not to name any names, but in the last couple of years, his opinion, I truly believe that there's been a lot of. I don't think that there's been a little bit of dishonesty, to be honest. I clearly remember when our officials were telling us that there was going to be no inflation, and then if you would have listened to that, you would have gotten absolutely wrecked, right? So again, it's not like I'm blaming anything, but it's like, look, you're a human being, you're going to get it wrong, including the government, but take responsibility, own it a little bit, and at least there needs to be consequences to this, right? It needs to be say, listen, this is whatever. These are the measures that we're going to take. That's what all private companies do when there's a breach, right? So why does the government have special privileges? And I think that's really the debate that that has to be had. And the good news is about this, though, guys, is that this is one of the things that Bitcoin fixes. Because if you separate money from state and the state doesn't have that money printer, their only way of raising funds is via direct taxation. And if you're lying to the public about things so inconsequential, good luck, right? So like, it's kind of like it aligns incentives in society. And I think really what we're seeing that really, Salvador, first country that to make Bitcoin legal tender. But as long as governments have a fiat money printer, I don't think they truly care what the public thinks, because they're good to go. They're set. They got their money coming in. Anyways, I do want to make an announcement also, guys. This was the all-time high for Simply. I think we hit 617 live viewers on YouTube alone. We have I think we hit 70 on Twitter. And we have 70 watching now on Rumble. So we love all you guys. Thank you so much for supporting the show. A year ago, Opti and I were happy with like 50 live viewers. So like, holy cow, I don't know what to say. This is absolutely crazy. Dreams do come true. You just got to work really hard. I also do want to promote our audio platform in case you guys want to listen to us on the go. And for some reason you can't watch us on video, you can subscribe to us on Anchor, on Spotify, on Apple, on Fountain. You can stream us sats on Fountain. So if you want to listen to the audio only version of Simply Bitcoin, you can go to all those audio platforms. And also, if you're enjoying the show, make sure to smash that like button. Opti, I took the mic away from you from an excessive amount of time.
It's good.
So
No
I'm
worries.
gonna make you full screen.
No, you don't have to do
Get
all
on
that,
your
'cause-
soapbox.
No.
And say
First-
Opti the F out of it.
First and foremost, though, this is apparently going on Twitter right now. Twitter team's going crazy. Bitcoin Archive just tweeted that apparently Bloomberg Terminal has listed all 11 Bitcoin ETFs as pending listing. So we still don't know exactly, but it looks like today might actually be the day. I guess we will cover this in full tomorrow and break it all down if it's officially happening. We still have about four hours or so until the time that they said it was going to drop. Anyways, just going back to this whole debacle thing. As a social media manager myself, my first thought was like, oh, the intern like fat fingered it. He misscheduled the date and they dropped it an hour before or a day before it was supposed to really happen. And then it was so funny last night when we were covering this because we were all like losing our brains. We're like, wait, did it get approved or not? We're all looking at the SEC website, and then 5 minutes later or whatever, 10 minutes later, Gary Gensler goes out and tweets like, oh yeah, we got hacked. And 20 minutes later, they got it back. And so that was the part to me that was the most interesting, is just how quickly they got back their account. Usually when your account gets hacked, you don't get it back in 10 minutes. Like it's never like a literally done in 30 minutes. Like it's very interesting how quick this did happen. So we were all speculating that like the intern fat fingered or misscheduled the tweet, and then they're like, oops, sorry guys, it didn't really get approved yet, we got hacked. And then I guess later in the day, the Twitter team, the safety account confirmed that it did indeed get hacked. SEC account tweeted that they got their account back and they did get hacked. But it is very interesting. The Bloomberg article is going out about, it was Twitter that got hacked and not their the SEC Twitter account in particular, which I think is very interesting. Or rather, maybe someone did like a like a real life kind of hack. They got some information that they weren't supposed to have. But anyways, on all of this, as Craig was saying earlier, and we were saying before the show, it's just, this is what we love about Bitcoin. The quote unquote, the adults show up to Bitcoin and some crazy Bitcoin Twitter stuff happens. And it's just like the funniest thing ever. Hence why I'm wearing a pseudo suit, because we're journalists now and we got to grow up. And
Pro journalists, bro. What are you talking about?
The adults are here. So we got to look good because no one's going to take us seriously if we're not wearing suits. But man, it's just what's so fun about Bitcoin and Bitcoin Twitter in particular, because me and Craig were even saying before the show, like, you sometimes forget how fun Twitter is until days like this and things just pop off and you're just like, Bitcoin just does the most pain. And it's just so awesome. And then on the fact of like trading, whether this was like inside trading or something, the whoever hacked this, imagine if they put a short in on that little tweet, and then because everyone's been saying it's a sell the news story, and it literally did what everyone thought it was. So on like the flip side, considering that the Bitcoin price is kind of pumping right now, well, it did pump for a little bit, and now it kind of had a correction. Check the 1 minute chart. These are the days where you like to watch the 1 minute chart. Don't trade it, but just watch it. It's better than TV. It is very interesting to see and consider the possibility that, whether they did this on purpose or not, what happened is, they cleared all the shorts so that now it's just like, we can log it. We're going to the moon now. Like, this is absolutely awesome. Bitcoin is it's the funniest thing ever. And the irony is not lost on me. That, the adults are here. Wall Street's here. The adults are here to mature the market. SEC, Gary Gensler is here to protect consumers. And this market manipulation from their account happens in real time. And we were kind of speculating with friends that, like, it would be very poetic and also hilarious if Gary Gensler came out later today and was like, oh yeah, this is the very reason why we're not going to approve a spot Bitcoin ETF because of market manipulation, and the market is so naive. And it's like, dog, you were the one that caused this, and now you're delaying the ETF. But it seems like it's almost set in stone. So we'll see what happens later. But anyways, I could probably rant for a while. Let's get into the culture, Nico, so we can talk with Craig.
100%. But before we do that, I do want to give a shout out to one of Simply Bitcoin's sponsors. And of course, I'm talking about Kaboom Racks. Kaboom Racks. They are the most trusted place to buy and sell and host mining equipment. You got to check out the racks. And the way you do that is you can scan the QR code on your screen or check the link in the video description. And you can check out their massive inventory. You connect with a member of their sales team. They make purchasing their products easy and transparent. You could also sell your mining equipment with them. You could access a vast network of domestic and international customers when you sell your mining equipment with them. If you want to start your mining journey, these are the guys that I personally use. Check them out. Check out Kaboom Racks. All right, everybody, let's hit the culture. We have a lot to talk about today. Let's check it out.
The Daily Culture.
Brought to you by SwanBitcoin.com. Swan is the best way to build your Bitcoin stack with automated Bitcoin savings plans and instant purchases, serving clients of any size from $10 to $10 million. We love Swan because they incentivize self-custody and dollar cost averaging. What are you waiting for? Visit SwanBitcoin.com today.
Let's go, guys. All right. Well, you guys know what we do here on The Culture. We feature our guests, talk about what they're working on. And Craig, you are programming for the Bitcoin conference. So you guys have a big year. As I'm over here on the website, b.tc/conference. It looks like you guys are throwing 3 huge conferences. So you can pick whatever lane you want to talk about, whatever conference you want to talk about. What are you most excited for this year?
Well, first, I want to say, just in response to your rant, if this is what it looks like when the adults are in charge, then maybe it's time for the kids to take back the keys. So, so yeah, I work at Bitcoin Magazine. I work on the programming team with an awesome group of people, and we do have 3 events on the calendar for this year. Coming up first, we have Bitcoin Asia. That's going to be in Hong Kong. The dates are coming up soon. We will announce them as soon as possible, but we're just ironing out some final details. I'm really looking forward to that one. I haven't been to Asia before. Hong Kong is going to be awesome, so really looking forward to that. But I have to say I'm most excited about Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. It is going to be our best event yet. We're bringing it back home, back to where our headquarters are and where the company began in Nashville. And it's the Music City Center where the conference is like right on Broadway. It's right in the center of town. It's a really incredible venue, and we are going to do it up big there. So I'm really looking forward to it. One of the things that we do on the programming team is we try to find a place for every type of Bitcoiner. So not only the hardcore maximalists who hold their own keys are fully self-sovereign, but at this event, we are also trying to open the door and be a little bit more welcoming to like the enterprise, the institutions, the adults of Bitcoin who are just now kind of finding their way. into Bitcoin. And so we have a lot of great enterprise speakers, people from the ETF companies. I do not know if Udi and Eric are going to floss on stage again. We'll see.
You the chat savage. I told you the chat savage.
I'm fine with it, man. I when in negotiating with them, I said they have to improve their dance moves if they want to come back on stage. Like, it's got to be, the floss is elementary, so they got to at least do like a salsa or something. So another thing that we have at the conference is our open source ticket program. Open source developers can apply and get a free ticket to the event. We have a phenomenal open source stage, which is where most of the laser-eyed maxis like to hang out, myself included, when I'm not working, which is the whole event. But I try to place myself there so I get to hang out. That's where we see the best technical talks. And to me, that's the most interesting place to hang out. But that being said, we also have our main stage where we have a little bit of a dual mandate. We get, big name people to talk to our largest area, our largest audience, and not only big name Bitcoiners, but people who are like on the cusp of becoming a hardcore Bitcoiner. And so we kind of suss out those people, figure out who's like this close to taking the orange pill, and we make sure that they come to our event, and we hopefully we can be that final step for them to truly accept Bitcoin and understand Bitcoin and just see what's going on, because the energy of the event is contagious. It's infectious. It makes you want to learn more. You kind of have a different experience of what Bitcoin is. If you are just scrolling Bitcoin Twitter, Bitcoin might seem like one thing, but when you go in person to a Bitcoin event, to a Bitcoin conference, and especially a huge Bitcoin conference like ours, you really see that there's something here. There's something going on here, and there's a lot of hope and inspiration, and it's a movement. And so that's, one of the things we really try to bring to as many people as possible. Obviously, we have a big mining and energy component as well.
100%. And I just got to say, like, I have so many fond memories at, the Bitcoin conferences. I think the first one I spoke at was Bitcoin 2021. I had the honor to, of course, you know who he is, Craig. I had the honor to be on stage with Nick Can't Mine, who's an absolute baller.
The goat. Got the algos.
Got the Twitter algos.
Oh, yeah.
That was the year of Nayib Bukele making his announcement. I think the thing that I said on stage was like quoted in the Financial Times. Eric Voorhees got pissed off with what I said. And it's so many fond memories. A meme panel that was on. I remember the volcano with the news desk, the Michael Saylor announcements, the Jack Mallers announcements. I got to meet Tulsi Gabbard in the deep, the backstage with the VIP lounge in the backstage. And that was awesome. By the way, guys, if you guys definitely go to the Bitcoin conference, you can use promo code Simply, gives you 10% off your tickets. But yeah, I've had so many fond memories. And here's the thing, I'm from Miami. So I've it was so crazy to see the conference at the Miami Beach Convention Center, because that was like literally like 5-10 minutes away from where I grew up, and it was to see that so many Bitcoiners in Miami, and to celebrate Bitcoin and to network and to see these amazing speakers on stage. The fact that you guys got RFK Jr. Last year, the fact that you guys got Tulsi Gabbard, clearly like the Bitcoin conference is breaking the Bitcoin echo chamber in my eyes. It's really getting people from outside the sphere. I know that you guys got Vivek as well, right? You guys are getting people from outside of the Bitcoin sphere, and you're getting them in there, and they're realizing, wow, Bitcoin truly fixes a lot of these problems. What RFK Jr. said on stage, I would protect your right to self-custody. Like, Bitcoin is getting into the political discussion. Like, this is a crazy, crazy time to be alive. So what are you most excited about? You guys are going back to where the Bitcoin headquarters are at. I had the privilege to be able to see the suite and the stadium. I got to visit Bitcoin Magazine Magazine headquarters. CK was kind enough to give me a tour. I think I did a podcast. Actually, I did a Simply Bitcoin episode from the offices in Nashville. And absolutely love the crew and the Bitcoin Magazine team. So you guys are going back home. You guys are going to the roots, right? So I feel like you guys know some stuff. If you guys are throwing a party at home, you guys know what the deal is. So anything that you guys are looking forward to?
Yeah, I mean, I'm partial. I'm not based in Nashville, but I think Nashville is. I think it's the Bitcoin capital of the United States. I know there's a little bit of a debate around that. I think that one thing about Miami that was a little bit challenging is Miami is very crypto agnostic, I would say. There was a lot of crypto, both, at the event from people, who just buy tickets and like are shilling their coin. And to me, that's like not what this is about. And to the program team, that's not what this conference is about. And I think Nashville is kind of a clean slate. It's a place that is, Tennessee is very freedom-minded. And I think Bitcoin will fit right in with the culture of Nashville. And I think that, that's just one of the things that I'm excited about is like orange pilling this whole city. Another thing I'm excited about is Bitcoin Park is in Nashville. We are, hopefully figuring out ways that we can collaborate. Bitcoin Park, if you haven't been there, is the coolest Bitcoin center. It's a Bitcoin third place that you can go, and they host a meetup there. They host a meetup for meetup organizers there. I run the Asheville Bitcoin meetup, and so I got to go to Bitcoin Park. I was going there monthly until my wife was like, whoa, slow down, stay at home, don't be traveling to Nashville so much. But Bitcoin Park is a really incredible spot. So I'm really excited to be just in the home base, right across from Broadway where all the live music is, where all the bars are. I think it's going to be a blast.
100%.
Awesome.
Yeah,
and wait, before we go, Nico, or I don't mean to cut you off if you want to chime in. I was just going to ask Craig a question.
Yeah. So just before you do that, I do want to mention Bitcoin Park, Rod, Matt, that I was there. I was fortunate enough to do a Citadel Dispatch, the first one in Matt's studio at Bitcoin Park. Did a couple Simply Bitcoin episodes in the building if you're facing the buildings to the right upstairs. It's so cool. It's all wired. Because they essentially they bought it from, I forget what the name of the band is, but the band broke up, and these two houses are fitted for music production, right? Which is absolutely bonkers. And they throw these amazing events there. I highly recommend it. If you guys haven't made the pilgrimage to Bitcoin Park, and also the Bitcoin Mat, you guys have a storefront too, which is pretty badass.
Art gallery storefront.
Yep, exactly.
That's awesome.
So make the
Tommy
pilgrimage.
does a great job.
Tommy's amazing. Make the pilgrimage to Nashville. It's amazing.
Shout out Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy's the man. The Bitcoin conference is going to be absolutely bonkers this year. We are beyond.
I got one last thing.
Go hit it.
One last thing. Our event is right in between the Republican National Convention and the Democratic National Convention. And so we are going to be the place for people that don't feel they are not supported or represented by the two-party system. And so we are going to be the place for those kinds of discussions for, an Orange Party, a Bitcoin-centric place for people and speakers and politicians and things like that. So that is another thing I think is going to be awesome.
I love that. I love the fact that you mentioned that, because on the show many times on Simply Bitcoin, we talk about it. It's not left versus right. It's not red versus blue. It is really the party of orange, the party of Bitcoin, peace, prosperity, opportunity, versus the party of central bank digital currencies, fiat, war, nihilism, slavery, poverty, right? That's really the two options. It's not Republican versus Democrat. People got to wake up to that. So I'm really, really glad you guys are really pushing that forward. Guys, I do have a promo code for you guys. Use promo code SIMPLY, gets 10% off the Bitcoin conference, Bitcoin 2024. I also have breaking news.
Wait, Nico, before we go to this, let's give Craig, I want to ask you a question. And for the audience that doesn't know, considering you are programming for the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, can people with businesses, or can they reach out to you? Are you still looking for volunteers? I'm sure we're still early in this process, so I'd like to give an opportunity for people out there to understand if they can get involved.
Awesome. Yeah. If you want to get involved, go to the website b.tc/conference. We have a contact form for all of those different things. Sponsoring, volunteering. If you have general inquiries, there's a form there. You can reach out through that and our team will get back to you.
Love it, bro. Well, thank you for coming on. Get it, Nico.
Yeah, 100%. Craig, it's been great. Love the crew at Bitcoin Mag. I'll pull up the URL once again. Go to btc/conference. And you can find all that information there. And I can't wait to see what you guys have planned for the conference, the year of the halving. And again, such a strong political statement saying, hey guys, you have an alternative. You have a better alternative. Anyways, I do want to make an announcement. This is breaking news. This has been confirmed, right, Opti? The Twitter team confirmed this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it has been confirmed. ARC 21 shares Bitcoin ETF approved to be listed on the CBOE exchange. So apparently there has been approval by the SEC of the first Bitcoin spot Bitcoin ETF. I can't believe this. Live on there, live on air. I'm sure we'll hear more news as it rolls out. But what a crazy day. And also very, very fitting, because this is the day in 2009 that Hal Finney said running Bitcoin, January 10th. And this was the day that the spot Bitcoin ETF was approved. I sometimes, guys, I don't believe.
Gary Gensler's a maxi confirmed.
Sometimes, yeah, maxi confirmed. And, you know, the universe has ways of doing things. And this is crazy. What a time to be alive. Bitcoin's growing up. And for all you guys in the crowd, you ran Wall Street. Congratulations. All right, everybody. So thank you guys so much for tuning into the show. I do want to give a huge shout out to our guest, Craig. You can follow him at Bitcoin_fan. I love the way that you spell PH. I like that. Bitcoin fan.
I'm a fish fan.
So Craig, thank you so much for coming on the show. Really enjoyed our conversation. Coming in hot with the rants. Absolutely love that. And can't wait to see you guys in Nashville as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Appreciate it, man. All right, guys, that was our show. If you enjoyed the show, you know what to do. Smash that like button. Consider subscribing if you feel like we provided you value. But the number one thing you could do to help push the peaceful Bitcoin revolution is share Bitcoin culture, share Bitcoin content, share Bitcoin art, share Bitcoin music. I think it was Andrew Breitbart that said that, politics are downstream from culture. So you want to win over the culture. That's the way that you do it. And our friends over at Bitcoin Mag are doing a great job doing that, throwing these amazing conferences worldwide, I might add. All right, guys, that was our show. It's gonna be a crazy day. More live streams, I'm sure, from other Bitcoin content creators covering this subject. So buckle up, and we love you guys. This is a very special stream for us. All-time high, ETF approval, and, of course, the legendary Hal Finney. So we love you all. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for a brand new episode of Simply Bitcoin Live.
Of course.
Yeah, and I was wondering, this is a common FUD that you hear from Bitcoin about Bitcoin from critics is Bitcoin is bad for the environment.
Yeah.
And you are an energy expert, and I just wanted to hear maybe your response to that critique. How would you respond to, hey, Bitcoin's using all this energy, blah, blah, blah. For me, I always say, well, it's worth every single watt to have a decentralized store of value that anybody can send over the internet peer-to-peer. It's worth the energy. But how would you, maybe argue against that critique?
So I'd argue against that critique, but actually it doesn't have that much to do with being an energy expert. It's more being a humanist philosopher, because I think the whole conception is anti-human. But I don't want to put you on the spot too much, but what do you think they even mean when they say Bitcoin is bad for the environment?
Well, I think that they mean is that, I don't agree with it at all, but they're
I know, but what does that even mean, bad for the
amount of
environment?
energy that's being used. They see that as wasteful because they don't understand, the value that Bitcoin can bring. They see it as wasteful, and that that energy could be used elsewhere for more,
beneficial purposes. That's kind of the heart of the argument that I see. And for me, I think it's just a misunderstanding of what Bitcoin is and also what energy is, because they actually blame the ASICs themselves, which aren't emitting any CO2, instead of looking at kind of the resources, the energy resources that the miners are using. And so there's a lot of misconceptions and misunderstandings of what Bitcoin is and how Bitcoin mining works, kind of tied into that narrative. But yeah, I would love to just hear your thoughts, or if you agree with what I just said.
I agree. I think there's a lot of misconceptions, but I think I'd never use the term bad for the environment. The reason is because I think the term the environment is designed to make us think about our environment in an anti-human way. Because really, let's just say, the Bitcoin thesis is right? That Bitcoin is a new and superior form of currency. Well, what will that do for the world as we experience it? It'll make it much, much better, right? It'll make us much more productive. It'll make the world much more fair, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sure you've thought through many more of the implications than I have. But so in a sense, it will make our environment better. Our environment, the world we live in, will be made much better by having a far superior form of currency. But when they talk about the environment, what do they mean? Because if you say it's bad for I think it'd be good for the human environment, good for the world, including, by the way, to allow us to preserve nature more because we're more productive and prosperous and stuff. And what they're focused on is it's bad. What people usually mean by the environment is they mean at the best, they mean the non-human. So they mean it affects the non-human adversely. So it's going to, quote, affect the climate adversely. But it doesn't even mean, and my focus is, why am I focused on the non-human? As a human, why am I focused on the non-humans? Is this good for the non-human or not? Is it bad for the non-human? That's not how I measure things. I measure things by, are they good for the human? Now, I care about non-human things, but I care about them for human reasons. So I love going on safaris, I love being outdoors, but I care about those things for human reasons. Whereas when you talk about the environment, it's the idea that you care about the non-human as an end in itself. And in particular, it's even worse. It's really saying bad for the environment really means it's impacted by humans. So it's treating the idea that all of our impact is innately bad, even if, this is how perverse it is, even if it makes the environment of other animals better, it's bad. So for example, we treat the whole thing about Bitcoin is it's going to lead to more CO2 emissions, but CO2 emissions lead to greening, right? They lead to a greener earth, and they lead to warming, particularly in colder places. And that is good for a huge amount of life, obviously. Even if you think it's adverse to some, it's obviously good, right? In general, a warmer world is a better world for life, and a world with more CO2 is a better world for life. And yet it's called bad for the environment. And it's assumed that, if we put more CO2, it's bad for the environment, even though it obviously has good consequences on humans and non-humans. And it's because it's based on this view that good for the environment really means bad for the environment means impacted by humans. And it's the view that human impact is evil and we shouldn't do it at all. And that's why I sort of going on about this. I hate that expression because good for the environment, bad for the environment translates to was impacted by humans, that's bad, or wasn't impacted by humans, that's good. And we just need to totally get rid of that way of thinking of it. We should think of the world as our environment. And something like Bitcoin that has amazing potential to help human life is good for our environment. So that's how I think of it. Now, the specific thing is they claim, we're going to be using more energy, and a bunch of it is going to come from fossil fuels, and that's going to mean more CO2, and that's climate change, and that's bad. And so the argument there is the one you made is, I would translate it to, we are using energy and machines to create something valuable. We should be proud of that, and the value certainly exceeds any negative side effects. I think that's the way to think about it is, hey, if Bitcoin is as valuable as you guys are saying, then you should be proud of that. In the same way you should be proud of using an antibiotic that saves a lot of lives, even if it has side effects. In the same way you should be proud of everything has side effects, right? So the main thing is to stand up for the value of using the energy and to defang the idea that the side effects are catastrophic. And we could talk about that, but basically they're not catastrophic because I mentioned in many ways there are benefits to a warmer world. Far more people die of cold from heat. But the main thing is the energy you get while you're emitting the CO2 is far more consequential climate-wise in terms of benefiting you than the side effects, because energy allows you to deal with any climate. So we have a lot of energy in the US. We deal with polar Alaska, swampy Florida, Texas, whatever. It's pretty easy. The rate of disaster death from climate climate-related causes is down by a factor of 50 over the past 100 years. So energy matters much more in general than any climate impact that we have. And it even matters much more climate-wise. So that's the kind of Alex Epstein part of it.
I love that.
But you put it in the context of it's good to use energy. Like, we need to be proud to use energy. We need to get rid of this idea.
Wow, what a crazy 24 hours in crypto. Right now, we are getting a little bit of a dump. We're at 45,200 after what I think was the most crazy 24 hours in crypto. Let's recap the events of the last 24 hours. First of all, the SEC approved the Bitcoin ETF. We see the price of Bitcoin spiking to 48,200. And then we see the price of Bitcoin dumping to 44,500 or somewhere around there. Then the SEC come out and say that their account was compromised and that there is no ETF that is approved and Bitcoin actually recovers. We're going to dig into the events of the last 24 hours, but that is not what is important. What is important is that the market gave us clear signals last night of what's going to happen when the ETF actually does get approved. Here is what's going to happen. The market literally spelled it out for you. This is the total 3 chart. This is the ETH chart, the BTC versus ETH chart. We know exactly what's going to happen when the ETF gets approved. And now we have time to prepare. And the one clear message that the market has given us, the one clear message the market's given us is it's time to sell your Bitcoin right now in this trade. That is what we're going to be talking about today. Then I want to talk to you a little bit about Solana. And then I want to talk to you about something that's very big and that's maybe flying under the radar. And that's this. If you are in India, you cannot have an exchange app on your phone. So in the Apple App Store, they have deleted all exchange apps from India. We're going to talk about that. And then if we have time, I'm going to show you an amazing protocol that you can invest in that I spoke to the team today. And when I spoke to the team, I thought it was one of the most genius pieces of technology that I've ever seen on the Bitcoin network. So listen, today is going to be fucking mind-blowing. It's ETF approval day. Here we are with the show. There's already 5,000 people here. We haven't even started the show. Let's fucking go, guys. Listen, I don't know about you guys, and I know that this seems like a normal day for people in crypto, but I just want to give you some perspective. This is not normal. What we have been through in the last 24 hours, if we told this to our friends that were not in crypto, they would not fucking believe what happened to us in the last 24 hours. I saw this meme today. I think this is like the best meme on the internet today. It's like a normal day for us, but in the real world, people would look at us like, this guy's looking at these guys. This is one of the best memes I've seen. Watch what he does with the cement. Watch what he does with the cement. This is like for us a normal day, but for normal people. Watch this. So listen, I know to us this seems like a normal day, but to normal people, like, this is crazy. We've had a crazy 24 hours, and today is the ETF approval day, so it's only going to get more crazy. So listen, if you're new to the channel, welcome. First of all, welcome. Subscribe. Join the 701. Geez, okay, stop. Whoa. Join the 701,730 people in the fastest growing crypto community in the world today. The only community that really is centered around one mission. That mission is to help our community become the most profitable community in the world. If you are here today, and if this is your first time here, or whether it's not your first time here, smash the like button, because how it works is the more you like, the more excited I get. And you'll ask the other people in the chat, you'll realize I'm a very easily excitable guy. Now, when I get excited, I give alpha. When I give alpha, you make life-changing money. And I know that you have 550 days left of this bull market to make the life-changing money. My responsibility is to give you enough alpha so that you can change your life and change your wife in the next 550 days. So with that in mind, subscribe to the channel, like this content. Let's get on with the show and talk about the last 24 hours in crypto. Absolutely mind-boggling. We need to quickly just look at the events again of what happened in the last 24 hours. So the SEC drafts a tweet. It's a very official, very good-looking tweet. It says, today the SEC grants approval for Bitcoin ETF for the listing on registered national securities exchanges. The approved Bitcoin ETFs will be subject to ongoing surveillance and compliance measures to ensure continued investor protection. Then the price of Bitcoin goes up. This is very important. Pay attention here. The price of Bitcoin goes up. We go up all the way to this level over here, which was 48,000 on this exchange, on Binance, 48,000. But then immediately we get a wick down to 44,764. And the important thing that you need to know is that the wick down happened before the SEC said that they were compromised. So it's not after the fact. It's not the price of Bitcoin didn't dump because the SEC were compromised. The price of Bitcoin dumped, and this is giving you a reading of what is about to happen to Bitcoin when the SEC actually do approve that today. Then Bitcoin rebounds. The SEC deletes the tweet. They say the SEC.gov account was compromised and an unauthorized post was posted. The SEC has not approved the listing and trading of a spot Bitcoin ETF. So the market has actually given us huge signals as to what's going to happen later on today when the SEC gets approved. The best thing to do here was to do this, to get the Banter newsroom up here, because this is exactly where all the calls that we make happen, all the researchers that we have, all 40 researchers post their research over here. And if you change that, the settings, to the currencies, instead of making it against USD, make it against Bitcoin, you can see how the tokens are moving against Bitcoin on a day like this. And that is exactly what the market's showing us. The market's showing us that certain tokens are moving when Bitcoin is going down, and it's giving us clear signs of what's about to happen. You see tokens like Pulse, PulseX, Hex, Lido, Arbitrum. We need to talk about all these tokens because the market has revealed the next trade to us. Very rarely in market trading, do we get opportunities for the market to tell us what's going to happen in a dress rehearsal, in a dry run before the actual event. That is exactly what happened in the last 24 hours, which basically means that if you fuck this up, it's like going to an exam, a test at school, having the test paper the day before. The teacher gives you the test paper, you look at it, she takes away the test paper, she says, oh, no, it's not test time, and the next day she gives you back the same test, and you still end up failing. If you don't now know what's going to happen when the ETF gets approved today, that is exactly who you are. Now, you don't want to be that person. You don't want to be that person that got the test and still managed to fail it. So today we're going to be talking about that. Let's talk about what happened yesterday and with the SEC. So remember when the Cointelegraph intern leaked the fact that the Bitcoin ETF approval had happened and the price actually spiked? Remember that? And then the SEC came out, and what did they say to us? Careful what you read on the internet. The best source of information about the SEC is the SEC. But this time, it was actually the SEC account that tweeted and told us the Bitcoin spot ETF was actually approved. I love this meme. This is exactly the meme. And I think that this is crazy because we count on the SEC to help us protect investors. Some of the most sophisticated investors in the world are protected by the SEC. But the SEC can't even protect a Twitter account because what they came out and said was that their Twitter account was compromised by some unnamed individual or individual that they don't know anything about. Their Twitter account was apparently compromised, and these are the same people that are protecting us as investors. This is very concerning. They want to protect investors in the United States and potentially worldwide investors, but they can't even protect a Twitter account. I mean, this is ridiculous. This is the same amount of people. Gary Gensler came out and he said, This is a reminder to secure your financial accounts as well as to protect them against identity theft and fraud. Remember to use strong passwords and phrases, set up multi-factor authentication, and keep alerts turned on. But then, if you look at what happened yesterday, the X confirmed that they can also confirm that the SEC's account did not have two-factor authentication enabled at the time. These are the people that are protecting us. How safe do you feel as an American investor? I've always said that the only protection that the SEC has been doing is they protect the American investor against making money. That's the only protection that the SEC is doing. Someone says it was BitBoy. I actually saw a picture. He's blocked me, so I can't see him, but someone showed me a picture of him standing outside the SEC, and it's raining. Anyway, Zach XBT also had a little bit of a dig at Gary Gensler and said, like, hey, Gary, this is a reminder to secure financial accounts as well as protect identity. Exactly what he said. Edward Snowden says, Jesus Christ, Gary, get your shit together. You only have one job. That's pretty much exactly what's going on. The funniest thing is that a trader went onto Rollbit, which is a derivatives exchange, effectively, created a profile called Gary Gensler, and then traded this whole event. He went short. So player Gary Gensler timing the Bitcoin volatility with perfection. You almost want to think that maybe this trader was actually the hacker, and he seems to have made a huge profit. He made 1.189 million, etc. Listen, and Zero H says, has Gary Gensler tendered his resignation yet after the most humiliating debacle in SEC history? Okay, this could only happen in history. This really, days like this can only happen in crypto. And you know what? Like, as crazy as it is, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. I think this is part of the reason of why I'm actually here, because I enjoy this shit. And I echo Ryan Selkis' sentiment. He says, I love crypto. Imagine getting a real job after all we've been through together. Not happening. It's either moon or death. And that's exactly how I feel. Like, it's either moon or death. We can't go back to normal lives. And to be honest, I don't actually even tell my friends. I don't actually even tell them what I've been through, because no matter how hard I try and tell them, they'll look at me as if I'm crazy. They'll never understand. They'll just look at me as if I'm crazy. Let me know if this is how you feel. Let me know if this is how you feel. Anyway, let's get a little bit more serious now. If a private company or a public company had to tweet something like this that caused an asset to go up or down, what would happen? Well, the SEC would go after them. They would demand for there to be implications, right? Do you remember when Elon Musk tweeted, and then the SEC charged him, was charged with securities fraud for the misleading tweets? Do you remember that? The SEC charged Elon Musk for misleading tweets. Well, why is it different when the SEC, through negligence, publish tweets? And that's exactly what a lot of people are asking. The senators are starting to ask. Senator Cynthia Loomis is now saying fraudulent announcements like the one that was made on the SEC social media can manipulate markets. We need transparency on what the hell happened. And I agree. Senator Bill Haggerty says, just like the SEC would demand accountability from a public company if they made such a colossal market-moving mistake, Congress needs answers on what the hell just happened. This is unfucking acceptable. How do you are the one who's supposed to protect markets and you manipulate markets? Your Twitter account gets hacked. Seriously, is this what the fuck it's all about? Sorry, I mustn't swear. It's all about. Fox News jumps into it. Will SEC investigate itself after Gary Gensler dealt an embarrassing blow in the Bitcoin ETF debacle? I have a very serious question. I have a very, very, very serious question. And I know that you're not used to the serious side of Run, but I have a very serious question. If investors got liquidated, if people sold the dip, do they have a claim against the SEC? I believe that they do have a claim against the SEC. Why? Because I believe that the SEC was negligent. You can say that your Twitter account was hacked, but if you didn't have two-factor authentication and your Twitter account was hacked about something that is so topical, then you need to be liable. And I wish that someone would actually take the SEC to court and give them a little bit more egg all over their face. I said here, asking for a few friends. Already, senators have started sending letters to Gary Gensler saying that they write with huge concern to the SEC. They want to know exactly what's happening, what steps are being taken. And I think that this is just the beginning of what's going to happen. And to be honest, even though I think that nothing's going to happen to Gary Gensler, I do think that we need to get to the bottom of this. And I do think that he needs to apologize much more than he has apologized. But he won't, because he actually doesn't even give a shit. He does not give a... Gary Gensler doesn't give a shit, and that's the reality of it, and that's what we need to accept. That's what we need to accept. Anyway, moving on. Let's move on, because there's a lot to talk about today. First thing I want to talk about is, regardless of what happened yesterday, and regardless of the egg all over the SEC's face, I have to ask a question. The question is, if it was going to be approved anyway, right? If it was going to be approved anyway, why not just let it slide? Because, and not have the egg on your face. We have to ask that question. Regardless, today I believe is approval day. I believe it today is approval day. I'm not the only one that believes that it is approval day. Eric Balkunis, who's from Bloomberg and has been covering this, says, happy ETF approval day. For real this time, to all those who celebrate. As far as we know, it's all systems go. Most likely, we'll see formal between 4 and 6 p.m. today EST. And trading starting tomorrow. We are ready at Bloomberg. So they are ready at Bloomberg. We are ready at Crypto Banter. What I've told the Crypto Banter team is the following. We are going live as soon as the ETF gets approved. I don't care what time it is. I don't care if it's in the middle of the night. I don't care if it's in the middle of your night. James, we are here today. Fred, we are here today. Team, we are here today, and we are bringing crypto love and crypto wisdom to people, and we will be here when the ETF gets approved. So we'll be ready. There'll be a stream up, and as soon as it gets approved, I will run in from wherever I am, and we will together watch the ETF approval. We'll watch it right here on the Banter Newsroom, which is where all our researchers will be digging up all the research. And by the way, if you're not already following this Banter Newsroom, we have amazing news that it is such a good newsroom that some companies, big companies, I can't mention their names, but really, really, really big companies have actually reached out to us and say, can we actually just license your newsroom, because it is the most effective information source in the entire crypto universe. And I believe that it is. And the reason why I believe it is because it's not only about news and research, but we also banter in here. So we all talk about our trades and what's happening and stuff like that. So it's a really, really, really unique combination, which is unique to Crypto Banter. Anyway, so today is approval day. The irony, and I don't know if it is ironic or coincidental, the approval day is on January the 10th, which is the same day that Hal Finney, who is potentially the Satoshi, actually wrote this tweet and said, running Bitcoin. And that was exactly 15 years ago. So 15 years ago today, Hal Finney was actually running the Bitcoin tweet, his first Bitcoin node. And today, 15 years later, on the same day, we could get the ETF approval. Question is, what time do we get the ETF approval? I ran this poll. It does feel like most people will say it's after the market closes, after 5 p.m. EST. But hey, who knows? It could come at any time. It could come at any time. We are right here. The newsroom is ticking immediately, right away. And it's going to bring you crypto love, and it's going to bring you crypto wisdom. All right, so that is what happened yesterday. That is history. What we spoke about now is history. We're going to talk about why it was such an important thing what happened. We never, ever, ever get opportunities, ever. We never get opportunities to know what the market is going to do ahead of time, because it just doesn't happen. But in this case, believe it or not, the market practically told us exactly what's happening, and now we need to analyze exactly what the market told us. So let's look at it very, very, very carefully. When the ETF was approved, there was a wick up, which is exactly what I told you would happen. Then we got to a price, and it's very important that you read these price levels, 48,000. Then the market reversed, and we went down below 48,000. We went from 48,000 all the way down to this level over here, which was 44,729. What this is telling you is that the ETF approval has already been priced in, and that it's time for the next trade. Now, does that mean we don't like Bitcoin? No, that doesn't mean we don't like Bitcoin. In fact, yesterday, I did an interview for Business Insider, and they asked me, what do you think is going to be the price of Bitcoin at the end of 2024? And I said, look, it's going to be minimum 100,000. I'd be very disappointed if it was under 150,000, because if in this cycle we don't go to at least 2.5x where we were on the last cycle, then that's like, why are we here? I saw that sentiment was actually echoed by Tommy Lee in an interview. So maybe just listen to what Tommy Lee says here.
That's what you're saying. It was transitory all along. It was, it wasn't, it was, it is, it wasn't it. So now we decided we're back to that. Okay, so just to end on, give me your 1 year and 5 year price target for Bitcoin.
I think in the next 12 months, something over 100,000, maybe 150,000. And, in the next 5 years, again, there's a finite supply, and now we have a potentially huge increase in demand with a spot Bitcoin approval. So I think in 5 years, something around 500,000 would be potentially achievable.
It's all just.
So I agree with him. So I actually agree with Tommy Lee exactly. I think at the end of next year, a minimum of 150,000, and I think in 5 years, 500,000, a million. Who cares? It's not about that. What happened yesterday is that the charts gave you a signal of what is about to happen. And the charts gave you exactly the same signal that we've been giving you all along. This is in fact what I said to you guys yesterday. Listen carefully to what I said to you guys yesterday. Believe that the next trade has to be the ETH ETF trade, because there is an ETH futures ETF. The court would be arbitrary and capricious. Let me go a little bit back. That was 46,655. Now it's a little bit higher. It's 46,760. So we know that there's going to be an 80% move in the market cap of the asset, more or less, and it's going to take a couple of months until approval. So then what happens is we move onto the next trade. And right now, it's probably one of the most hated trades in crypto. That is the ETH trade. I'm not a big fan of the ETH trade, but I have to believe that the next trade has to be the ETH ETF trade. Because that's what I said to you. I've been saying it to you all along, but I said it to you for the last time yesterday. I said to you, as soon as the Bitcoin ETF gets approved, everyone's going to think, okay, we have missed the Bitcoin ETF trade. We're now moving to the next trade, which is the ETH ETF. Now look at exactly what happened on the chart. The Bitcoin chart pumped and dumped. At the same time, as soon as the announcement happened, when the Bitcoin chart pumped, the ETH BTC chart went down. But then the ETH BTC chart doubled. You see that? Not doubled, but pumped. I see my series about to talk.
Okay, I found this on the web for.
So you can see that the ETH BTC chart started to get some life back into itself. You can see that as soon as this happened, I said, I published a tweet and I said, the Bitcoin ETF trade was a trade. Now we are days away from the end of that trade. Regardless of the outcome of the trade, traders will unwind and deleverage that trade and prepare for the next trade. And here, the next trade I said is the beginning of the ETH ETF trade. And that is exactly what happened yesterday. The Bitcoin chart dumped and the ETH chart started to pump. The market basically tells you that it's the end of the Bitcoin trade and it is the beginning of the ETH trade. And I know you guys are probably going to hate me for saying sell your Bitcoin. And I'm not telling you to sell all your Bitcoin because I'm really bullish on Bitcoin. But what I am saying to you is that this trade is finished. And we now have to move to the next trade. And there's another trade that did extremely well. It is the altcoin trade. As Bitcoin went down, the altcoin trade, total 3. Look at what happened to the total 3 against Bitcoin. Total 3 started to rocket. What the market is telling you is that this ETF approval is the end of the Bitcoin trade. And it is exactly, it's priced in already. And then we are moving on to ETH and we are moving on to altcoins. That is what the market told you yesterday in no uncertain terms. I'm not the only one who noticed it. Crypto Mamba says. Anyways, you've already seen the market's reaction to the approval. BTC dumps, ETH pumps. Do with that what you will. So you can either be a spectator or you can actually take some action. Will Clemente says exactly the same thing. He says, in the same way that the fake Cointelegraph ETF approval headline forced the markets to show its hand in being under-allocated to Bitcoin, this fake SEC approval headline forced the market to show its hand on where the ETH BTC will probably head upon approval. We are moving to the next stage of the market. And if you want to know what the next stage of the market is, it's very simple. you go to Banter Bubbles. Instead of, you go to settings, you change your currency settings to all tokens. Instead of them being against US dollar, you say, I want to see all of them against Bitcoin. And now you can see all the tokens that are outperforming Bitcoin. And what are the bubbles telling you? Lido, that's an ETH narrative. Optimism, that's an ETH narrative. Arbitrum, that's an ETH narrative. Maker, that's an ETH narrative. All these are ETH narratives. Then you've got the Richard Hart narrative, which we'll talk about the Richard Hart narrative today as well. That is what the market's telling you. So again, how do you do this? You go to settings, you change your base currency, and now you're watching them all against Bitcoin. And that's what I was doing yesterday. I was watching it on the 1 hour against Bitcoin, and that showed me what the next narrative is going to be. So, kids, you have been given the school exam one night before, and you've given time to prepare for the school exam. Now, if you don't execute correctly, then you are the arsehole or asshole, depending on which country you live in. That is, I mean, it really is as simple as that. You know who else is an arsehole? I'll tell you who else is an arsehole. Anyone who doesn't do this is an arsehole. And we are going to carry on. I'm going to show you the trades. But guys, we offer you guys a free trading course. Literally, it's free. It's a fucking free trading course. The trading course has changed so many lives and made so many people rich that this is what we do. We change lives. Just listen to this. Just listen to this.
Before sniper school, I was just a regular dude, just a 9-to-5 type guy. I worked construction.
I've been in this market. I've lost so much money.
So I made a little bit of money, and then you never think that it's ever going to stop running, right? Didn't diversify enough, had a lot in Luna.
I pulled out $12,500 from my retirement. Today I've got $117,290.
My trading account that I use for sniper school, I just put in the $250, and now that's well over $3,000.
So I joined sniper school, $400 into a Mexi account. I can show you the account right now. It's at 130K. My life has changed thanks to crypto advancement.
This class has just been amazing. I can't thank you enough.
If you're in crypto and you follow crypto banter and you don't do crypto school, I don't even know why you're bothering to even be in crypto.
Okay, so listen, guys, again, you want to learn to trade. This is the easiest way to trade. This is where I learned to trade, and I've become a fucking good trader. Let me tell you. The only way to do it is you go here, you sign up over here. And I just want to show you this because it's important to see how much time you've got left. You have five days to sign up and get approved. Just go and do it today. Don't procrastinate. It is free. This course would usually cost you $3,000. It is absolutely free. Anyway, let's continue with the alpha. Let's continue with the trades and continue with the alpha. So, the market told us exactly what's going to happen. I said to you 2 days ago, I said, when the Bitcoin ETF gets approved, it is like we have seen a playbook. The playbook says that as soon as the ETF approval, the ETF gets applied for, from that point, the asset starts moving up until the approval date. Where did I get that information? Very simple. I got it from the charts. Okay, now, Bitcoin, since BlackRock applied for their ETF, we went up 88.51%. Now we've got the ETH trade. And we saw yesterday, we saw exactly what's happening. We saw that as soon as this happens, the ETH BTC pair is going to go up. Let's just quickly look at something here. So you look at ETH BTC, it has recovered. You look at Ethereum, Ethereum is still at 2,400. And that is exactly where Ethereum was yesterday. In fact, I even think that Ethereum is slightly up on where it was yesterday. End of the Bitcoin trade, beginning of the next trade. And what we think is that ETH will go up probably 88.5% or somewhere along that, maybe even more. That is what the market is telling you is the next trade. You could see it also here. Smart money flows surprised me, was not expecting this. Smart money is overwhelmingly buying ETH. This comes from Nansen. This guy says, I don't make the rules. It's too soon to say if ETH BTC is reversing. Couldn't help but notice ETH wells are going parabolic. In other words, they're starting to buy ETH. There's an ETH narrative right now. I also saw this chart, which was very encouraging. What this guy says is the last time that the ETH open interest looked like this, was this low, that is when ETH went parabolic. You can see that over here, and you can see that over here, and over here. And you can see that the ETH price has held steady. The Arbitrum price has gone parabolic through the roof. If you look at Lido, which I think is over here, Lido is now in price discovery. It's hit all-time highs. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter an ETH season. Now, I said to you guys, I'm not very excited about trading ETH. You're not going to make a lot of money trading ETH. You'll make some money. You won't make life-changing money. And you definitely aren't making wife-changing money on ETH. That is for sure. But as I've said to you a million times before, you can make life-changing and wife-changing money if you trade the ETH ecosystem. It's not about ETH. It's about the ETH ecosystem. So let's look at what the ETH ecosystem looks like over here. So you've got ETH ecosystem over here. You've got ETH here. You've got Arbitrum at 195 going up. You've got Total 3, which is just to show you, Total 3 also absolutely exploded. This is the chart that basically says everything. When you look at what happened with the ETF, when the ETF approval happened, the Bitcoin price went down. Pendle, Arbitrum, Optimism, Lido, SSV all went up. That is the chart that says everything. So you can start looking at what are the next plays. Optimism, Arbitrum, Lido, Matic, Frax, Aave, Synthetics, Maker, ETH naming services, Curve. All of these are probably the next trade. One of our sponsors, DOP, which is but leverages the Tommy chain. So if you can go and have a look at the Tommy chain. DOP does something very interesting. It allows you to do transactions on the ETH chain, but they don't go through MetaMask. So they're completely through the ETH blockchain explorer, which means that you can actually do completely private transactions, which is, I mean, that's an amazing narrative. So that is the ETH ecosystem. We're not going to make life-changing money buying Ethereum, but there is a whole ecosystem. Here is the ecosystem for you in the TradingView watch list, which we will publish under this video straight after the show. Wait until the end. Arbitrum, Optimism, ENS up 16.65%, Lido up 4.01%, SSV up 6.28%. You may say that this is not a lot, but Bitcoin is down today. And so that's why these are moving against Bitcoin. These are moving against the Bitcoin chart. As I said, Lido going into price discovery now, because when it breaks an all-time high, we're going into price discovery. So the next couple of trades are, the next couple of months, it's the ETH trade. It's the ETH trade. And I told you this yesterday. I told you this a week ago. I said, this is what's going to happen. It's the ETH trade. It's the ETH trade. It's the ETH trade. It's the ETH trade. And now we're getting the ETH trade. So does that mean that I give up on Solana? No, not at all. I still think that if you take the price of ETH and the price of Sol today, let's do that. Let's actually go and look at it. And let's take a bet. Price of ETH, 2,384. Price of Solana, 92.63. Today is the 10th of January, 2024. I believe that on a 12-year and 24-year time frame, Solana outperforms Ethereum. You can write that down. So even if we do get an ETH season, I still think that the place for us to be is still Solana. But if you want if you want to follow the money right now and you want to follow the money early, ETH narrative. I told you this yesterday, guys. This should come as no surprise. Said the voice. Maybe ETH will follow Solana and we're going to get this crazy pattern over here. I mean, it is possible that ETH follows Solana and we get this crazy pattern over here. I do want to highlight something about Solana. Even though the price now is 92.72 and it's not looking amazing, you got to remember that there are a whole lot of airdrops which are now coming to Solana. Remember when every time we get these airdrops, let me just quickly find you this chart because I know we made a chart about Solana airdrop. I just don't know with all these tabs open. Yeah, because I'm addicted to tabs. You can see that every time we have an airdrop, it puts more money in the ecosystem. So we had the Pith airdrop, we had the Jito airdrop. Remember, and every time I did this, we pumped Solana. We are in another airdrop season. We have the Jupiter airdrop. Jupiter is like, you can call it like the 1 inch of Solana. It's the DEX aggregator on Solana. And they are doing an airdrop, and it should be a massive airdrop. Someone says, don't paper hand your Jupiter, and I agree. If you get a Jupiter airdrop, hold it. I think you'll end up making a lot of money. And I think the airdrops can be worth quite a lot of money. I think they can be worth quite a lot of money. But then after that, we got MarginFi. We've got Drift Protocol. Remember Drift? For those of you who haven't used Drift yet, Drift is a perpetuals exchange like Bybit or BitGet. It's a decentralized one. And it is, as you can see, it's very fast. It looks like a centralized exchange. And if you have been using it, like I told you, you will potentially get an airdrop, because I think that when they say something special is coming for Drift users, any guesses? Well, I don't think that they actually mean any guesses. I think they're basically telling you that there's something special coming for Drift users. And what is special for Drift users? Airdrop. Simple. I've told you to use it. Continue to use it. Continue to use it, because maybe you'll get an airdrop, and I think it's going to be a massive airdrop. And when these airdrops happen, the price of Solana is going to go up. So yes, we're still bullish on ETH versus on Sol versus ETH. We haven't written that off. All right, let's continue. Let's go to the bubbles and see what else is moving today, because the market's giving us so many signals. It's so easy. We had a dress rehearsal. So let's look at what the market is telling us. When I open the market here and I say settings, let's just refresh, settings against Bitcoin. I'm now looking at all the tokens against Bitcoin. Ladies and gentlemen, which tokens pop out at you the most? Which ones? It's the Richard Hart coins. Hex, Pulse Hex, 33% up, 38% up, 40% up, 22.5% up. Why is this happening? Well, Richard Hart is fighting against the SEC. He's got 11 lawyers, filed a document. The SEC says, ironically, today the SEC Twitter account was hacked and a fraudulent message was posted. The blockchain literally solves exactly this problem. The SEC is attacking the very tech that it needs to cryptographically verifiable authentication, proof and publications, blockchain, blah, blah. He goes about it. He's hired a law firm and they're representing him against the SEC, saying that this litigation that they're doing against Richard Hart is actually, the litigation is another front in the SEC's campaign to regulate blockchain technology and digital assets through enforcement instead of rulemaking or awaiting legislation. Its effort is particularly misguided in this case, where the complaint attacks certain blockchain software running programs on a decentralized ecosystem. There is no business, corporation, enterprise, or foundation behind them, rather a global community of individuals that have independently chosen to run these communication software programs using their own labor and computing power. And they go on and they talk about, I mean, I'm not going to read the whole thing because then we'll be here until next week, Wednesday, and today is ETF approval day, so we can't do that. Interesting that the law firm that is representing Richard Hart in this case is the same law firm that represented Elon Musk against the SEC when Elon Musk tweeted. And they won, and Elon avoided paying $12 billion in damages. And now Richard Hart has the same lawyers as Elon Musk. We also know that every time that the SEC has gone to court, they've landed up losing blockchain cases when they go to court. No, not every time, but most times. The other thing we know is that Richard Hart has a lot of money and that he's going to keep throwing money at this with the best lawyers to keep fighting the SEC, kind of like what Ripple did. And so there is a chance. I mean, I don't know the merits of the case, but there is a chance that Richard Hart wins this. In fact, I wish he wins this. I hope he wins this. Regardless of what your views are on Pulse or Hex, we just want the SEC to lose. That's all we care about. We only care about that SEC is losing. And Richard Hart saying, how is everyone feeling? Price 2 times are cool. The price has actually doubled. So I also heard, by the way, that he may be using some of the money in the sacrifice address to actually buy projects on the network. So who knows? Maybe that is correct. Let's talk about another big narrative that we haven't spoken about yet today, and can help our bags pump. What is the big narrative that we haven't spoken about that can help our bags pump? I'm so full of alpha today. You know why? Because we have 2,500 likes. And the more you like, the more excited I get. The more excited I get, the more alpha I bring. The more alpha I bring, the more money you make. So the next narrative is actually a little bit of a curveball, right? So what you do is you go to Google and you say the following. You say, Google, when is Chinese New Year 2024? And it says Chinese New Year is February 10th. What is the next Chinese New Year? It's Year of the Dragon. So we know that there's a Chinese New Year narrative coming out now. So Andre from DWF says, while everyone is looking for the ETF, 2 other major events are forgotten. Chinese New Year and the Bitcoin halving. They should also have an impact. Don't underestimate it. So it is the Year of the Dragon. You know that our good luck meme coin dragon is, we've said this a million times. You know this. It's Fufu. So we should look at Fufu at the time when it is Chinese New Year. It's not Chinese New Year yet, so don't jump the gun. But there are also a whole lot of other Chinese coins, which we call them Chinese coins. It's the coins that pump in China. So we've got to keep an eye on those. We'll publish that list for you guys. Again, at the very end of the show, when everybody is paying attention, we will publish that. Okay, another thing we need to talk about is something that's maybe going a little bit under the radar, and I don't like the fact that it's going under the radar. We need to talk about it. We need to bring awareness to this. And that is because I've always said that I believe that India is going to be the most important country in blockchain creation and adoption. And the reason for that is because if you think about India, India has a huge population. They don't have a sophisticated banking infrastructure, and they need blockchain. It is a country where they need blockchain. And it has the smartest engineering brains in the world. If you look at all the big CEOs, they're all engineers. CEO of Microsoft, CEO of Google, they are all engineers that came out of India. And what I believe is going to happen is that any big project that comes out of India is going to be a project that is really suited to solve real world needs, because the Indians actually have experience living in a society where blockchain is actually needed. But a few days ago, we got news that that people in India can't use international exchanges. And today, something even bigger happened. So if you go to the Apple App Store and you try and get onto a crypto exchange in India, it says the app is not available. So literally what Apple has done is it's removed all the crypto exchanges from Indian phones. This is a big thing, guys. This is a big thing. You're pretty much eliminating the Indian market from the international exchanges. So I have a little bit of advice for my friends in India. I don't think anyone would do this or should do this. I mean, I don't think anyone should ever do this. But, there are some people that I've heard in India that are using VPNs, right? So, look, I don't recommend that anyone does this because, that would be crazy. But I have heard rumors that some people can go and get a VPN and pay. There's a link below, by the way, for anyone who would want to do this, and pay $2.91 a month. And the thing with a VPN, I'll show you the thing with a VPN is that it doesn't matter where you live. And, I don't believe that people should use VPNs and stuff like that, because I'm not sure that that's the right thing to do. But if you do use a VPN, you can decide where you want to be. So if you're in India, you could, for example, say you're in Argentina. And no one would know. No one would know. So look, I'm not saying that anyone should do this, but I have heard rumors and stories of some people that have done this. Seems to have worked. You know what I mean. You know what I'm saying. There have been people that have done this, and I'm not recommending that anyone do this, except if you live in India. Okay. Anyway, let's move on before they remove our video from YouTube. $3, guys. $3. Everyone can afford $3 to pretend that you're not in India. Remember, tomorrow is inflation day. We got to keep our eyes on inflation. There's a good reason to keep our eyes on inflation, because we have the shipping crisis through the Suez Canal, which is driving up the price of containers. When you drive up the price of containers, it increases the costs of goods, increases inflation. That won't come out in tomorrow's inflation numbers. That'll come out in February, March, April, May. So we've got to keep an eye out on that. Okay, now we have 3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, I'm going to show you a protocol that I spoke to today. And I really, really, really think that this protocol is absolutely amazing, right? They are one of our sponsors, but I'm not talking about this because they're a sponsor. I'm talking about them because when they told me what they're doing, and I'm going to tell you what they're doing, and I think it is one of the most exciting protocols that I've ever seen, okay? So let me explain to you. Someone's asking about the skinny jeans. I went shopping on G-Star once, and for the rest of my life, G-Star is going to haunt me. I should have disabled cookies. So here's the protocol. So I don't know how many of you have heard of this protocol. It is a protocol called Tectum. Okay, now what actually is Tectum? Tectum is effectively a layer 2 on the Bitcoin network. The problem with the Bitcoin network is that if I want to send James or one of the scarecrows a Bitcoin, the transaction is slow and the transaction is expensive. The only way to make the transaction not slow and not expensive is to use a Lightning network, and there's a lot of problems that come with a Lightning network. But what this company has created is, in my mind, one of the biggest game-changing technologies out there. They've created a technology which is a layer 2 on Bitcoin, and how it works is as follows. If I want to send James half a Bitcoin and Josh half a Bitcoin, I send one Bitcoin through the software, And what I get is I get that Bitcoin broken up into two halves living in two separate BTC addresses. So now you've split the one Bitcoin into two halves, and the two halves live on two separate addresses inside the Bitcoin ecosystem, on the Bitcoin blockchain. So the coins have never left the Bitcoin blockchain. What they do, though, is they give you what is called a soft note. And I can send the soft note to James and the soft note to Josh. So effectively, all I'm doing is I'm sending them the password for the wallet. And when I send the password for the wallet, I lose the password for the wallet. So in other words, they've created a blockchain, and the blockchain kind of says, look, if Rand sends the password to Josh, he can't send it to anybody else, and he kind of loses the password. And that way, instead of sending Bitcoin over the network, all they're doing is sending passwords which allow people access to Bitcoin. So just think about this. Instead of trying to scale Bitcoin, put the Bitcoin into a wallet and just send somebody the password through a encrypted blockchain. And that way, the transaction doesn't have to move on the Bitcoin network, incurring the Bitcoin fees and the Bitcoin time. You're just sending the password. And you're sending it on the Bitcoin on a separate blockchain, which is a Tecton blockchain. Now, you start thinking about all the use cases for something like this. One use case is, well, instead of sending Bitcoin ever again, just send passwords, no fees, or very, very, very low fees, micro fees, very, very, very fast, microseconds, micro fees. But then start thinking about what happens with ticketing. So if someone builds an ordinals protocol which says that every Satoshi becomes a ticket to a soccer match, I can then just send the password to the soccer match, to the ticket to my friend, and that way I'm actually going to give him the thing. Now, to me, that is an unbelievable way of solving Bitcoin scaling. Now, look, do I know whether the token is cheap or not cheap? To be honest, I haven't done that level of analysis. I can tell you it has a $332 million fully diluted valuation. I can also tell you that this is the price movement in the last couple of months and years. So it's gone up from $4 to $10 and now to $33. I don't know if it's cheap or expensive, and we'll get there. I'm going to start doing my research. But I think it's a very, very, very smart way of solving the Bitcoin problem. And this is, in my opinion, one of the smartest Bitcoin layer 2s. They've taken a complicated problem and they've solved it very, very, very simply. And I think that it's worth having a look at. So listen, on that note, I see there's 11,500 of you guys. It's our biggest day here today. It's ETF day. We're going to continue to be here until the ETF gets approved and when the ETF gets approved, which means that I'll see you guys again later. Until then, trade well, my friends.